Probably.
Hi, boys and girls, lads and lasses. Welcome back to Saturday night's Let's Talk Geeky with myself, Jim, and Mr. AWK. Hi, Alec.
Hello,
Hi, Jim.
hello.
So, have you had a fun week? Who's no talking? What's that in the background?
And
Anyway,
it's just crickets.
crickets. Yep. Well, do you know what I've been doing this week? And I'm going to do a review of it right now. Ready Player 2. Biggest load of shite out there. The story would be good if so far I'm over halfway through. It is a new contest by technically the same guy. So the first book, it's all about Wade and the contest to get the Easter egg, which means they have to. Halliday designed it in such a way that everybody has to like the things he likes because it's based all around his interests. So Halliday is seen as the man, the guy, the uber geek, the guy they all look up to try and find this, and that's it. So he's a great guy. There's one or two wee teeny bits of woke crap in it, and you're sitting there thinking, going, but it's only one or two wee seconds, and you could ignore that couple of seconds, and the rest is fine. One of the best characters in it is H. H in the Oasis is a white guy. In real life, it's a black female who's a lesbian, so she ticks all the boxes. And her mum, she dated the white man because white men get treated better than black women. But her mum, even though taught her that when she comes out as bi, her mum kicks her out as well because of that. And it's all everybody's got thingy. So that's a wee bit in it. It's a wee bit tick boxy, but the rest of it is a great story. However, this one, it's another thing, but Halliday's now the villain because he created an avatar, and the avatar has become it's got an artificial intelligence, and it is effectively trying to murder people and threatening to kill over a billion people if it doesn't get what it wants. But throughout the story, you realise that the only reason it's a sociopath is because Halliday was a sociopath, and Halliday did things that were not very nice, and he wasn't a nice person. So effectively, they've gone back and said, "See, the guy you were meant to actually, he was great, and you were wanting. I mean, he's a nasty person, and he always was. Now that we're showing you how nasty he is, however, it's still about Parsifal. So the high five is Parsifal, white male, Shoto, white male, Japanese, H, black female, lesbian, and Artemis, white female. However, they introduce the low five, and the low five's another group. However, the very first, they have to find 7 shards. So the first shard is found by the girl in the low five, but it's all about how the Oasis is different. You can change the gender backwards and forwards because you try everything, and it's all unimportant. And so you're basically the female is a male, but changed her sex, and because of the Oasis, she can do that. Tick box, tick box, tick box, and she is the one that carries Artemis across, holding his hand, bit by bit by bit, showing him how to do it the perfect way. Then the second key, Shoto has to show it. Shoto's a white male or a Japanese male, right? However, he goes through it, right? So he, but it's all about the first avatar, Japanese avatar female that the Americans boys couldn't handle, so they had to change it to a male. And it's all about how you have to restore it back to being female and play and it's all to do with that.
How the mighty have fallen.
Yeah. So the third key, it is Parsifal has to find it. He's got the skills. However, it's on his school planet as he was growing up as a kid, and it's all about. And he goes there and they say that you need to do this, and he goes, "Oh, I've already did it. I did it when I was a kid." Passed it like that. So basically, you had to be the male male who transitioned to female showed Parzival how to do the first key. The second key was Shoto, and it was all about a female avatar that the American boys couldn't deal with it being a female, so they changed it to a male in the American side. The third one was Parzival got the key, and it was a case of it was things he'd already done as a kid, so it was dead quick, no problem. It was dead simple. Anybody could have done it. The next one was Artemis held his hand all the way through and explained all the way to do it, and it was a hold hand. And then now the most recent one, it's H showing him, and it's all about Prince and how she's holding his hand again all the way through it. So over halfway through it, and so far the two males that have done it, one it was done when he was a wee kid, and anybody could have done it. And the other one, it was all about a female avatar. It had to be reinstated because the Americans didn't like females, so they changed it to a male. And all the other ones, it was the female telling them how to do it step by step, and it was really difficult. Their ones, but the other two were dead simple. It is so far the biggest load of shite out, and I'm continuing with the book Ready Player 2. My advice, do not touch this with a barge pole. If, like me, you love Ready Player 1, stop with Ready Player 1. Do not go any further with Ready Player 2. It is shite.
But is it as
Biggest
bad
waste
as
of money.
the STD or Wheel of Time or any
Yes,
of the nonsense?
in effect, it's basically it is tick boxing all the way down, and it's
Yeah.
all about the hero is at the end going to be. It's not going to be Og, the great and powerful, because it's the sharders to actually get the artificial intelligence that Halliday stole from his wife that he had a crush on, and stole her intelligence and created an artificial intelligence. That's what you have to rebuild, and you can guarantee she's the one that's going to save everybody in the Oasis. Not Passable, not Og. She is the dead woman whose avatar was stolen, and they have to rebuild. You can see it right from from the very beginning. It's going to be her. It's going to save the day. Nobody else can save the day. It is just so tick box. It is absolutely fucking crap, and I need to finish it just for the simple fact is to prove myself right. But every time I listen to it, when I'm driving up and down from work. Normally, I've got a book on. I'm enjoying the book as I'm driving, but this one I'm sitting there going fucking all the way, and it's really pissing me off. And I can't stop
So
it.
about next week, we will have some road rage incident in Scotland. Will we?
Yes, definitely. So it's just I had to get that off my chest. It was basically the book is really, really bad. Hi, Kelly. And I'm not saying hi to Jim.
Oh, I'm hurt. I'm deeply hurt.
Hi, John.
Bob, I've been going through books as well, and I went back to one of my classics, which is written by David and Lee Eddings, which is The Bulgarian. And I listened to it with more the perspective of how is the story actually told. And it begins very much from a child's innocent perspective. Just growing up on a farm, having to do chores, playing in the haystacks, just simple life things. And then it slowly starts rocking. It starts bringing in more grown-up themes. I don't want to say adult themes because everybody's just thinking Pornhub.com, but it's more adult, being responsible, being in charge of what you do and taking responsibility for consequences and everything. And it is also balancing where it's driving the story forward to the more evil, the good, the light, the dark, the concept of morality. And yes, you can cheat, but you can still be a good guy. Yes, you can lie and you can still be honorable. And it's just, the story actually opens up like a proper blossom. It builds layer upon layer upon layer. And I actually have more appreciation for it now, despite having read and listened to it at least 15 times since it came out. It's just a really, really well crafted way of telling a story and slowly drip feeding in new elements, new dangers, new moralities, new questions. It just does it so amazingly.
What was the name of the book? I missed it.
Bulgaria.
Oh, the Belgariad. Oh, yes. Read that a few years back. I have not reread it, I must admit. And I
I
must
would
admit, I
ha-
did like the Belgariad. The one after that, begins with an
the
S.
the Malorian.
Was it the Malorian?
Yes.
Why did I think it began with an S?
Because it might be you thinking of one of the books in the book series of Bulgaria. So Bulgaria is 5 books. Malorians is 5 books. Total, I think it
I'm
is
not entirely sure if I
1,200
did the
pages
Malorian,
each.
but I remember the Bulgarian. So it's been a 12 years since the last time I read it. So it has been a
Um,
good
I'm not
long
gonna
time.
Wikipedia it, but I think Bulgaria came out in the 90s, maybe late
Yes,
80s.
I think the first time I read it, it must have been just after I started reading Wheel of Time. So I got the Wheel of Time, I started reading that, and then while I was waiting for the books, after I had the second or third book, I was looking around and I think the Belgariad came up. Because I got hold of the Lord of the Rings and I found that too dry. So I tried something else. And
I
one of
think
my
you're going
friends
for.
gave me the Belgariad too.
You
So,
may need to repeat yourself because you got frozen on my end.
well, well, sorry, I'm saying it was one of my friends gave me a copy of the Belgariad and I read it and I quite enjoyed it. But as I said, the last time I read it was at least 12 years ago. So, oops.
There's no worries. It's just one of those book series I like.
I might
10
actually
books.
start because I need to actually return because I'm tempted to actually just stop Ready Player Two and return it and not finish it. But it's one of those things. Do I want to do that? Even though it just keeps getting me annoyed. And I've done it twice, and the whole time I've been with Audible. Halfway through books, I've just stopped and I've returned them because they were crap. And Audible's good. You can return it halfway through, finish the book, and say, "No, I didn't like it. Don't want to keep it." But I don't like if I finish it to return it. But I think I'm actually going to not even finish this book. It is that bad that I'm contemplating just stopping it. And that means I might get another one, and I might actually see if the Belgariad is there on it and
Yep,
try the Belgariad again.
Bulgaria, the whole thing from Eddings and David and Lee Eddings is there.
Hmm.
Sapphire Rose, which is a 3-book series that came after it. There is another one, Alphalus the Thief. I think that's a 2-book, but they are massive in size.
Hmm.
You were well out, Jim. First book was published the year of the Falklands War.
Yeah, I think it was called The Hunt or something like that.
First book,
The Big Hunt.
first book was Magician's Gambit. Pawn of Prophecy was the first one, and apparently that was printed in 1982.
Okay, I might have thought earlier because okay, now I remember. Falklands was 83, wasn't it, or something?
82.
82, yeah. So it might have been around there, but Eddings has been publishing since the 70s.
My main memory of that actually is okay, then they're going to get sent somewhere else, and then they get sent somewhere else, then they're going to get sent somewhere else. sort of a little bit like a role playing campaign. You get there, then you go after the next sub quest. I enjoyed the books. I don't think I've read any of the other ones though.
Yeah. I'm sure I've got David Eddings' books somewhere. I just don't know what ones I've got. As I said, they could be anywhere. I'll need over the next week when I come back from holiday, and I'll be in the house on my Todd for 4 days. I might actually just gut this place and actually just reorganize it, which means I'll need to redo my database and reorganize my shelving units and all my DVDs. And it'll take me a wee while, just a wee bit.
It's a fun side project.
Yeah, that's what we'll call it, a side project. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing, moaning and complaining and grumbling about the bloody Ready Player 2. Anybody else been up to anything fun?
I already shared mine. It's been David Eddings, work, and then just disconnect from computer and just listen to an audiobook. And
Well, I've been sitting reading comics and I've got them, dug them all out, ready to just take them away with me when I'm on a break.
Yep.
No internet when I'm away. Just basically just relax. A couple of comics, Commando comics. I've got 4 Commando comics, which have got 3 stories each. I've been saving them up for when I go on a break. So that's what's coming with me when I go. So I'm looking forward to that. No internet until I come back on Friday.
now that sounds like a nice weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning. So from closing off today, I'm going to have my computer switched off until I come back on holiday. Because tomorrow I'm going to see my grandson, and then I've got things to organise. Then we've got things to get done for the away break, and then that'll be us. And that'll be me offline until next Friday after I drop my wife off, ready to go down to the Chelsea Flower Show, and I'll be in on my Todd. Yes. Shh.
As long as she's not watching the stream.
You
Eh?
mean you're gonna be able to starfish in the bed in the night?
No, I'll have the 2 dogs, so no, I'll be still in the corner, and the dogs will be starfish in the bed. But today, I was out at a factory outlet, so I got some toys. Earlier on in the week, I was at Asda, I got another toy, and then I got some birthday gifts. So I've got all them to show, and I'm so looking forward to it. But I'll start with my sweeties I picked up, and I'm so happy I found these. How's that for a sweetie? Ur Willie's Bra Iron Brew Chew Bar. So I'm looking forward to that. I picked up a couple of them, so I did. And the other one was Ur Willie's Bra Highland Toffee Chew Bar. I love Highland Toffee, and I've no seen Highland Toffee for a while. So when I saw these in this factory outlet, I picked up a wee handful of them. I've already had a couple. So
I'm sensing a theme here. It might have to do with something north of the British Islands.
Oh, no, that's the only thing I would say is Scottish. There's one other thing I would say is it's definitely British. 2 things British. One, Alec will actually love, and a couple of the other things are American movie things. So they are. Like, for instance, for my birthday, I got that from my friend because she knows I love Mars, the pyramids of Mars. So she knows I love it. So she got me one of these, and they used to freak me out when I was a kid. So I love that one.
By the way, happy birthday, PJ.
Yes, it's belated. I never tell anybody when my birthday is. So, and I got this. Look, Alec.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
The Lost Worlds of Terry
God.
Anderson includes The Day After Tomorrow, Space Police, and Dick Spanner, and more. So I'm so looking forward to watching that. That's going to be next week when I'm back. So as you can see, it's still not even opened yet. Still in the wrapping. So that was a gift from my friend, and what a gift, eh? Look at that. So that was my gift, and I'm really happy. So how's that for a gift, Alec? Eh? You know, I know how much you love a Jerry Anderson.
We're talking about, I've got quite a few up there.
Yes, I know you were saying. So I just, when I got it, I thought I'll keep that.
You raise that, I'll raise your Thunderbird too.
I bet I can sit and watch that. If you're
I
sitting watching
know,
Thunderbirds
I
2, you're
know,
just sitting there going,
Yeah,
whereas I
Nah.
can sit and go,
the Lost Worlds of Jerry Anderson has always been fascinating. But the one thing you got to watch for is that dodgy puppet one of the Investigator, because he never loved it.
is that Dick Spanner?
No, Dick Spanner came later on. The Investigator's the one with the red car on it.
Oh, aye.
It is so bad.
But that's the fun parts of it. They're so
Yeah.
bad, they're fun. That's the
I
thing.
know.
So that's my two gifts. I'm really, really, really happy with both of them. She knows me very well. She knew exactly what to get me. So that's my birthday gift from my friend. And the only other thing I picked up DVD wise is
Nice.
With Neil and I. So I haven't seen that, believe it or not. I know
You've
Wen
never seen
has
When
been
Neil
at
and
me
I?
have been talking about it quite a bit, and I thought when I saw it, I found in it just basically I picked up. So I'm going to give that a go when I'm off on my Todd. So that's the only that's the only DVD I picked up this week, and that was at a charity shop. And that was just in one of the pound bins in Asda. So I was quite happy with that. And do you want to see my pièce de résistance? I know it's early on, but I can't stop myself. It's a wee broom broom. It's a wee broom broom. Right. The Frankenstein and 1957 Chevy Suburban. Look at Frankie there. You see him a bit better there. Look at that. And there's a poster in the back of that as well. That is just one heavy. I got this in Asda supermarket. As soon as I saw it, I loved it. It wasn't that expensive considering it was in the supermarket. It just is amazing. I want to take it out, but also don't want to take it out because it's not as if Frankie's going to fold up and sit inside it or he's going to lie inside it. It's just getting kept, but it just looks amazing. Look at that.
Now, shall I be pedantic and point out that his name's actually Adam, not Frankenstein, or not?
Sorry, the Frankenstein's monster. Yes. No, Frankenstein.
They're the ones that put it on there, mate, not you, aren't they?
Yes. It's classed as Universal Monsters. The Frankenstein monster. I am aware Dr. Frankenstein is Frankenstein and then monster.
There's just so many times
George.
it just gets put down as Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
It's just one of those things. We all recognise him as Frankenstein, but we are aware that it's actually Frankenstein's monster. It's not Frankenstein. So we'll just call him Bob.
Well, I've never read the book, but I believe in the book he was actually called Adam.
Aye, basically, I think it was Adam the first, because Adam was the first man, so they used Adam as the first undead man. And the old joke,
This is something that comes
get the brain. Did you get a normal brain? No, I got his sister, Abby.
Well, these terms is something that is coming across really regularly across, especially the English-speaking culture. So, yes, I say Jim the Viking, but it should be Jim the Norseman. Because Viking is an action.
What you went. You went a Viking.
Yes, it's something you do. It's not something you are. And a Viking isn't a warrior or a raider or a barbarian. It's actually just a trader. It's a trader that just happens to carry sharp tools that may force you to trade. But
so when the Norsemen went a Viking, they went trading, or whatever used to come of it, but they used to go a Viking. Yes.
Yeah, we were basically the pirates of the 700s, 700 BCs. But yeah, there is tons of other things like that just we use the word, but it doesn't really mean what it means.
I don't think word means what you think it means.
Exactly.
I know that I actually understand that a bit now. You've got me to watch The Princess Bride.
Yeah, I think it was Archer, Colin, that brought it up about, the Legion got decimated. It wasn't that they got flattened, it was they lost 10% of their people because deci or des actually means 10.
Yep. Decimate is basically 1 in 10. So we use it now when they mean decimated. There's probably about 10% left.
Yeah, we tend to see almost reverse its meaning.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
So,
not exactly, because there is more power to the word. If you get decimated, you literally are struggling for your resources. Doesn't matter if I just took away, say, a little bit of your water while you're stuck in the desert, and now you're facing thirst and people dying from that.
True.
So,
Yep.
but we could probably do an entire show about that. But I think it was on Alex's channel, FFSI, that we were actually talking about the meaning of words and how they function.
Yes, and we were all trying to be pedantic and pedagogical with the language.
Yeah, and I failed spectacularly.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Already.
Hey!
All I can say is some of you were trying to be pedantic and pedagogical. Some of us were succeeding.
Really? Which one?
Oh dear. That's terrible. And hold on, I'm trying to actually get this. Because if I can get this set up
I'm not sure
properly.
I've been seeing 100 of these in the trial that cannot be mentioned anymore on YouTube.
A certain person who shits the bed, you mean?
Yes, something about the turd and other things.
A hamburger turd. Right, I'm just actually going through making sure to get rid of these bloody things again.
There's apparently some other big trial I know. It's like some sort of big political trial going on because something came out about the last election, but one in the States apparently.
That's what we do with the Democrats. They were complaining about the gerrymandering by the Republican Party, and then they basically they won certain ones by gerrymandering.
Well, so it's great, but apparently they tried to do that in New York or something. Have been turned down, but there was something I just saw a thing on. Apparently, it came out of a trial that no, I had no idea. Obviously, it's big in America, but then again, it probably doesn't make it that much over here. Something about one of her aides or something. I don't know. I only saw a little bit. I only saw a little bit of fallout from that. But.
Yeah.
Well, I'm following people like Diva Frey, and because it's kind of entertaining, but still it's law, it's legal, the law says this, but you have to take 50 documents and 50 cases and just bundle it on top, and this is how you're supposed to interpret it. It's can't you just say yes or no?
Mm.
Yeah, you can lie so much until the truth comes out.
Yeah. Which is, well, they're making the big bucks from it. But,
well, yeah.
I prefer my legal things to be in TV shows. And I wasn't a massive fan, even though I kind of sort of was okay, there's nothing else on. Ally McBeal was kind of fun in the 90s, early 2000s, whenever it came out. But for me, the top one is from the same producer and the writing team and everything, David E. Kelly. it is Boston legal because you have William Shatner and James Spader in it.
Your Muslim uncle is right. Both parties have been gerrymandering, but they've been complaining about the other ones doing it.
Yeah,
And
Kelly,
it's always us that get screwed over.
yeah, I think that's the one I saw being referred to, Kelly. But I didn't know anything was going on until I saw this. Until I saw it on Tucker Carlson or someone, I think, or
Hello.
I think it was someone like that.
Hello, Paulus.
A Polynese minion, if I've pronounced that correctly.
I'm not pronouncing, I'm typing. Or rather copy pasting.
So yeah, but that was I've got 4 wee things, and I've not even opened them. And I'm going to open them just now. They are.
Oh, you're not going to save them for the pick of the week segment, even.
No. I'm going to leave that to you. Look, a wee collectible Superman figurine.
Nice.
A collectible Batman bust which can talk.
Ooh.
A collectible Wonder Woman
Hey.
bust which can talk, and an alien bust that can squeal, I think.
Why is it that you and I always manage to get our collectibles? There's at least one item that crosses over between what we get every week.
So what I'm going to do, I know that was meant to be, I could not resist the pick of the week, so I'm going to, while we're gabbing, I'm going to open them. Because I've not opened them yet. They're actually still in the box. So, box opening. There you go. Oh, look at that. Is that not a superb wee figure?
Oh, nice.
I didn't
I
know.
like the streamlining of the figure. It actually looks like it's in action, not just like, oh, let's glue
It's
something
not just
together.
standing there like the dun dun dun. Nice little looks.
Well, I didn't know he was on. I didn't know Superman surfed.
No long enough, but
Oh,
I was saying,
oh nice branding underneath even.
yes, I
I was
know.
like, cut off the cape, paint him silver, and you can be the Silver Surfer.
Oh,
It
you
does look like it's a
you
circle.
stole my idea, Colin.
Yeah.
You can steal your ideas, but you even get a wee booklet with these. It's all about the Man of Steel. Like that. Nice wee booklet.
Ooh.
Just wee bits and pieces about them.
Ah.
So,
Isn't it amazing how quickly we stepped over these things when we were younger? It's like,
Yeah.
oh, we just wanted the item. It's like, oh, it's a booklet. It just goes to the side. It's like, oh, here is the toy. It's
Look
like,
at
it's
that.
so amazing.
Look at the artwork in it. Considering it's a nice wee teeny book. You know what I mean?
I like that. Where do you get that from?
I got it from that factory outlet.
All right.
There's something else in the box.
Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
it's a wee,
Oh,
it's
is
a
it
wee
fridge
metallic.
magnet?
It's not a fridge magnet. It is a keyring.
Ah.
I wish I had room on my keyring, but he would literally weigh a kilo just adding the stuff I wanted to. Oh, you should paint that green for kryptonite and have him sog down a little bit. Like
There was another figure, a kryptonite in a crystal. So it was a kryptonite crystal. You could get it, and it stood about that size as well, as part of the same range. But I left it because I will pick other ones up because they had loads. They had the bat signal and stuff like that. But I picked up 4 of them, so I only spent a wee bit. But there is a load more. So next time I go down, I'm going to pick up things like the bat signal and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I think that'll just hang up somewhere. A wee Superman. I might actually put it there. There you go.
already done.
Already done. But yeah, it actually be Superman, so I'm quite happy with that. So while we're actually gabbing, I'll actually open the other ones as well.
You should
Batman.
have them coming down your boom arm for your microphone, so that
I did used to have. I used to have my Judge Dredd helmet sitting there, but every so often it would tip and I decided because I keep moving my arm out the way, the cable keeps running up and down, and it trips him. Oh well, let's see. What this has got a booklet as well. Today's Dark Knight, and it's the same idea, just wee bits and pieces about the Dark Knight, some artwork on it as well. I mean,
It's really well detailed for
yeah,
what it is.
the wee booklets are actually not too bad, so they're no thin, they're quite decent, and it's got there you go. So
Oh,
let's
so it's
see how
just
we.
the bust, it's not the full figure.
Crime is no laughing matter. It's the
Ah,
Batmobile.
Batman.
Gotham City needs me. To the Batmobile, Robin. The joke's on you, Joker. There's nowhere to hide. Game over, Riddler. I am the Knight. Tell all your friends about me. I'm Batman.
That's actually quite
Oh, I'm
a
not
lab.
sure if that's West or Keaton because it sounds like a mixture and then it's been digitalized.
But it's the fact is, it's not just one or two. It's literally quite a range of
Yeah.
words. It's basically you normally get one or two. I'm Batman. That's the Joker and stuff like that. But it's actually quite a few.
It is what I have on my Stormtrooper helmet. So I can touch the right earpiece. I just
Uh-huh.
press the down button and it will do. I think there is a total of 12 different commands,
Yeah.
but you literally have to play it like 100 times to make sure you get find
Yeah.
all of them because it will.
Crime is no laughing matter.
I'm actually quite pleased with that. It's
You just need a Joker statue.
there was a
and-
Joker. There was also a Harley Quinn.
Ooh.
I wasn't as keen on the Harley Quinn because she didn't have the Harley outfit on. She had the stupid Margot Robbie thing on, and it's
Oh,
no to
just the
me that's
green
no
hair
Harley Quinn.
makeup.
Yeah, that's no Harley Quinn. That I wasn't as keen that. So this is the Wonder Woman. Same idea. Wee booklet on Wonder Woman.
I like how it stays to the original art there on the front
Yeah,
page.
aye. Look at that. And
Well, I
there
must say,
she's
Wonder
there.
Woman did have a marvelous bust.
It is certainly a beautiful bust.
Indeed.
I'm Wonder Woman. I am a warrior. Great Hera! Sometimes you have to take a stand. To the invisible jet. Go the distance. It's up to us to do what we can. Look up again. The skies are safe. I am a one-woman army. You are a Wonder Woman. I'm Wonder Woman.
You are a Wonder Woman. Well, thank you. I'm actually quite pleased with that as well. And it is the classic Wonder Woman. That's why I got it.
Yeah.
If it had the new fish, I wouldn't have touched it. But
That's
classic
comic.
comic book. Yeah.
That's not
classic
even Linda
comic.
Carter. That's
It's not.
That's classic comic.
It's not even. It's not even Linda Carter's voice. So the two of them are actually quite nice. I quite like them. So I'm sure there'll be other ones in the range. You'll probably have a Superman, Green Lantern, stuff like that. So you should. I'm hoping to find the Flash, and I'll put them up there above. See where the Lego things I've got, or the jigsaw things I've got up there, 3D jigsaws. I'll put these up beside them because I've got a Wonder Woman and I've got a Batman and I've got a Flash, Superman, and the Green Lantern. So I'll need to actually get them and put them beside them.
You're on your way to an incarnation of the JLA.
Yes, exactly. I can go for the classics as well. And the last one, and this one I picked up, and it was a case of I picked up and I put it down, I picked up, I put it down, I picked up, put it down. I thought it's a bust, so it's very similar to that. However, what difference is it going to make? So, same again, nice wee booklet. So, let's have a look at some of the pictures. It's basically just bog standard pictures of from the movies. So it is. There's there's no animation or anything like that. So there's just bits and pieces from the different movies. So let's see what he does. Eventually I decided bugger it. Even if it's actually I decide it's no for me, I'll hang me. So that's it there. and it's got sound. So let's see what the sound. Right. So where's the button? There has to be a button somewhere. Here's the button. All the other ones had a button. So where's the button for this one? Ah. See the Godzilla had it in one of the spines, and all it did was just squeal. This one, I can't find the button for it. Instructions. To activate, push down spike lever. Right, so there's a spike lever. So look as well, watch its mouth. Watch its mouth.
Ah.
That's actually quite cool as well. I quite like that. And hopefully it'll be an alien one. That'll be fun. Press a button and it'll at you. So I'm actually quite happy with that. That's my pick of the week. I know I actually just jumped the gun, but I couldn't stop myself. I was just in one of those moods. It's because I got all the parts of them last Sunday. Other parts I got this week as part of my birthday, and they've been sitting there. And it's not a case of I went out to the charity shop today. They've been sitting there and I've been desperate. So I sort of went and sort of jumped the gun. So there you go. That's my pick. Oops. So what did you guys get?
Nothing really this week.
Ah, you
That's
did.
on you.
You did. You did.
What do you
You
mean?
did. Put your camera on.
Okay.
What's behind you? Uh-huh.
I moved the cabinet.
Yeah, exactly. I can see a couple of Daleks there.
Oh, yes. But they've been
I can see
well,
two in
they're not-
that shelf, one in that shelf, two down there, maybe three. Is that Davros beside them? And the second from the bottom. And then up the top, there's so there's two. I can see the two straight ahead of you.
So we got Time War and Terry Malloy. As I like to call it.
I've got them up there. So I have.
Oh yes.
I think I've got five
As
Davros.
outrage.
I think I've got five Davros. So I have. One of my favourites is actually an unusual one. Where the hell is it? Sonic. Aye. Is that the new Sonic? Yeah, I've got the classic Sonic.
This is Peter Capaldi's one.
That's what it says, the
Lucky
new
him.
Sonic.
Yeah.
The new Sonic.
Yeah, when you said new Sonic, I thought you meant Jodie Whittaker. Oh, God, Trenton's falling down.
How about that one?
Oh, I definitely want that one.
That's my remote control for my TV.
I've heard about those.
I used it once, then I put it back in it. I've never opened it since.
Oh, not again. Will these people ever go away?
Zombie car.
Yeah.
Classic boil. So I just knocked my iron brew over. Whoop.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I just knocked all my iron brew over. I just
We've
knocked
got
my
the
iron brew over.
bots. We've got the bots back again.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
They seem to favor us tonight.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll block them and I'll report them. Alright. The problem is you need to actually report them individually. Which is a pain in the backside. Because normally they actually repeat it, but what they're doing is putting it on as 5 different accounts. So you have to go through every single one of them.
This is why you need someone like Exure Gurl. She's part of the mod team for FNT.
Yeah, I went to one of my mods. Who else is my mod? Mod. Settings. I've got, who's my mods? Channel. Permissions. Where's my
Oh, man, it
mods?
is
Where
me
is it?
here.
I can never remember where my mods are in this.
Hey, they gave us a couple of view ticks.
Moderators Wend, Darren, and MC are my mods at the moment. So just knocked my iron brew over. I just knocked my iron brew over, so I had to pick it up. But yeah, maybe I'll need one of these to actually get rid of this the junkies.
I'm sure there is a geek out there somewhere that has connected it to the computer so that you just click it and it will ban whatever the bot that is currently on the
Yes.
target.
Now that would be nice. But Homer. See these sets? You can get them in a load of different places because I've got all the Star. I've got a few of the Star Trek. I've got the Godzilla one of it. I've got the Enterprise. I've got a phaser. I've got a communicator. I've even got a next generation communicator from the same type of things. They
Yeah, I'm
are
looking to get the Star Trek communicator that you can Bluetooth to your phone, and you can answer your phone through your Star Trek communicator.
yes. I've not seen that one yet, but what I want to get is what the rabbi's got. You see behind him when he's on stream,
Sex toys.
beside his door is the on the wall is the communicator. I want to get one of them as my light switch. I want to get one as a get one and actually have it as a communicator. So if my wife needs to talk to me, it comes through that and I have to go up and press the button rather than an Alexa chat backwards and forwards. That's what I want. But
An
that's a wee
intercom,
bit down the line.
basically. Yeah,
Eh?
nice.
An
An
intercom, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
interesting.
So I want, but it's the Doctor Who, it's the classic Star Trek one. And if you look at the rabbi's channel, you'll see it behind him, just in his corner next to his door. He's got one, and I'm jealous. So he has. What?
Bloody damn websites.
So there's a lot of things in that range. There's the Godzilla. So it is. And so that's all it does, basically. And you have to press his spine. So there is a load of these in that same range.
I just shared the communicator link in the private chat so you can bring it up and put it on share screen.
Let's have a look.
The kit looked absolutely amazing. I gave one of these to a friend of mine probably 4 or 5 years ago. And even if you don't hook it up to your phone, it has pre-built just like your busts. So you press a button and it will still give responses from the bridge. Spock will give a commentary. You will have Bones saying something. But
yeah, just say so. It won't be long until they actually make one of those into an actual phone itself.
What do you mean? Basically, that's where you all used to have the old phone.
Yeah.
Because that was my first flip phone. They've gone away from that because now...
We got another one in chat, by the way.
Bloody hell.
I know, it's just basically bouncing. It just means I'm getting more views.
Yeah.
It's an absolute nightmare, so it is. So, getting this junk. I know I need to actually block it, so I don't want to actually say only people who are subscribed can chat. I mean, to me, I can do that, but that means if somebody wants to chat, they have to subscribe, and I don't want to force people to subscribe.
Yeah,
I'm quite happy
that sounds wrong. If you want to subscribe, you subscribe because you like what you heard.
Exactly.
It's not like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, loads, lovely trolls today. Yeah, It's really bad. It's but I must admit, I just want one just to actually stand there. Doesn't need to be anything special.
No, it'll make noises on its own. So you flick it up, it will go there.
Have you seen the price?
No,
Yeah, it's about 200 quid, so it's not too bad.
Weird.
Let's
£200. You'll never catch me spending £200 on that. Oh, aye. Wait a minute.
How much did you spend 2 weeks ago?
I'm not saying anything about at least 4 times that amount. And that was
not
only in
mentioning
big
another
things. That
figure
was only
Jim
in big,
spent on.
yeah, that was big
Wow.
cheap.
Yeah, I'm looking
alone.
to. So I have to piece it together and literally crunch the number in the spreadsheet. It's like, can I afford it? And it is not. It's like, yes, I want it. Can I spread out the down payments and everything that I need to get done? And it's like,
Yeah, well, it's because I stopped smoking. I had all that money saved up, and I literally just went on to Big Chief and went, "Oh, Laurel and Hardy, £400 odd. I'll have them."
it's
Ash
about
v
twice
Evil
the
Dead.
money you spend.
Aye, Ash v Evil Dead, £200 odd. I'll have that as well. And then I had all the bobbleheads for Laurel and Hardy and Dad's Army. I just spent a wee bit nuts.
Yeah.
And then there's a Comic Con in the air next week at the weekend. Obviously, I can't go for too long because I can't leave the dogs on their pod. But me and my father-in-law, I think we'll take a wee pop down to see what we can find. Maybe the Saturday, probably the Sunday, depending on the day we can make it, organise it. And I'm looking forward to that for next weekend. So there's Matt in the chat. Hey,
Hey,
Matt.
Matt. Hope you're doing all right this evening. But we need to try and figure out a Comic Con that is easily accessible to most of us and just try and catch up.
Birmingham, it's literally almost right in the middle of both of us.
When's Birmingham?
Don't know. I know
But
there's
then-
one in Glasgow on the 24th, 25th of September.
Then
The
you've
one
got to
in
go to
Birmingham is a
Birmingham.
couple of months before that, usually.
Yeah, because they're doing the circuit. That's why the different Comic Cons, different areas are on different dates.
Yeah. Yeah, because the last time I went down, I actually went down the day Comic Con was on. I didn't even realize it was on. I was dropping my wife, my sister off to a was it a Westlife concert or a Take That concert? And it was only when I was down there and we realised that we were dropping them off just as the Comic Con was coming out. If I'd known that, I would have left about 4 hours earlier, so I could have gone to the Comic Con. Just one of those things. Bummer! But Comic Con next week. So as looking forward to that. No, I've been to one Comic Con in the last 3 years, so this will be my second one. It'll be not as big as the last one because I only found out about the last one on the Sunday. But I can't actually go over the top anyway because I need to buy. One of my friends is actually selling 2 Ash v Evil Dead figurines, and I want them. So if I want them, I need to put some cash aside because the 2 figures look absolutely amazing, and I want them both. Not just one, I want them both, and I'll need to clear space to put them somewhere.
Yeah, let's just say the Discoverer Big Chief. I was just when it's like, oh, my bank account looks fine, and it's like Big Chief, jump.
Yep.
Crap. I need to.
My bank account's acting like Wile E. Coyote.
Running in the air across
Yep.
the cliff. It's just like, keep wondering. It's like, oh no.
Yeah. Went to the NEC con in Birmingham. It was NEC when I was down there. It was in, so that was 4, maybe 5 years ago. But it's been a while since.
I know Nottingham's got a Comic Con next week, I think it is.
Say again?
Nottingham has got a Comic Con next week.
Aye.
And I know one of the guests there is the entire lot of Red Dwarf minus Craig Charles.
See, it's Craig and Danny. I need to see. Danny's done me a video, but I've still I created a JC bag and I've only got the 2 signatures, Craig and Danny, to get. They've just not been up in Scotland. I've
Yeah.
got Norman, I've got Robert, I've got Chris, I've got
Apparently,
Chloe Annette as well.
apparently, what I've read is that you can have a photo taken with the cast and the writer, was it the director now, on the actual bed bunk set from the first series. They've got it
Right.
set up.
You can imagine how much that'll cost.
Oh yes,
Aye.
it's probably all sold out now.
I can imagine, so aye. So I've got a couple of pictures with on the TARDIS sitting over there. Me and my father-in-law.
Well, the one thing I wanted to go to is the actual official Red Dwarf convention, Dimension
Yeah.
Jump.
Yep.
Because I don't know what happened to that.
I could do that. I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, but the Red Dwarf site's shut down now at the moment. They said they're moving servers.
And God knows when that's going to happen again, the dimension jump. But even the Facebook pages will keep you informed on that.
Oh yes.
Because I do like my Red Dwarf stuff. Where is it? Comic-Con. I actually just got 1 or 2 wee pages of Comic-Con stuff. Like for instance, I created this. This is when I first got it signed by Robert Llewellyn. Basically, I just got a tote bag and I created a wee JC bag from the series, and Robert signed it. And I've got I've since then I've got Norman Lovett to sign it, and I've got Chloe Annette to sign it, and I've got Chris Barry to sign it. So I only need the 2 guys. I've even got Hattie to sign it as well. I've got both Hollies and I've got Kachansky and however, I know Hilly and Kachansky weren't in it, but they were the main characters in it, so that's why I've got that done. So
So you hear about on the next one's yet to be announced at the moment.
right, I like where is my Comic-Con? I'm just looking for the information on one of the ones that I've been to. That's not the one I'm looking at. It's not a Collectomania. Collectomania 2019. I met this guy. And I just thought, wow, I love that. So I had to get his picture. How's that for an outfit?
Nice.
Isn't it? Ash v the Evil Dead. That is just a super cool one. He's basically, as I just floated around as Ash, I just thought, perfect. I need that picture. But I went as Tom and I met Kate Manning. So that was really nice. She's such a lovely woman. So she is.
Well, if I go to another Comic Con, I've really got to do a cosplay. I might do Stormtrooper, but a battle hardened Stormtrooper or something, or Mandalorian. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I've actually done a bit of cosplay. I went as I'm just finding it. There, it's there. Me and my daughter.
Oh yes, you showed me this weeks ago.
Yeah. That was a wee while back. So it was. Junior and senior, we met Chris Barry. So I just basically.
Hello, disaster area.
Yep. That guy's outfit was absolutely pure groovy. Hi, disaster. We're just jumping all over the place. I've already had my rant about a book. I've already did my pick of the week ahead of schedule. I'm obviously just at one of those ones where bugger actually having things written down. We'll plan. Ah, bugger it. Throw it to buggery.
Throw it out the window.
So what have you guys been up to? Colin and Alec, I know you had a wee bit of good stuff happening to you this week?
Do you want to say, Colin?
Well, you don't want it to happen to.
Okay, this contract has been signed. The book, we've got to deliver the book to him at some point. We've already started paying towards, the contribution. At the moment, we're just finishing off, aren't we, Colin?
Yeah.
And then we've got the massive package to present to him, and we'll leave it from there. And we've got 2 months off until we start book 2.
Excellent. And if anybody wants to, there's a link in the description about your GoFundMe.
Oh, thank you very much.
So yeah, definitely get in there.
Also, I'll announce it after the show. Coming towards the end of the show, because I've got plans for FFO.
F5.
Yes, got plans coming up for some
Excellent.
2 shows.
Yeah. So that's really good. It's already there, and as Matt says, congrats.
Thank you very much, Matthew.
Yeah. Now get your finger out and get it finished.
We're almost done, aren't we, Colin?
Yeah.
Right, Colin, that just means you can't actually go to any shows anymore.
That's what you think. That's what he thinks.
Oh, right. Dun, dun, dun.
Don't worry about it. Well, the thing is, once the first book's locked in and that, you just pre-sign a release and say, "Oh, thank heavens."
Yep.
And then we can start saying, "Look,
it's getting there. It's basically at least you're already over a hurdle.
yeah,
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Is you're already on the straight once. It's just a case of getting the final draft into them.
Oh yes, but the main thing is that until the day they present the actual copy of the book, fully furnished and finished, and then I'll be proud.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you need.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done to both of you.
But anyway, Colin, have you got anything else coming up?
Yeah.
Not really.
Anything else at all? Nothing. Okay.
No,
Next.
I'm bored of life.
Well, I know one thing. I started it today. I'm rewatching the TV show for all mankind again, because season 3 is coming out on the 10th of June.
What have I got on my list? I've got the Jerry Anderson I have to watch, but I'm rewatching all the Tremors movies. And I've got them on my iPad, so I'm going to take that away with me while I'm on holiday. I've got the comic books and I've got my iPad with a few movies on it. I'm rewatching Jack of All Trades, Bruce Campbell, as the I'm going to say the Buccaneer, but it's not. It is the Dragoon. It's the Dragoon. It's a very similar to Zorro. Is basically an American agent, and he takes on a persona of the Dragoon, a mass figure who fights the French. Similar idea to a Zorro character. So it's actually fun. It's Bruce Campbell, one of his funniest, and I do like Bruce Campbell. So anything he's in is always fun. So I'm rewatching that as well. What else am I rewatching? There's about 4 different things on my list. I've just been watching some 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps as well.
That's a name I haven't heard in ages.
Yeah, I quite like that. I like it up until the final season when Johnny left, when they jumped the shark. They deliberately knew what they were doing, because when he left, they were asked to continue on. So what did they do? They created an episode called Jumping the Shark, where Johnny died because he tried to jump the shark and he fell in and got eaten. So that was the way they wrote him out, by jumping a shark.
I like those clips you've been posting of Chance in the Million. That is
Say that again?
That the clips you've been posting, A Chance in a Million.
Oh, I love Chance
I
the Million. Chance the
never, I
Million.
never knew about that program. I have
Oh.
watched quite a few episodes.
Yeah, Brenda Blethyn is absolutely stunning in it.
I know.
Simon Callow is amazing as Tom Chance. And it is just one of those things that you can just imagine just sitting back going, this is how it happens.
Yeah.
Then you got Bill Pertwee as the cop and just goes,
I
don't
know.
arrest him. If you find him standing over a corpse and he's got the blood in his hands covered in blood, he's got the knife in his hand, and it's basically somebody seen him do it. Still don't arrest him because there's a chance in a million it wasn't him. But I love Chance the Million almost as much as I like Chelmsford 123. And that
Oh,
was my
yes.
last run. And just fun. I do like that. I think Simon Callow and Brenda Blethyn are absolutely spot on. Yep, Channel 4. That sounds about right. I've got the
That's when
DVD. I've got the
Channel
box.
4, Channel 4 when it had proper content on it.
Yeah. I've got the DVD. I remember watching it at the time, and when I got the DVD a couple of years back, I thought, "Whew!" So that was when I first started the channel. It was one of the first. I think it was first within my first 10 videos. It was Chance the Million and Chelmsford 123 were my reviews, and you can see how bad the reviews were. Hello, my name is TGMB. Hello, and all that rubbish. So yeah, no beard, just a bit unshaven and stuff like that. Yeah, and you can see down the whole thing, so you can just see my door. I've sort of changed it a wee touch since then. It's a wee bit change, but yeah, Chance the Million's just one of those TV shows. If you can get it, watch it. If you can't, watch the clips.
Well, you can find them on YouTube anyway. Not good quality, but they are there.
Yeah. All right, Mr.
Yes,
Bruno
ma'am.
Lines. Yeah, Chance the Million is one of the ones. Brenda Blethyn and Simon Callow are superb in the parts. They just they just fit very, very well.
Yeah.
Brenda Blethyn actually is a wee mousy librarian with the heart of a vixen. It's just superb. I love it. And Simon Callow plays that type of character very well as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean the Dickens type character, the Edwardian gent type. He could play those. He's just got that type of manner that works because he's obviously in Doctor Who. He played Dickens,
Yeah.
didn't he? Aye.
Yeah.
He's just so good at those type of characters. He just seemed to fit Tom Chance playing that old-fashioned
Also,
type.
he was in 4 Weddings and a Funeral, what I remember. But sadly, his character passed away halfway through. What else has he been in?
It's been a while since I've seen anything else
Yeah.
he's been in.
Lots of things, I think.
What's that, bud? Somebody's wanting to be nosy.
Oh,
Say hello.
no.
Yeah, say hello to everybody. Look, who's that? Who's that? Hey there. Say hi.
Hey, one of the cute ones. Not the one holding the cute one.
Hey, tell him I'm the cute one, boy. Tell him I'm the cute one. Buddy, butter in the melt in his mouth. He basically knew I wasn't paying attention, so he's come in to actually get some view time. Come on, get the subscribers, say like, share, and subscribe. Tell him, like, share, and subscribe. Or else you're no coming back on screen. You leave Superman alone. And no typing on the keyboard. He's just looking for all his treats, but he's no getting any. They're all eaten, and the rest of them are packed away for your holiday. Right, okay. No matter how you say it, I'm the good looking one. Obviously, I'm the narcissistic, good-looking one. He's just the cute-looking one. That's a bit different.
So
See,
there's
and I'm
one with
glad
the
all of
reality
you,
and
not
one with
one
the
of you denied that.
Nah, sorry, Buddy wins.
We got an alt and we got a dog takeover. Yeah, the dogs always take over because anytime I'm on the channel, they hear me talking and they come through and they just stand there until I pick them up. And then once they've been on, they go bye and bug off, and that is it. You can usually hear them against the linoleum on my floor. Sorry, the what do you call it? No deck,
Laminated flooring.
laminate.
Yeah.
Aye, no linoleum, not linoleum. That's a wee bit old-fashioned. Laminate. Yes, I've got linoleum, officer. Honest, I didn't mean it. Yes. Oh, that's what I've been watching as well. Hector Nicol. I've been watching Hector Nicol, a couple of Hector Nicol concerts, and Kevin Bloody Wilson. I just took a thing to just fire one up where I was doing other stuff, and Hector Nicol is just as funny as I remember. So it is. Hector Nichols comes across with some fantastic stuff. Like buys a bottle a half bottle of whiskey, puts it in his back pocket and stoats home, and he falls and he goes, God, I hope that's blood. It's just Hector Nichol. You could just imagine a Scots drunk falling in his arse and the glass smashing and he's praying it's blood, not the whiskey. Hector Nichol. Anybody get a chance, check him. He's on YouTube as well. There's a few of them. Some of them you might have difficulty understanding what he is saying because he sort of goes OTT with his Scottish accent. There's a couple of times even I go, huh! And then I realise what he said because you could pick it up. But it is sometimes he dresses as a cop, he dresses as a drunk, he dresses as a female naval officer, he dresses as a stripper, and he does all these jokes in the veins of those characters he does. So, any chance you get a Hector Nichol, he's an unusual one, an old in the 70s comic, quite body, not what you would class as very PC.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's very funny in that respect. So he's got a couple of characters, definitely not PC. He goes on about certain female habits which are not PC, but funny as hell. You can even see all the females in the audience noting themselves laughing, thinking, "Yep, spot on." But Hector Nichol, that's what I've been watching as well. This week I've just been a wee bit here and a wee bit there. Instead of just watching something all the way through, I've just been jumping backwards and forwards. So I think I'll need to actually get myself properly sorted. But I've stopped work for 2 weeks, so I might be able to catch up on all my reading and all my viewing lists. So fingers crossed. So that's what I've been doing. Anybody watched anything fun? Yes, no, maybe aye.
I've only started New Strange New Worlds. I'm not going to mention anything more about that.
You've been watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds?
Yeah, just started
Yeah.
watching.
No, I suppose, did you like it or did you not?
I'm enjoying it at the moment.
Right, bye!
I've heard people say both of it, to be quite honest.
No, but I've not watched it. I just basically, the stuff the
Yeah.
Ramsey Nesbitt's been Ramsey Nesbitt. Now there's another one I'll need to put in my watch list again. Yes, he does a lot of Ramsey Nesbitt stuff. So it's very similar. A lot of his humours are like Ramsey Nesbitt, but a wee bit more OTT, shall we say. He definitely gets straight to the point with a few things. There's Hector. But yes, if you like Ramsey Nesbitt, you'll love Hector Nichols. And as Ramsey Nesbitt once says, I'll tell you, boy. The gyro. The glass gyro. Bottle of Iron Brew and actually sell it. Anywho, so you have been watching Strange New Worlds. I've just not been watching any of it because after the crap that's been put out, I've decided I'm just not even getting a view.
Here we go again.
Back again. This is absolutely atrocious.
They're in and out more like times than the Okie Kokie.
Yeah.
Oh, they put their like their fifth left foot in already.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
So
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to mention about Strange New Worlds. We're only on episode 3 at the moment, but I'm not making a judgment until the end. Just go with the flow.
I mean, I've seen sort of the normal people are normally watching. Some people have said they're enjoying it. That it's really good and it's hard. It's back, and others have said it's not. So it's obviously doing something, and it's obviously something that some people say are liking and some people aren't. So
yeah. The problem with me nowadays is I don't watch. Very rarely I watch something new.
Yeah.
But even if somebody says give it a go, I just think I've given Wheel of Time a go. I gave this a go, and everything just seems to actually go turn crap. I gave The Expanse a go. I got beginning of season 4. I watched a couple of episodes and went, nope, I'm out. That's it, gone. So I'm not even getting to the end of season programs. I start maybe watching, it seems okay, then after about 3 or 4 episodes, I go, oh, that's me out. And I just can't even be bothered now because even though it might be good, we know season 2 could turn it down and they just change it again. So it's one of those problems. I just actually decided, bugger it, I'll stick to classics. If I want to watch Star Trek, I've got 3 box sets of the classic series. If I want to see Pike, I'll watch the Menagerie. And that's my attitude of it. Is I'm just old. Yeah, I mean I'm old.
Well, I don't know if it's blasphemy, but I will be watching the Kenobi series when it comes out at the end of the week.
Star Wars, same idea, same principle.
Yeah.
They look at all the stuff. I didn't even. I think I watched 2 of the movies.
Yeah, I just want to
I
see
watched Rogue One, and I thought that was crap.
Yeah.
And
I just want to see what a shipwreck it is. That's all I want to see.
And then I saw the beginning of the one. I just thought that's just Star Wars just remade and a part of Empire Strikes Back thrown in. And I thought, what the hell's the point? So I never watched the rest. It's the same as the Marvel stuff. I watched part of it. I never watched the last 3 Marvel movies. So I didn't see Infinity War, I didn't see Captain Marvel, and I didn't see Endgame. So because I stopped, and I just thought, I ain't watching them because they're obviously not made for me. So I just decided not to watch them.
Well, I am looking forward to the 3rd season of For All Humankind because it's overdue.
my answer to these things is fine. You've remade them; they're obviously not for me. I can't see myself represented anymore, so you'll understand why I'm not going to bother watching. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then seeing them complain about that is the reason for not watching. Because everything has to be about representation these days.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, here we go again. They definitely actually just want to actually bounce us, don't they? It's just keep bouncing. So obviously they're very. We must actually just excite these porno guys. They just obviously just find us more exciting.
Well,
Obviously, you 3 have mostly got your cameras off, so it's me. That's why they're actually keep coming back for a bit more. It's either that or else it's a t-shirt. And
Well,
you know
that's-
what they're like. They always like a bit of them.
It's more views, isn't it? So
Aye.
that's more views, more viewing minutes.
Yeah, that's
seconds.
exactly. The more views, it basically it bounces it up. Unfortunately, we don't want those better views. And the thing is, I keep blocking them, and they just all they do is they log out, log back in, and come back in again.
Yeah.
They obviously like what we've got to say to the point they just want to actually contribute.
And they've obviously got nothing better to do with their
Yeah.
sad little lives. So
Yeah. See, most people actually put a bit of comment in to give us a leg up. They're putting a bit of comment in to give us a leg over.
Well, you know what this is. As soon as my face is on, these guys doesn't turn up, and I literally just turn my camera off, and suddenly it's like tens of these spammers.
Yeah, you can turn
Clearly,
your
I'm
camera off
putting
and they
them on.
just see me and actually just get drawn like flies round shite. That's what it is.
So
Yeah.
what? So what you're saying, Jim, is we never see you and the spammers on at the same time.
I cannot confirm or deny that I am Spider-Man.
I can honestly say nobody will ever see me and Judge Dredd in the same location. I can also say, apart from that, nobody will ever see me and Spider-Man in the same location. Superman, even. Spider-Man, that's because you said Spider-Man. It actually confused me. Rain Man! No!
Well, it is true. Nobody has ever seen me and the Spider-Man, fictional, cartoon, or reality, at the same location at the same time. Full stop.
We have.
Disaster. I'll get you back for that one.
I'm going to have to bring in the boss for this and get this sorted. Is that Spider-Man?
No, that's a legend.
That's my wee Stan.
Oh, is that who it's meant to be?
Aye, Stan Lee.
Ah,
Excelsior! That's the wee Stan Lee figure. I quite like it. It's really nice. I got them from that from the soda range. Then half the box and there's his tin. Here's his tin. Stan Lee. So, aye. There's 8,000 of them printed out. So, the wee soda Funko Pops are actually not too bad. They're quite a nice wee size. So I've got Rico, I've got Frankenstein, I've got Stan, I've got Sloth, and I've got Godzilla. So I have, and I'm going to get a couple more. I've seen a couple more. I've seen a Kong that I want, so I can have Godzilla and Kong just duking it out, boys.
My backlog list of the stuff that I really want to get, even if it's just cheesy stuff, it's like I'm just looking. It's like, here's my income. It's about yay high. Stuff I want, yay high. And
Yeah.
I do have my eyes set on 3 items I really, really, really want. Deliverable date is late 2023. But it
I've got a
is,
couple I'm waiting on, and God knows when they'll turn up.
yeah, the ones I have, it's just the sheer amount of money. It's like, I got stuff to do in my real life. It's like, I'd
See, I
love
did the
to have
same.
it.
I did the same. I'm getting the 2 Ash figures. I'm definitely getting them. However, I stopped saying I want because every time I start saving up for I want, I see something and go, I'm getting. So my I want goes to my I wish. So I keep changing my eyes. My eyes keep crossing. So my I want to go to I wish. And I got to have always trumps a lot. But yes. And I can't afford always kicks my money in the butt. Stop
yeah.
buying. No. Well, Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want. However, it ain't always going to. A, the stuff I want is usually expensive. B, I've no space for it. I'm running out of space in my man cave. I'm literally running out of space in my man cave for the stuff I want. My Lawgiver Mark 1 is gone from my shelf. It's been put back in its box, and I've given it to my brother-in-law, who's going to try and make a stand for it, so I can actually have it somewhere else, so I can clear the shelf for when I get my Ash stuff, because they've got in that, and it's things like that. So once I get the stand with my Lawgiver, that has to go up on the shelf somewhere here where it can be always seen, but it's going to block something else, which means something else is going to. It's basically it's a never-ending story. Have to move this to get that, to do this, to fix that, to move that, and oh, that's why I said I need a bigger room. I'm going to need a bigger room.
Well, aren't you guys moving to considering moving to a new place?
We are considering, however, when I'm looking at it, I'm going, this is about the same size as my current man cave. I need bigger. Nope. We put it on hold at the moment, just for the simple fact is when we see something we're not actually actively just looking for the sake of looking. When we see something, we'll go and view it. So we're in no hurry. Could take a year, could take 2, could take 5. We're in no, we don't need to move. We're only thinking about it when we see something we like, and that's the only time we'll give it.
Well, save up a wee bit, mate. There's a Scottish castle for sale for 1.2 million.
Oh, I know. It's is that the one in Stranraer, Straven?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, seen it, and I've
Got the
actually
three-
had the
got-
view
got the
round.
three-sided cook-
That's the one. Is basically you can see it's like the domed ceilings.
It's
There's
the one
one
that's got
in
the
there that's got a
three-sided
dome ceiling.
clock tower.
Yes, there's one that's got a dome ceiling, and the wood it's wood panel flooring, and I'm thinking that would be my man cave. I've already looked at it and goes, I wish. Yes, I've seen that.
A couple of times on regional variations and told feature on a Wednesday after you guys, and I said, God, the rooms are big enough for me to have a full-on indoor archery range in it.
Yes, it has some of the. I've seen some that have got stuff that you can think that room alone. Wow, we saw one. It was actually $500,000, believe it or not, and their games room had at one end a snooker table, and it took up about a quarter of the room, and that was with the playing area around it, and that was only a quarter of the room for the snooker table.
Yep. They
And-
do eat up a lot of space. And
Yes.
so do pinball machines.
Yeah, but the
I've
snooker
been
table, not a
looking
pool
at them.
table, an actual full-size snooker table, and that was a quarter of the room. So you can imagine how big the bloody room was if that only took up a quarter of it, and that's including the playing area around it. So because they had it floored, the carpeted, so it actually had a border around it, which was it was as broad as one of the queues all the way around it, so you couldn't. You weren't doing like you would do here. You would suddenly got to what to think the ball and the snooker cues up there because the wall's too close to you, like you used to do with the old pool tables in the bedrooms. This snooker table was full size snooker table with the playing area all round it, carpeted, and that was a quarter of the room. And I'm sitting there going, "Now that's a man cave that I want." I could fill that up, easy peasy. All I need to do is win the lottery.
All of us could easily fill up a room like that.
Yeah, all I need to do is win the 184 million. Somebody else beat me to it. Bummer.
Colin,
Yeah.
you know where I said I wanted that owl from Clash of the Titans?
Yeah.
Just sharing it for a minute, DJ.
So, final figure with articulation. That Big Chief has got that.
Yeah, yeah. And you?
Yep. It just looks absolutely superb.
I know. I've always wanted it. I didn't know
Yeah.
Big Chief was doing it and still get the price.
What is the price on it? 100 or the 300 nearly. 200, plus there's postage on top of that. And believe it or
damn.
not,
We never get fooled about the price listed on the website because we
It's
know
lim-
there will be delivery, there will be
Yeah.
tax, there will be extra
the-
nonsense
do,
on
do you
top
know
of
the
it.
problem is as well? Big Chief, because it's a US one, there will be delivery plus there'll be tax on top of it when it gets delivered.
Oh, it's US, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And-
this
So-
one is easily 300 quid.
Yeah, because you look at the Laurel and Hardy. The Laurel and Hardy is £420. Then there'll be
Jesus.
postage on top of that. Then when it arrives, I'll need to pay X amount on top of that to get it released. And it could be a minimum of, I think it's something like, I think the cheapest I've ever seen was £15 to get something released. And that was something it cost £16. It cost £15 to get it released. God knows how much they would to be released from customs. And I think it could be 10% of the value.
Well, it'll be whatever the tax rate is plus VAT.
Yeah.
VAT includes other taxes, so 17.5% of that plus the tax inclusive, include plus the tax.
Yep. So
which is why cigarettes are so expensive.
So that's why basically I am aware that the Big Chief stuff, even though it's £420 for the Laurel and Hardy, the price, postage on top of that, then and then custom tax on top of that as well. So you imagine that one there, £290. Then you've got postage. So even if you say postage is £30, then you have custom tax. So you could be another £30 to £60 on top.
I've got to admit, it does look gorgeous and very accurate.
Oh, it does. It does. That's the thing about the big Chief. They do look absolutely stunning. However,
It's a shame you can't fly.
I'd still rather have Judy Belcher from Clash of the Titans myself, but then they just do.
Who's rubbing their mic?
Yeah?
I'm hearing Mike
I
static.
don't know, but yeah, I'm getting static suddenly.
I'm not getting anything. So is it me?
Well, if it's your head as well, that's not my head.
I can't hear anything.
It's definitely not me, because I'm far away from the mic.
I can't hear anything. Honestly, so I can't hear anything either.
Jim, what are you doing? Do it away from your mic.
Yeah, stop rubbing your mic. And stop calling it Mike.
Oh,
I'm not
under
rubbing my
studio.
mic. I'm busy with my Ming.
He's playing his Ming, that's right. He's
Stop
flashing
rubbing your
Ming.
mic against the mic.
Keep forgetting he plays with his Ming when he's actually on off camera. He only
What's he
comes on
doing?
camera to flash.
What's he getting up to behind that camera?
I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's.
Well, it's not Jim. That's because he's muted, and there was a little bit of a static there as well.
Right.
So,
Well, is it from me? I can mute mine.
yeah, I think it's you because as soon as you said you were going to mute, it went.
I've still not muted yet.
Ah,
Right, hold on. I'm just muting now.
I wasn't hearing anything beforehand. I was only a little bit.
Right. Don't know. Anybody else hearing anything out there? And yes, the life size model is always fun. Yeah, get your hands off your ming and put them. Get the hands off your mic and put them in your ming. Or as us Scots say, that's minging, big man. Go on.
Definitely yours, BJ.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain it's your mic or your end anyway that's doing it, but not.
Right, hold on. I'm just unplugging and plugging it back in. Hold on. How's that?
Can't hear him. Yeah, can't hear
Can't
him.
hear
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Loud
Yeah.
and clearly.
Hello? Hello? Or else I could actually.
I
just
can
actually
read
just
you
made
5 by
myself
5.
25. See, I can
There-
count. Scottish education at its best.
And as an ex-signal, I can tell you what 5 by 5 means as well, even though it's an Americanism.
Go ahead, Colin.
It's the strength of your signal and the clarity.
Yes, so it means you're coming in loud and clear. Which
Yeah,
I
literally
believe
loud. Yeah, loud and clear. Literally, yeah.
Yeah, it's. I believe that's the British term for it.
Loud
So
and
I
clear
read you
is,
loud and clear, whereas copy that 5 by 5.
Yeah. Although we did used to use the signal strength of 1 to 5. When I say one for the strength of the signal, one is for the actual how clear it is, because you can have a signal coming through really good signal, but the signal itself, well, the signal's very good, the sound might not, but in vice versa, you know. You can have quite a weak signal, but you can still hear it reasonably.
Yeah.
Remember the old CB slangs, Tune 4.
Yeah, I was on the CB. I was the bird brain with Spring Valley. So I was the bird brain. My old man was the chairman of the Scottish CB Association. So he was.
Ah.
My old man was Rockajock. The Rockajock is, see the wee bonnet, the wee tag, the wee bobble at the top. That's called a Rockajock.
Ah.
So he used to always wear his wee bonnet, his wee Rockajock, and that was his handle, Rockajock. He was the chairman of the Scottish CB Association. So he was. Intelligent man, because he did his ham operator license as well. So he used to secure, and all that rubbish all over the place, but I could never understand a word he was bloody saying. Mind you, that was him just speaking English. But no, he was a ham operator as well, so he was. And I don't know his ham handle. He did tell me once, but it went.
Well,
But
before we continue with the pick of the week, I did ping you a link on Twitter, PJ.
On Twitter.
Yes, it's a play on word that made me have to create a costume. I believe I haven't shared it before with the panel and the chat.
No, you definitely haven't. I had not seen this before. You want me to share it?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's going a
Nice.
Viking. That's cool. I love that.
You may
Where's
want
the
to
horns?
zoom in a bit so you can see the
Where's
details.
the horns and the helmet?
No. This is from Lord of the Rings.
I need to see. I know. I'm being sarky. Hold on. I need to put this somewhere that I can access it. Give me 2 seconds because I need to actually save this off because it's just because you can't. The way it does it, it's a pain in the ass. All right, hold on. Right, so that's it saved. So I can now open it. Bloody typical. For some reason, has anybody noticed that when you save from Internet Explorer, it doesn't put an extension on it? It just basically calls it.
It's just
It
being
just
an
basically
idiot
calls it a
sometimes.
medium file. You have to put the extension on yourself. some reason. Don't ask me why. Internet Explorer just does not like it. Right, so let's see. This should be better. Share.
And you should be able to zoom in on the details because I'm fairly proud, but this was literally I had 2 weekends to put this together.
That better.
Yep.
There you go.
Nice.
And this is a play on my name, Jim, because it's actually meant to be a cosplay of Gimli, but I am actually not Gimli. I am Gimli.
Gimli the Viking. But then again, we've all got an axe sitting close
So
by. ready for
I'm
a
guessing then that you're a dwarf by adoption.
Well, in fairness, Colin, I'm a midget in terms of Viking standards.
As the Almighty Johnson says, I'm a giant dwarf, or I'm a midget giant. But Jim, we're all ready to go a Viking.
Well, I'm definitely certain the Scottish are. I'm not so sure about the Welsh and the English.
Oh, we're all ready, I'm sure. We can get something somewhere. So that was mine. That's the one I made for going a Viking.
Yeah, but this was an absolute low budget stuff. So if you can see what I
EVA
have,
foam. That's EVA foam.
yeah, all of what you see that is built to make something, the helmet, the axe, that's EVA foam.
Yeah.
I've actually stolen a Lothar Hobbit, what's it called? A mantle. I removed the leaves of Erodin or whatever it's called, and just put the normal clasp in so it doesn't show. This is just how I did it. But the chainmail armor, believe it or not, you can get these things as dinner coat plates. So you put them out. They're silicone and mashed things.
You can actually buy it as a jumper. So you can have got one.
No.
I've got the chainmail jumper and I've got the hood.
Well, you could probably do that, but the way I solved it is I went on eBay and I found these. You put it on your dinner table for serving.
Basically,
you could plate the coaster, the plate down, the knife and fork and everything. That's the thing, and I just cut them out perfectly so it looked like I had chainmail armor underneath.
Yeah.
But the helmet I built completely from scratch, and it's really tricky to figure out, like measure from your forehead to your back head and to your sides and get the size to fit properly. That took forever.
I built a Judge Dredd helmet. I built a Judge Dredd helmet. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that I built one, and then I obviously bought one, and I took my Judge Dredd helmet and made it into an orc helmet.
Basically, the only thing that isn't low budget in this thing is actually my beard. And I hadn't even straightened my beard and like combed it out properly for this photo shoot.
But sure, that is cool. Definitely looks the part. And as you can see, as you're saying about the
Why are you wearing your chain on? No, sorry, don't.
I did do that.
Go ahead, Colin.
Why are you wearing chain under your leather rather than over?
Because on the TV,
because I've actually worn chainmail before. You don't want the leather inside because you sweat.
You want
will
the padding.
literally make you like grow mold.
Yeah, but you got to want, if you've got chain, you want some padding under it.
Yes, you would have padding under,
I mean,
but you wouldn't have additional coverage. So leather is an additional protection cover.
then again,
So
to be
you
quite-
have leather, then you have chainmail, and then you have padding underneath.
and to be quite
Padding
honest,
underneath allows your body to actually breathe and
yeah. I mean, the padding absorb, but the thing, to be quite honest, I've never actually seen much in the way of real leather. Cloth, yes, leather, but maybe something over the top, but not leather. Doesn't seem to be a real thing in a way.
The leather you'll get is that type of leather. Basically, just very thin,
Yeah,
imitative faux leather. That's what that is.
yeah,
So it is.
leather.
It's just I've just wrapped that round the helmet and I mean
Yeah,
just to give it
make
a.
something like that, I suppose. Yeah.
It's just the faux leather just to give it a. You can see the just to give it a bit more texture.
I'm actually surprised, Colin, that you haven't noticed how thin the actual shaft is of this. Obviously, I had to build it to make sure that it looked really wobbly for cosplay purposes. And I had material, I had like foam tubes and everything to make it look like a solid one. But I knew this group, the place I went to, you had to literally go up to them and it's like, I'm carrying a massive battle axe. You just had to shake it to show them, look how wobbly this is. This wouldn't hurt even a mosquito if I smacked it with full force.
Oh right, it's
That
you
one
have
there's
to-
that one there's got a stick as its handle, and I could get that in because the rest of it is foam. It is literally the foam is the thing because the weapon is the foam. Because you could come in with a staff, you could have a wooden staff. So because it's got a wooden handle, they're okay with it. Because you could actually come in as a Gandalf with a wooden staff, made it from wood or heavy duty resin even, and they'll be okay with it. Long as it's not.
I'm pretty sure because it's up on the screen for a long time now. This is going to be made into a meme.
Yep, definitely. Gemma goes a Viking.
That's just how I start. You see the memes. This is how it began. This is where we ended up.
Listen, I can go a Viking as well. Where is it? Where is it? Right, where is it? I just need to dig out the bloody Viking.
Matt has the very cheeky comment. No, not him. Matt. My hands must have been sore after carrying.
Your hands must have been sore if after carrying such a heavy hammer. That's because you got a lift. Because it must have been sore.
If I maybe as cheeky to respond is, I've lifted more heavy things in my life before.
Yes, but keep them in your pants.
That's why I need pants.
I knew you were going to say that.
Why you opened yourself just like wide open.
Right. Okay. This was me going a Viking. As soon as it loads up. Come on, why is it not loading up? It's taking its time. But that's actually a cool picture. This is me. You can see the chainmail. See it? Chainmail with the hood as well.
Now that looks better.
I know you got good natural flow on your chainmail.
Well, I mean, apart from the fact it's obviously, it's obviously pattern material. What I mean is, yeah, because you use the chain to cover the places where you haven't got plate and or where you which gives you the flexibility but still defensiveness.
There's one of my friends actually. She got the same idea. That was our Dungeons and Dragons party. So as you can see, my friend's got the same idea, and she's got the same outfit as
Yeah.
I've. So she's got hers as well. So there's our Dungeons and Dragons. A tiefling.
I'd be
a druid.
tempted to say that axe haft is a little bit too short, but
It's tucked in. It's just the way it's
oh,
in.
what? Yeah, because
So-
that's yeah.
it's just unfortunately the way the
right,
picture actually.
Yeah. So, no, yeah, because that again, that's
That's just some other odds and ends. Let's see if I can find a better one of it. That's a Dungeons and Dragons. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, you kind of see it there. I have got other pictures of it. The problem is actually trying to get them. It's just trying to. That's my Judge Dredd ones. I can't find them. So I'll need to find the Judge Dredd ones to see if I can the better one. Because I did do it. I've got one somewhere with me on my Todd as I was building it. So it's just that's the problem. Trying to remember what bloody Comic Con I went to. Because I've done multiple Comic Cons. It was an MCM Comic Con, so 2018 I think it was. Yeah. I'll show you these ones because these are things that I saw. Right, I don't know why I did a video of this one rather than a picture. This was the 2018 Comic Con. This was the last one before the pandemic. Wait, 2019, but this is the last one I dressed up as. That was one of the guys that was there. Sauron, and basically he was sweltering for some reason with all that EVA foam. So he was, and we have
Sauron the Predator.
yeah. So that's the outfit I made ready to go. The sword. It's not got the shield. Look, no beard. Look, no beard. And there's the hood. And basically, it was the faux chainmail. Merlin. We bumped into quite a few. I just can't find the one with the axe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit better stock, but as you can see, it's just a hand axe and it's just
Nice one, Matthew. Nice one, Matthew.
so that was basically the Comic Con, the second last Comic Con I went to, but it was the last one I dressed up as. Yes, I was a knight who said nee! But that was it. So after that Comic Con, the 2019 Comic Con, I didn't dress up. I just went. I had my Doctor Who outfit. It wasn't classed as cosplay because it was just literally my long jacket and my hat. Nothing fancy. I didn't have the full get up, wigged a lot. So, but I don't think I'll do cosplay again, just for the simple fact as I can't. I want to do an Ash for Evil Dead because that way I could just actually shove my hand
Yeah.
in a chainsaw and that's me sorted, no problem, and I don't need to worry about it because then it's already just connected and that's it. Because Ash Williams would be left-handed. That's it. But wishful thinking. So we'll need to actually look at a Comic Con somewhere in the middle. And I think it's round about the Birmingham area because that way.
Could be Birmingham or Nottingham. What do you think?
So basically, because I'm up in Scotland and going down and you are down south coming up, so somewhere in the middle should be doable, as it were.
Would you mind doing that, Colin?
All right. Don't normally do cons, so I must admit it's been.
Once. Yeah.
Go to find out when it is to make sure it doesn't clash, because the worst thing is we could say, and then it's actually in a time where somebody's on holiday or somebody's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's one of those things. Try to find out when the cons are in Birmingham, and also then it's a case of getting there and also finding
Yeah.
somewhere. I'm okay. My brother-in-law stays in Birmingham, so I've got somewhere at least to crash. I still have to get down there, which means I'll be driving down the night before, and all that, and then getting in from where he stays in the outskirts of Birmingham into Birmingham, where the sun is. However, you can imagine it. 'Cause the last time we went down, as I said, I went down with my sister and my wife was going to either take that or Westlife concert. But the hotel where we managed to book the hotel, it was bad. We got one of the Holiday Inns, and it's fairly inexpensive for the 2 rooms overnight. So even during the con, there was spaces. So that was quite lucky. The only difference is I wish I'd known, or else I'd have been down the day before, so I could have gone to the con myself, and I missed it. Bummer. I want to
Absolute
try
bummer,
one of the
yeah.
bigger cons. The Glasgow cons are big, but they're not as big as even the Birmingham ones, which is
Well, I stay away from the cons, at least like the Comic Cons, because they just manufactured. They're not organic. So I would recommend to anyone in the panel, and this is mainly for the UK, because it is the largest convention meetup for people who are geeks, but doesn't necessarily want to be there for Thursday to Sunday morning.
mhm.
It is you can go out to the pubs, you can have the local like pubs and whatever you want, and then you can go watch films. They have local TV, as literally it's just locally broadcasted across the compound that you stay at, and they will air 80s, 90s, some 70s cheesy sci-fi fantasy stuff.
So
So
basically,
you
my collection.
basically your collection, but they will put that on the channel and they will just air it. But you can either sit in your room and watch it on a very small telly, or you can go to the canteen or just off the canteen and watch it on a massive outdoor tent projector cinema room. It's just amazing.
Hmm.
It's just the way I prefer it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's still hyper commercial. You will have hundreds of authors wanting to sell their books. You will have hundreds of celebrities, very tiny, and I don't mean it in a bad way. It's like we heard about your name, but we don't know you.
Yeah.
And they,
Or
they,
you're
they
in
will
one scene
have,
in Star Wars, and there's the picture of the one scene you were in.
yeah, they,
There's
they
a
will
few of
have
them
that,
hyping it up.
that
Yeah.
across as well. But you will also get big celebrities. And this is something I shared a couple of months back. I actually, through this convention, got to stand because I I'm a VIP level because I've been part of the group for so long. It's almost 11 years. Well, 11 years plus whatever years the COVID took out of it. I met Sam J. Jones and Brian Blessed in the VIP lounge, and I was literally standing less than 5 feet away from them.
Yeah. But there you go.
And I got the hug
Collectomania.
from both of them. So, well, I'm just going, it's like, fucking autograph. I got the hug from
Mhm.
both of them.
Yeah. Collectomania, Birmingham, no, September, and MCM Birmingham, November.
Yeah.
So they're down, basically, because it's the Collectomania, and I have staffed that in Glasgow. So I have. So I keep getting emails about staffing to all the other ones. So I could apply if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I want to actually go. I want to go in. And I want to go in. It was fun staffing because I staffed the first day. I staffed as Tom Baker. The second day as Rimmer. So I got some fun. So I did. Yeah, I got some fun comments when I was getting people in line. Tom Baker was not a problem. I just basically scanned their tickets with my sonic screwdriver, and on you go, on you go. It was easy because it was Tom Baker. But as soon as you ace Rimmer doing it, or Rimmer doing it, I just basically I got very very pedantic with it. But it says 10:04 and it's actually only 10:03. You have to wait and stuff like that. I basically went all out, and I was getting there. Freaking Rimmer. Which is fun. That's the object of the game. But I think I enjoyed staffing, but I've done it. I don't think I want to staff again. I want to just go and play. I want to view the stuff. I want to see who's there. I want to actually have a walk round, and I want to gab. I want to see. That's what I like about fun. Not necessarily always spending my money, although spending my money.
So for me, it's always been a pleasure. Whenever I spend the money, the housing, the hotel, or caravan cost, or whatever accommodation that you choose to get it sorted. 1 hour of Brian Blessed live on the stage. This is like, okay, I paid stupid amount of money to be here. He won. He won absolutely, no questions, nothing.
Yeah. Fraser Hines was the one for me. He basically sat and gabbed to me, telling us all about Outlander because I was telling him that I still had it on my watch list because my daughter had been at me to watch it, and he basically says, "Oh," and he basically explained it. Oh, he loved it. You could tell he actually enjoyed being in it, and he loved the premise of it. So he basically just sat and talked to me and convinced me to watch it. It's still on my watch list. It's just typical. I watch it. It's on my list. It's on my list, but oh, I want to watch that, so it gets pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. It is still on my list. I think I'll need to bring that forward now I've actually thought about it. But Fraser Hines basically did that, and it's the same as Sophie Aldridge. She did an audio with what was they two those comedians, Simon and Simon and something or other. Trevor and Simon.
Yeah, Trevor and Simon. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she did a spoofy space one with them, and it actually was quite good. I quite enjoyed it, and I surprised I enjoyed it because the two of them I think can be a bit overbearing. But it was actually she basically just gave me the camera and says, "Here, try that one out," and because we were talking about it, and I really enjoyed it. So last time I bumped into him beside my Ace picture that I'd got the year before from somebody else. He'd actually drew it, so I got it and took it in, and she signed it. And then I reframed it again. But I was talking to her then, and I was telling her I really enjoyed it. She says there was meant to be a second season, but it never got funded, which was a shame because it was five episodes of a podcast of a sci-fi and space. It was just fun, and that's what it was. It was a comedy space patrol type thing, and it was fun. I'll need to dig out if I can still find the podcast somewhere and let you and send you the link. Just need to remember what it's called.
You see. I'm bringing it back a little bit because we've gone definitely squirrel. I do still have my pick of the week, and it would be a shame if we don't have a proper pick of the week because apparently I was the only one to raid a charity shop.
Yes, because I was out and about. So hold on.
Pick of the week.
especially for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, pick of the week.
While I do not have anything as fancy as that, I do have something still in the cellophane, completely unwrapped. So if I begin,
No. Whoa. Still in the cellophane or completely unwrapped. You can't have both.
well,
You said still in the cellophane and you said completely unwrapped.
well, there are
It's either
people
that
that
or
there,
else.
there are people
or
that
else,
can buy.
and then it's or else. And see that stuff. You've no had iron brew on its toad.
Oh, the only iron brew I've had this evening has been mixed with gin and tonic.
That sounds about right.
So
So you're
I
the one
will
that's
begin,
fully covered.
if I may. It's a really rubbish, pardon the gin and tonic language. I'll turn it actually to show the backside before I show the front side.
Showing us your backside then.
But I'll turn it around. And this is a film I watched once, and I don't think I actually really liked it.
I don't even think I've heard of that one.
No.
I have not heard of that one.
And it is, so let's begin with his picture is false promising because he's wearing a fat suit, because he's playing an older Italian mob gangster and everything. And when they say the film runs on pure diesel, it's literally just him bringing things into the courtroom. It's his character rather than anything, and it is about an actual story that really did happen, and it is based on the court cases. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a mob gangster. I will kill people left, right, and center. I will screw people over. I will do bad stuff. But you can't find me doing the things you're charging me with. I may have hinted to others that I wished that person got out of the way. I never said how to get that person out of the way. And I love this film because this is displaying how the law works. If you know the law, you can actually just go and kill someone, not you stabbing them in the back, but you can figure out a way of getting someone that you're in charge of tell someone who they are in charge of to go and do something illegal. It's a very clever one, but it's not a Vin Diesel action film whatsoever.
Is it one of his early ones?
Repeat that, Colin?
Was it one of his early ones?
Yeah.
Yes, this is definitely one of his early ones. And it's more, shall we say, drama than action.
Very good. So what else did you get? That I honestly have never even heard of that one before.
Well, if you read Vin Diesel, on the cover of something, you would
You're expecting
expect
triple X. You're expecting something like that. Yeah.
explosions and like smack in the face. That is completely 150% courtroom drama. He's just being clever with what he's saying. He's not punching anyone. He's not killing anyone. There is no explosions. There is none of that
He's just
whatsoever.
showing his different side to his acting abilities.
The Porridge movie. It's quite different from the Porridge movie. I've got the Porridge movie.
Yeah.
I've got the set. I love the Porridge stuff.
The second out of the 5 ones I picked up, I have not watched this one, but I have heard it is supposed to be better than what you think. And it is,
I haven't even heard of that one either. Survivor.
but
Alone
again,
and
we're talking digging through a charity shop donation thingy. I like the visuals.
the visuals is good. Yes. Alone,
I
Standing,
have
Defiant. Is that?
reservation
Uh,
if it ever gets through.
I've never even seen that one either. I've not even heard of that one. So that's 2.
The next one is actually a guilty favorite of mine. I will always give it 10 out of 10, knowing how much it fails every single step and all of that. But it is a film that was made out of board game, and the board game alone is actually quite boring. It's just something you go, it's like, I don't have a film to watch, I don't have a book to read, I don't have work to do, all my laundry is done, and I literally have nothing left to do. This is where you should watch this film.
Yeah.
But the film, for what it is based on, is actually really entertaining.
Yeah.
And
I'm just laughing at Matt's comment, not relation to Terry Nation's version of Survivor. Now that was a fun
no,
TV show.
that's a
You mean the TV show that opened up with that had most of the population of the world killed off by a virus that was accidentally released in China?
Yes, that's the one.
Bet
Survivor.
they're not allowed to show that these days.
I bet they would. Uh-huh.
oh, so Colin, you meaning the Kung Flu? Right. The next one.
They remade they made a new version of Survivors, I think.
Yeah, they did.
The next one is something people just went Amber Turd on without actually looking at the content. Because if you look through the film, you will recognize a lot of what it was based on. And this is
Battleship.
Oh,
I thought that was it was based on the board game. It was crap, but there was some good bits in it. There was some good bits in it, but there was a lot of terrible bits in it as well.
and it was a lot of terrible bits, but I will give you this. When where is he? He's here. He has one of the master cruisers, and you see the aliens firing 3 whatever it is, it's duds, whatever it is called. You see them landing, at the front of the ship, just behind the front of the ship, middle of the ship. They haven't sunk the ship, and I see that, and it's cleverly played into the action. Yes, they get hit hard, but they're not done. They can still do damage back.
I'll tell you what, though, Liam Neeson looked pretty damn fit on the cover of that.
Yeah, Liam Neeson is like,
Yeah.
I love his interaction against the main hero.
No,
It's
I'm-
like the main hero, you
I'm
understand
referring to
him.
where they've got the names. I'm
Yeah.
presuming that's Rihanna's actually under the word name Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
I'm presuming that. That's a singer, isn't she? I think I don't know the name, but
They're playing it really well. I'm just going like,
Yeah.
how in the hell can you go making a film? It's like A5 miss, B6 hit. Okay, you hit, so you get the second choice.
Yeah, but
So you get-
do you know what? One of the things, see the way they fired the missiles. See, I could understand where they used the premise, and if they just left it at certain parts of the premise, like the aliens fired, that was their missiles, and it just went dong dong dong, no problem. It was when the aliens fired the spinny things to destroy all the aircraft and stuff like that. I thought, well, that's nothing to do with the board game at all. So to get round that, they just did that. I would have preferred they actually did it and still fired the same type of missiles and it hit the planes and the tanks instead of this thing spinning round. That was the one thing that annoyed me, was the spinny thing. I still
Yeah.
didn't have an issue with the way their torpedoes, they basically fired shot. It went boom, boom, boom into the ship before it exploded. I thought that was quite a nice wee play on the game, because they actually says this, because it's ridiculous, but it's because of the game.
Exactly, and I love stuff. If you recall, a couple of weeks ago, I showed my Wii models of the hood and Bismarck and
Yeah.
everything. And I understand that, okay, it is not exactly like the A5, D7,
Yeah.
B6. It's not like that, but it is kind of like that.
Yeah, but
And
fit
the
to be
way
right,
the
it's
film
correct. It
showed
was a hot mess, but it was still an entertaining bit of movie. It was one that you could actually just sit back and go, "Ah, that's okay, no problem." You
Yeah.
imagine nowadays you could see a movie and go, "That's a hot mess," and it's not even entertainment. Whereas that one, at least, it was entertaining.
that one was definitely entertainment. It was
Yes, definitely.
meant
I'll
to
agree with that one.
bring.
I thought Battleship was actually something you could just sit back, smile, and watch and enjoy without it being OTT.
if you want,
Sorry, Colin?
you need to be unable to see your targets. So
Yes.
you need, say, subs, and you divide you divide your range up into a grid, and you launch depth charges into those grids, and you have your sonar listening, and he goes hit or miss.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
talking down Periscope about this level.
Now, there's another movie, but down Periscope we've already done, which was fun.
Yeah, but down Periscope actually plays it. When you enter the film, you go, it's like, okay, hey, this looks half serious. It has intention. And then you realize it's just dipping down completely into comedy. But then it brings back up seriousness when they go behind the screws of a massive
Tanker.
vessel. Yeah, so they can hide. You go and it's like, okay,
Balls to the walls, boys!
but look, somebody find Buckman, launch him out the torpedo tube.
Yep. It's just that is a fun movie. It's the same as I liked Operation Petticoat.
Yes.
It's similar idea. It was just a fun movie set in a submarine, but
It is
it was just
intended for having fun, enjoying something that could be serious, and actually they never break. Say when Buckman is having his issue in the canteen, it's not meant to be. It's like, oh no, let's throw this overboard. It is okay. We're here. This scenario, crap. Something else happened, and we'll fix it. It's like Eagle's Nest from '68 or something, where they have a sudden scenario. It's the Dirty Dozens when Terry Savalas just spit die Sprachen, whatever it is he says to the lady he captures. And he breaks the entire commando's ability to be on 100% control. It is that kind of level. But they just do it in down Periscope. They do it in such a clever way.
yeah. It was a seriously taken comedy.
Yes.
Serious humor. It was humor for the sake of humor, not carry on Jack or carry on Sergeant type of humor. It was humorous with you could see within a serious movie, just people having fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your next one?
You're not gonna believe this one. And I'm not saying that lightly because you've all seen me before, stuff I'm bringing up, but I'm really going to say you're not going to believe me on this one as a pickup from the charity shop.
No,
Daffy
that's
Duck.
fine.
I love Daffy. Daffy is just superb. He's just wow.
I have not had time to watch him, but all I can say it's rabbit season or duck season.
It's always duck season.
Well, I'm not certain about that, but all I know is that Daffy Duck will have his beak just going whoop,
Yeah.
back to his head.
You're despicable.
Come on.
Oh, that's a good one, Alex. That's a really good one.
Oh, the amount of times Bugs got one over on him.
Is there ever a time where he hasn't got one up on him?
It's the way
Right.
they kept It's the way they kept pissing off Elmer Fudd. That made me laugh.
It's like duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season.
Why can't it be both?
But now I'm getting into the really serious ones. And I do mean serious ones. I did get this copy from a charity shop. And if you do not step out of your chairs and kneel before this one,
Kneel before Zod.
no, we're not talking force of nature or someone wanting to conquer Earth. Although technically they want to recover their area. This is a film that everybody above the age of 26 should
Oh,
know
that's not
about.
me then. I'm still a kid.
Oh yes.
Never seen it.
You've never
Not sure
seen
I
it?
haven't seen it.
Never seen it. It
Oh,
never
it's
appealed to me. It just never appealed to me.
Never ending
I like a story with an ending.
It has an ending.
Yeah.
But
It
no,
has
it's
an
a never
ending.
it's the never ending story. It can't have.
No. It is a never-ending
I've
story,
honestly never seen never ending story. Never seen it.
Can I just
but
say that? Well, it's
it
spawned two
has.
sequels.
It is a train on a journey, and you choose when you step off.
Well, I'll step in.
But it has one of the saddest ever fantasy story deaths ever happening.
Yeah, I remember that.
Doc Rogers in the 21st century. And same idea as Kelly. I've heard of never ending story, never seen it.
Always
I
hear
don't
that
even know the song.
never-ending story.
Don't sing it.
Sorry. I forgot to put on the auto-tune filter. But no, the never-ending story. But the never-ending story song that got combined with this really doesn't belong to this.
Mm.
As someone that loves this film, it was more like a marketing ploy to something that was already really loved. So if I put it to you, PJ, a pop cultural bubblegum pop music thing gets
Well,
attached to Judge Dredd.
well, all I can
We-
say about that film is that it is actually based on the book, so German book, really.
Well, I loved it for the fact that it is this boy that steals a book,
Yeah.
reads the book, and the librarian has told him, "No, this is a dangerous book because it will impact the decisions that you do in your real life," and it really does. But it does it because it's cheesy 80s.
Hmm.
But imagine today. Imagine if someone that doesn't like what we say, we want good stories, we want good entertainment. He, she, they, X her, X them, X Z, zero, blah, blah, blah. If
Hey,
they get hold of
hey,
the book, they would
there
wipe
is nothing
out
wrong with them.
No. What I'm saying is, if you got hold of this book, them would never have existed. That's the serious level of the book. It's a magic
No, we need
book
to get a hold of
deciding
the
the
book
future.
and we need to read it. And that way, 2022 might never have existed. 2021 might never have existed. We could go back 5, 6 years. Maybe it might not all existed. Maybe Disney exists.
Oh, I would have connoisseur pickings from the 90s, but I would just go back to the 80s. And it's like, nope, stop here. We did what we
Stop
could
the
do.
bus! I want to get off.
It's from the same director who did Das Boot, Air Force One, Enemy Mine, The Perfect Storm.
Das Boot,
Troy.
yes, I'll give you that. Das Boot and Enemy
The
Mine.
disaster
Enemy Mine was
areas
a
is
good one.
spot on. It's Limal, whether it was a group or a singer or what, I don't recall, but Limal did the Never-Ending Story, the Euro disco version, whatever it was called. But
You mean
they,
Limal from Kajagoogoo? Was
might have been.
Kajagoogoo not the ones that said "Oop, Adia"? What?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not one for music, but I had something in there is sitting there
Yeah,
saying that,
easy,
singing that in the
easy.
background.
Well,
Easy.
we've always known you're a slacker. You don't have the time to listen to proper music.
I know music. Music's just basically there as background. It's all visual. I'm a visual person. I want to see it.
But I do have oh, I think there is a sharp-eyed eagle like
Yes.
sharpshooter between in this group. Because PJ,
Yes.
and that is actually impressive, PJ. My last pick is special edition Aliens.
Get away
Plural.
from me, bitch.
It is the second one, but it is still
Special
in its
edition.
wrapping. I'm
Ooh, still
certain you
good.
can see it.
Mhm.
And these were actually picked up from my charity shop.
Yep.
But for me, I love Alien.
Yeah. The
But
basically
Aliens
that's
is
the one that's actually the road. That's the road movie by about John Allen and Bob Allen, isn't it?
yeah,
The Aliens.
yeah.
It's a road movie about the two aliens. I know, crappy jokes. Come on to Buggery. I'm allowed crappy jokes occasionally. I'm an
Well,
old grandad. I'm allowed to.
you're a granddad, so you have actually double pass on bad dad jokes.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
that's
come
the
at
song.
night mostly, but I think that's
Up,
the third
aye,
film.
that's the one.
No, no, no,
Kajagoogoo,
wait.
whenever I hear Kajagoogoo, I just think of that. Who's Shy Shy? I don't know why. I'm no one for music, but for some reason it's one of those ones that's stuck in there.
They
There's
come
enough
at
singing
night
Agadoo.
mostly. I missed to say that, but they come at night mostly. And I've always loved the girl. I hated the fact how she was just like ripped out of the story without explanation. But she had some really good, scary comments. We're talking 1980s Stephen King. I give you a message, and you literally feel like the sweat dripping down your spine. It's like ice cold. It's like, this is dangerous. This is evil. This is bad. I don't like the third one where they swimming down under a prison or whatever it is. Ron Perlman. Or, I like Ron Perlman when he plays an evil bad guy, but he was just absolutely miscast in the third Alien, or
Oh,
if it was the fourth one. It's like, no, you wasted a good resource to deliver something. But anyway, that was mine. So I have an not
And
wrapped, well, unwrapped Aliens, never-ending story,
one of these
which
days I
is
may actually look at it. If I ever come across it in a charity shop, I'll pick it up.
how could I not?
Dog.
How could I have not picked this one up?
is that your
Okay.
target painted on them?
Battleship. I
You
mean,
sunk my battleship.
how do you make an actually boring board game that doesn't really have anything you can?
Come on, did they say the line in the film? You sunk my battleship.
Oh, you sunk my battleship. I brought out a bigger battleship, and I love the fact in
You
Battleship.
just stop having a go at the game.
No, 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 no,
That,
no.
that's it
In
there.
in, in
That's
this
just right there.
film, I love the fact because I love the engineering, the backbone, the industrialization, all that went into it. And in this film, they actually bring back a museum, something that had been stored for almost 40 years in a museum. Even though it didn't do any of the CGI stuff, they actually brought it out to take a spin. And it's like a massive battleship that if you get anywhere within 40 nautical miles of it, it would have destroyed you.
Nice one, Matthew. Sorry. Oh,
And
Matthew
this
Craig.
one I have no clue about, but it
Fiddly
looks.
Winks the movie. Flipper.
And this one I've ever watched once, but I do like when you have. It's all about the courtroom drama. It is about the
Those two I
cheekiness.
haven't seen. Find Me Guilty, we haven't even heard of. Survivor, I haven't heard of. The only Survivor is obviously the British TV show.
So many films probably called Survivor out there anyway.
Yeah. But I haven't seen that one at all. But yeah, the iconic look of it, basically, Survivor, Alone. What was it? Alone. Alone something defiant. What was the tag for that one, Jim?
Oh, you're talking about John Travolta.
No, it's Survivor. It was the tagline for it was Survivor, Alone, something defiant.
Robinson Crusoe rip-off.
Probably, aye. It tells you under the name of the story, the name of it, a Survivor. Then it's got the tagline.
I'm trying to remember it because there's
It's
been
basically-
so
it's on the
many
DVD.
using the same name, but
The
they've
DVD. The DVD's got it on the actual box under the word Survivor. It's got the tagline, something Alone, something defiant, or something like that.
Are you talking about Defiance, which is
No, the movie
James
Survivor.
Bond?
The movie
No,
Survivor.
That got Tom
that's not
Hanks.
the one. Because there is one that has the James Bond Craig Daniels.
No, I know the movie you've got in your hand, Survivor. It's got a tag. It says Survivor. Then underneath, it's got the name of it. It says something Alone, something. I'm sure it says Alone, something. Right, hold on.
Just give me a second. I'm actually grabbing them because I threw them
It's-
far away from where I was because I just needed to get them out of the way.
It's something like
So
Alone.
Survivor has
The name underneath the word.
Alone. No. Well, I can show it actually on camera, so you
that's
can
what I was
read it.
meaning,
But
yeah.
so it has Alone, Stranded,
Branded
Deadly.
deadly, is it? I thought it says Alone, something and defiant. I thought that was the tag. That was the tag because Survivor, Alone, deadly.
But I heard
the
a similar
tagline
one.
even makes it sound good as well.
This one is, by the way, also in cellophane.
Guess who the movie's already been done? It's got
Oh,
Clue,
no.
the movie. Clue the movie. Remember Clue the movie?
Yeah.
That was fun. That was a fun movie. No matter what people
How
were
many
saying about how
endings did they do? How
Three.
many endings did they?
Three.
Endings.
3 different endings, and they were showing different. So different people saw different endings. Depends what movie theater. But in the DVD or the video, they did have all 3 endings. However, trying to get a copy of it nowadays is almost impossible.
Oh yes. Rare
It's-
movies, hard to find.
Yeah, very
But
true.
don't forget, it'll probably come out at some point on Blu-ray.
Well,
so.
there's a lot of people are trying to get other movies out. There's so many good old classic movies that no longer in print, and it costs something like 70, 80 quid just to get a hold of them. you look at me with Out of the Unknown, the box set.
Yep.
Last year, the cheapest cost for the box set was nearly £70, £79. I managed to get a copy for 40, and that was cheap because it's out of print. BBC at its best, but it's almost impossible to get. And yes, you can get it on eBay and stuff like that, but it's like 70, 80 quid. I've even seen it as high as 100 for a DVD. It's out of print.
It's like some VHS tapes, rare one, is that?
Yeah. So it's just trying to get a hold of these stuff. But
I'm just wondering. I wonder how much it would cost these days for an original VHS copy of The Evil Dead.
oh god. There's an idea. The thing is, some people have been binning them because VHS is dead. I've got a VHS
Yeah.
player sitting there, and I've got Farscape all on every episode of Farscape on VHS. I've got a load of Doctor Who stuff on VHS, and I've even got stuff that's actually not on DVD on VHS.
Well, about for my brother's 40th birthday, I went out. It cost me about 40 quid. You know the episodes of Thunderbirds back in the 80s? They did compilation tapes, and they did it with Stingray and that. I went out on eBay and I bought Countdown to Disaster on VHS for my older brother because I rumored his one. And he turned around and said to me, "But I haven't got a video player." I'm like, "You don't need a video player because it's what I'm replacing, what I ruined."
And the thing is, charity shop, I got a VHS player for £5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's £5, big deal. It costs you go in and get a £5, £10, somebody's actually getting rid of one, and it's sitting there. Pick it up for £5 and you can watch it. And I've got the Centauran one that is no longer in DVD, but I've got it in video. What I want to do is play it and then record it on my phone or my system so it can be digitized.
Colin, that a Monopoly movie, that is in development. What I've heard.
I heard that, believe it or not. I did hear about a Monopoly movie.
Yeah.
But it's just going to be the usual crap.
I know.
Because they're making movies for things that there's no way you can do a tie-in. The Battleship one was a very tenuous.
Oh, bye, Colin.
Colin Bounce, I missed it in the chat. He said back in a minute, but that was 15 minutes ago. Bye, Colin. So, but the thing is, Battleship was very tenuous, a tentative link. However, you could make something of it because it's Battleship, fighting aliens. However, Monopoly, really about there's these 5 guys that are just trying to build houses all over London. Really? That's what your movie's going to be about? 4 guys building a house, or 2 guys trying to get Park Lane so they can build high-class houses? Who's getting Old Kent Road, and then they go into Fenchurch Street and they get in the water?
No, I'm gonna have to jump in to say, hey, you guys are absolutely getting senile. Because
what do you mean getting?
We have Brewster's Millions, which is Monopoly in a film version. And that's just one of the films I can think of that has, you have shitload of money playing.
Colin, you're saying about the most shows aren't these days are text box the movie. There is one called They Them. Kevin Bacon's in it.
No.
Kevin Bacon's in it, and it's called They Them. It's about a gender reassignment camp or something like that, and there's a psycho out killing all the tick boxes. Kevin Bacon's in it.
Oh, you mean what? Maybe it's as serious as Callan the movie.
Mhm. What they need to do is actually do one calendar, the movie.
Who was it? Someone did a review of that. It was fucking ludicrous, hilarious. Was it
Yeah,
Daisy Cousins? Someone did a review of Callan the movie.
but it's just some of the
Or it
stuff
might have been
that
Az.
you do. What I would like to do, see, is an actual movie adaptation of Mystery Men from the comic book. I want to see the carrot.
Didn't they do one? Didn't they do
They
a
did
movie?
Mystery
they
Men,
did.
and it was really good. I really enjoyed it, but I would like to see the original one because there's some weird characters in Mystery Men. There's one of the main characters is a carrot. He's basically just a carrot.
Oh, so
They
Lost in
basically-
Space, classic Lost in Space then.
It's basically, it is really, really freaky. Some of the things are just weird. So they sort of tightened it up a bit. That's why you get some of the weird ones, the Waddler, and you get a Razorhead and his son and stuff like that, because they were bringing in some of the silly things. But the Mystery Men, the comic book, had things like the carrot.
I'm trying to remember the name. It was Eddie Izzard's character. I'm trying to
Oh,
remember.
you
the
mean
name.
oh God, Dandy? That no, it was something. It was one of the. It was basically he was one of the Flash guys.
Yeah.
Oh God, I've seen that so many times.
Hold on. I'm gonna bring it out. Because it was such a cool name.
It's no Flash something or other. It's no cool. Oh yes.
No, it's Tony. No, he played Tony B. I'm getting it mixed up. It was something.
Sorry, he played who?
He played Tony P, the leader of the Disco Boys. It was
The Disco
something-
Boys, and it was. Do you know it was Frankenstein?
Yeah,
It was
Frankenstein. Yeah.
It was it
Jeffrey Rush. Casanova Frankenstein.
passing over Frankenstein? That's what
That
it was.
is such a cool name.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, casting over Frankenstein. Actually, I've watched that so many times. I think that's a great movie. I've heard people actually go, for a comic book store, it was crap. I'm thinking that was really good. I mean, the spleen.
It never spawned a sequel, but it's like a one hit wonder.
Exactly, and that's what it should be, because it had an end of story.
Yeah.
And I wish they did that with a lot. They would stop trying to make.
Yeah.
They keep talking about another one. They're talking about it at the moment, a sequel. But you know what it'll be? It'll be all the kids who are this, that, and that. Because you had the invisible boy that only when people didn't look at him, he became invisible. You know what I mean? Or the spleen.
Especially with what's
The
the
carrot.
The bowling. That woman who's was it father was the bowling ball?
Yes. Her father was the skull.
Yeah.
The bowler.
Mm.
And he got his skull put into the bowling ball. Yeah, I mean, it's just even the Blue Raja. Why is he called the Blue Raja? Because he doesn't wear blue.
Mm.
It's a British thing. And he could only use forks and knives. He couldn't use forks and spoons. He couldn't use knives.
We had William H. Macy as a shoveler.
The shoveler, yeah. No, that's just superb. And his wife, played by, was it Adele? No, who played his wife? Oh God, who played his wife? Wasn't it Adele? Was it? It was an artist. It was a singer. Played his wife, the shoveler's wife.
Hmm.
That is really annoying me now.
Ah, Jennifer Lewis.
She was a singer, wasn't she? Was a
Yeah.
singer. So she
Yeah.
played his wife. And then you had the spleen, silent and violent. Oh, it's just fun. You know what I mean? And then you had, remember some of the when they were recruiting, the guy comes up with all the muscles. I'm the ballerina. Stuff like that. They came across some great, even throwaway characters just for a joke. I'm the waffler, the waffle man, and he's just singing. And it was just that was the object of it. See what I mean? Oh,
Hmm. Oh, okay. Colin, you still there?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with PJ.
Well, he and Jim appears with both.
We're still here. I'm still here. I had to pop away for a sec.
All right.
I had to pop away for a sec. You weren't. We weren't actually deserting the two years.
No, but the FFI,
Yeah.
FFSI takes over national speaking. Yeah.
Yes. But no, that is one movie I'm wanting to do.
Yeah.
I think one of these days we'll do a review of
Oh, yes. got
Mystery
to.
Men. I just love Mystery Men. I think it's just fun. Like the things like they're doing the Superman. I mean, bringing up two onion rings, going, "You sure he's no Ultraman?" Stuff like that. He's just wearing glasses. How can nobody see it? And it's stuff like that. But don't be silly. He can't be because so and so wears glasses. That's the only difference. And it's doing the Superman thing, try to put two washers, try to see if they actually hit, if they look the same. If you put glasses on them, it's just fun. That whole movie is just crazy. Mr. Ferocious. Oh, I get angry and he's just getting no powers until he gets angry when his girlfriend is actually in trouble. But yeah, the big problem we had with that is they had so many people who just wanted more screen time for themselves. So they did.
That's the problem, I think, isn't it? When you get a lot of when you get a large number of big names in a film.
Yeah.
I mean, even
Yeah.
if they don't, even if their egos don't necessarily get in the way, their agents are going to want them up there.
Yeah. But that's where the problem was. Everybody was actually just trying to get too much. That's why I think there was no way on earth they were going to do a second movie. So it's
Well, and as you're saying about like everyone wanted their own screen time and that, you try and see that in today's superhero films.
oh god, aye. They don't. It's not so much they want their own thing. They think they deserve it.
Yes.
What do you mean? Iron Man and Thor and all that are getting screen time. What about me, Squirrel Girl? I should be up there right up front because why? Just because I'm female, aren't I? I should be up front. And it's
I
that's
don't-
the whole. It's
I
the
wouldn't know,
attitude
Squirrel
is-
Girl. I wouldn't want to assume. I wouldn't want to assume your gender, Squirrel Girl.
Right. See, it's the same again. It's like we were saying last time. It's things like Guardians of the Galaxy. I've got no money in the game because I'd never read Guardians of the Galaxy, never heard of it. And
Not me
truthfully,
neither.
the movies did nothing for me, so I didn't care. Yet, when I saw Tank Girl, I'd never heard of the comic book. I'd never heard of Tank Girl, and I thought it was just so quirky. It was fun, and there's thing, mate. So you've got Guardians of the Galaxy and Tank Girl. Both of them had the exact same. What's the difference? Tank Girl didn't get a big budget.
Yep.
And it was a bit wacky. It was like the comic book wacky. Guardians of the Galaxy got a big budget, but it was still wacky like the comic book, but they updated it and stuff like that. But the big difference is they didn't mess around with what Tank Girl was. Whereas look with the Bounty Guardians of the Galaxy, suddenly it's oh, this person gets this, and this has to be done because it's funny. So if Groot just keeps on saying, "I am Groot, I am Groot, I'm Groot," that's okay, but it gets to a point where it's not funny anymore. The maybe for 5 or 6 times, it's not being funny. It's just something the character does, so it's no longer funny, but it's just something the character does. And then they say, right, we'll kill Groot off, but we'll bring him back as a wee plant. So you're thinking, that's for what? So they could sell a bit of merchandise, nothing else. Whereas Tank Girl, I would have loved to see the merchandise for Tank Girl nowadays. I would buy the tank. I would buy Tank Girl. I would buy the what was our sidekick? Oh, the girl. I can't even remember the sidekick from Tank Girl's sidekick. And the four guys. I would have bought those figures because I thought Tank Girl was just so wacky. It just sort of fitted as a comic book movie. It worked as a comic book movie because somebody had taken the comic book and tried to make it life. It's like watching Cactus Jack. That's Warner Brothers Looney Tunes brought to life. Whereas I think Tank Girl is comic books brought to life properly because it was zany, it was wacky, and it didn't really make visual sense within certain. If you're looking at it through that wouldn't really work. But in a comic book, it works. So if you're looking at it through your comic book eyes, just no matter what it's is on the screen, you see it as a comic book, and it works that way. So we'll let the tank um, just somehow being larger than life. You can imagine the screen in the on a comic book where the tank is just rolling forward and it just looks bigger. Yet in the next shot, it looks smaller again, and it's you can get away with that. Whereas nowadays, everything has to be this, everything has to be that, and it's you
I
won't have the
think
same fun.
I think they did bring out figurines, but not actually based on the movie. I think this, yeah. Hold on.
What's that?
Tank Girl figurine. I've just found one. Hold on. I think this is more based on the comic than the actual film itself.
Oh yes, that's definitely
Yeah.
that's based in the comic. But the movie, she did have just the hair. It was just she had the helmet on 90% of
Yeah.
the time. What was the Tank Girl's sidekick? I can't even remember. Gun Girl or something like that. I'm sure it was something to do with the rocket or the.
Hold on.
I think it was engineer lady girl thingy. But even so,
Granny Goodness Tank Girl.
if you look at the
This
film,
just.
if you look at the film Tank Girl
Uh-huh.
as its whole, just standalone, this is such bad acting. It is
Yeah.
like phoning it in.
Over the top.
The lady was never meant to be a Hollywood actress, but she's just so right
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
playing Tank Girl.
Yeah. And you what do you call her? Laurie Petty.
Yeah.
Laurie
Yeah.
Petty. Yeah, I mean Ice-T was in it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean Christ, Malcolm McDowell was in it.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying. Jet Girl. Jet Girl was the girl. The girl was Jet Girl. But you also had Sub Girl as well. But it was Jet Girl was the her sidekick. So it was. Yeah, there was
Yes.
some. I mean, really good.
I haven't seen the film in so long.
Yeah, basically, I loved it. I think Tank Girl was just one of those quirky ones.
Yeah, but I don't think that tank actually survives anymore. That's probably a bit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But she's another example of films that wouldn't, but they want to make it today with a character of this caliber.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, everybody can make an amazing.
Well,
I
you look
hate
at
to bring. I hate to bring in the current court trial, but uh, Jack Sparrow. Jack
Yeah.
Yep.
Sparrow is a perfect character to introduce comedy, seriousness, levity,
Yeah.
ability
And here we
to
go
adapt.
again.
And I will say this, despite
God.
Tank Girl being considered as like probably not where it should be, I think the lady that played the role, she's actually delivering everything and anything you want and above and beyond.
Yeah. She is playing the comic book character to a
Yeah,
T. She's not trying to
absolutely.
make it real life. She's playing it as as it's done in the comic book. She's looking at a panel and making that panel, whatever's said on that panel, come to life. And it's not trying to be hard hitting. She's playing it like the comic book, and it is fun, fun, fun.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I would never write her up as the best actor ever,
Oh no, I know. But for that, she
but
sort of worked.
I'm just watching Tank Girl. Just goes like,
Yeah,
this is absolutely fun from start to finish. Am I actually expecting serious deliverance or complex dialogue? No,
yeah,
that's not what Tank Girl's about. She's just going in there going, hey, that shit needs to get blown up.
yeah. I mean, she's done some weird stuff in her past. I mean, she's been in things like Orange is the New Black. I know she was in that, but she's been in some weird stuff. I've seen it. I've seen her. She remember she was in House. There was one. Where was it? Tank Girl. It was right just after Tank Girl.
She
I'm
was
just
in
looking.
Point Break,
Yes,
Free Willy, A League of Their Own.
Hang on. Was she in
Stingray
Point
TV
Break?
series. She was in Stingray. She played Lisa Perelman.
That's actually impressive because those are films with a lot more serious backgrounds to them.
Yeah. Alien Nation.
Even
Cadillac Man.
that, because Tank Girl is meant to be a fun, brevity. You just laugh at what's going on. But the other films that she's been in, that's like it's a serious level to them.
Yeah.
It's like
She was in
it
she
is
was
an
in an episode of
importance.
Voyager. I remember that one. She was good in as Nos in Voyager. It was only the one episode, Gravity. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
She
have
was
to look that one up.
she was good in that one. I remember that. I'm just looking through other stuff she's been in.
Which episode was that?
Gravity.
I'll have to look the episode up to remember it. I don't necessarily remember the episode name.
I think Gravity was the
Yeah, time is moving faster.
yeah, it's a sinkhole and it's
Yeah.
Tuvok and Tom and Nos are stuck on the planet with the gravity well. I think she was the last survivor of the whoever was there, and the only reason she survived was because I think it was to do with she was lucky rather than anything else. But no, I must admit, I love Tank Girl. Tank Girl's just one of those movies. It's just fun. Ice-T was also in the one we did a review on. The member with Dolph Lundgren, Ice-T, the one that played in, oh God, what was his, she played in Starship Troopers. Johnny Mnemonic. She was in Johnny
Yeah.
Mnemonic. Sorry, Ice-T was in Johnny Mnemonic.
Oh, was he?
That's
Not seen that.
I was gonna say Dina Meyer, but when you went back to Ice-T,
Aye, no, it's
yes.
Ice-T. It was Ice-T was in Johnny Mnemonic. I just couldn't remember the name of the movie, the movie, and I was going through the characters until I got the right one. It was the Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves.
Ice-T must have had a busy year because Johnny Mnemonic was made the same year as Tank Girl.
Same year as what?
It was made the same time as Tank Girl. It came out around about 1995.
Was it? I can't remember that when. I must admit, but it was basically Johnny Mnemonic. I think it was 94, 95, aye. Just when when you were saying that. But I'm just trying to think.
And what else came out in 1995? The Stone Blasphemy movie.
You don't want to know, Alex.
No, I know, but it was, so yeah, Tank Girl, Johnny Mnemonic. I'm not going to mention this, the one film with Stallone.
You had Tim Robbins.
Yeah, quite a few good films in 1995.
You had Tom Hanks at the same time.
But there's some good stuff out there. I hadn't seen Johnny Mnemonic until it was recommended by Jim and Wayne, and I enjoyed it. But I think when we get back to doing the movies in the Wednesday, because it'll be at least a couple of weeks, because this Wednesday I'm on holiday, next Wednesday I'm on holiday as well. When we come back, I think what we'll do is Mystery Men.
Oh, okay, I'm jumping on that.
Because that's just a fun one, Mystery Men. It's just one of those ones you can actually talk about because it's fun. So that's what will be on the list. So there's no Wednesday stuff this weekend. Is that more bloody things pop up again, or is that I've already blocked these ones?
It looks deleted for me, but it might be.
They're deleted. It's just for some reason on StreamYard they popped up. They didn't pop back up anywhere else, thankfully.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, I'll find it extremely weird. We don't really. Well, okay, we're talking about amazing ladies like Dina Meyer, who has had absolutely zero issues. Okay, you want me without clothing or with clothing? Starship Troopers. No,
Yep.
but she's had that. But we haven't really talked about. Well, I can't recall on any of these shows. Have we really gone? It's like, oh, that lady dropped her clothing, and it's like, oh, it's so amazing. We're just like,
But see, Jim, you forget 4 guys on the stream. We must be thinking it, so that's why.
You forget we're sane, so we don't actually notice these things.
Yes, that's what the problem is.
No, I have to admit,
as they said in the show, was you have to be that good. If you walk in and there's a lady there, see who picks this one up. You say, "Pardon me, sir, I didn't see you." So she's just come out the shower. "Pardon me, sir, I didn't see you." And you walk in, and the purser goes in, opens the door, and there's a woman and man in their honeymoon, and he goes, "Sorry, gentlemen," and walks out, and his captain goes, "What movie was that?"
I
Anybody, what movie was that where the captain says to the new purser that if you're nervous, and the time when he was younger, he walked in and a woman who'd just come out of the shower, and he turns around and says, "Pardon me, sir, left the train, walked out, and the purser says, "That makes me feel a lot better." Walks in, there's the young couple on their honeymoon, in a very passionate embrace. He says, "Oh, I do apologise, gentlemen." Puts the tray down, walks out, and the captain just goes, "What was the movie?" The only reason I know that is I watched it 2 weeks ago. Can anybody remember?
It's not a Carry On movie, is it?
It's a Carry On movie.
Carry On Cruising.
Carry On Cruising, that is it.
Yeah.
Who was the captain?
Sid James.
Sid James, yep.
Yeah.
That was the one. And that basically it. That's the thing. We're here, and they say, and we say, "Sorry, gentlemen, we didn't notice." And that's the problem. We get this crap because they assume what we think rather than know what we think. And unfortunately, we don't assume things like that. Well,
No, I agree. We
I can't
don't
remember that
assume.
far back.
Hey,
You know, it's an old Hector Nickel one, right? I'm that old that I once went 14 years without sex. See, when I was 15,
yes.
it's an old Hector Nickel joke.
I'll have to second that one. I did exactly the same thing.
It's an old Hector Nickel joke, that one, and it basically still works, especially as I got older. I used to say that joke when I was in my 20s. It didn't work the same. I once went 14 years without sex, and I'm sitting there thinking, you're 25. Doesn't quite work the same, but when you're in the later half of the 50s, and you say, I once went 13 years without sex, they go, really? I say, aye, but see, when I was 14, it works a lot better when you're getting older. But,
But no, that's part of the joke. It's the sudden revelation.
Yeah.
Revelation. It is. Yeah, I'm approaching my 50s. Yes, I did once in my life.
I approached 50s that hard that I hit it went straight through. I'm heading towards my 60s. 57.
Don't remind me, I'm heading there.
Heading
I'm
there?
on.
I've already seen it in the head. I'm already looking at it in the rearview mirror.
I'm
PJ,
already in my 40s.
PJ, I'm on the highway to hell.
Aye. See, you're okay. You're on the highway to help. I'm on the highway to help. I can't do anything. I'm getting old.
Can I just say something?
Yes. What?
I'm approaching my 40s. Jim's approaching his 50s. You're approaching your 60s, and Colin hasn't said anything.
He's just approaching.
Exactly.
Yes, I know. I'm basically this isn't grey hair. This is just talcum on my actually the brown thing, maybe because I'm still actually a lot younger than I pretend to be. Isn't that right?
I am a warrior.
I'm a warrior. But no, I'm heading towards my 60s now. Unfortunately, I'm technically 11 years away from retirement, but I want to retire in 5 years. Fingers crossed. Probably 7 years, maybe 8, but I'm hoping 5. But I know more than likely it'll be nearer 11 if they don't change the bloody ages again and actually make it 12 or 13.
Oh,
You
no,
can't
no.
retire until you're 80. Huh? No, I don't want to.
You can't retire until you get a birthday card from the king.
Yeah. But no, that's basically, I'm wanting to retire in 5 years, but I know it's going to be about 7 years. But I know fine well it it may be when I'm actually forced out. Unless I win the lottery. If I win the lottery, I'm retiring tomorrow.
Unlike that couple who won that 184 million and came onward.
Aye, and the thing is, they took the publicity.
I know.
You would take publicity. I would make sure nobody found out, not even my family. I might actually give my family a bit and say, you need to actually know, say where you got it. I
Especially the
would
family.
I would literally want to set something up for my kids and my grandkids, and
I wonder
So-
if I
then
So if you-
basically I would disappear for a while.
So if you win
nobody-
100 quid on the lottery, PJ, you can retire. Yes.
Yes,
If you win 100 quid,
yes. If I win the lottery, I don't care if it's £1.50. I'm retiring because
I
I
wonder
can
if
turn
we-
around and say I honestly won the lottery.
I wonder if we can find their address and send a begging letter for a laugh.
I know, but why would you actually take the publicity?
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
It's ridiculous. Because people being mentioned in the comments in the Daily Rags, they say, give it, idiot.
the thing is, as soon as people know you've got money, it doesn't matter what. It's a
I
case
know.
of people you were friendly and all that. They go, I've been your friends for 10 years. Big deal. What's that got to do with my money? You can understand family. So, yes, if I won that type of money, I would make sure my family, my brothers, sisters, cousins, nephews, we'd all get a bit of something. But my kids and my grandkids would have money put aside for them. And then the rest of them, bye! There's a difference between, listen, we'll book a hotel, I'll pay, I've got that type of money, but there's a bit difference in, here's money because I don't know you. You know what I mean?
Good point, Matthew. Good point, Matthew. Good point.
Yes, they're asking to be burgled. But it's just, how nuts is that? They
Yeah.
take the publicity. Where's the incentive? It's not like if you take the publicity, we'll give you an extra 16 million. I've
You
got
already got
184. Yeah,
184
exactly. I've got
million.
184. Would I need another one just to take the publicity? What the fucking hell? But why
If I
would you
got
take
the
that publicity?
184 million today, out of the blue, I'll make sure I'm covered. My friends, I definitely know my friends would not come around crawling. Hey, you got cash? Give Kachit wares. We have wares. You
Yeah,
please give me money. It's like, no, fuck off.
yeah, but I don't understand why somebody would go for the publicity. I just don't get it. You know
I
what I mean?
mean, I understand publicity. Yeah, I won 177, well, 175,000 pounds. Yay, I'm a big winner. But if you're winning 180 million pounds,
Yeah.
which happened 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
you should just shut the fuck
It's
up.
what I said is like typical when there was that money out there. What would you do with it?
Mm.
One of the questions was I got asked when we were all like, having a laugh and a joke about it. It says, "But if you got work done to your house, surely people would know." No, you say you've won 6 numbers in the bonus. Gives you enough to do the bits around you need to, but it just keeps adding. You're throwing money at it, but they don't know your finances. You're just basically using that as a if you needed to say something, you say you won a good lump sum, or a load of us in work won something, and it's because I know a friend whose work won the pool, and there was something like 12 of them in it, and they all got £98,000 each. Was it enough to change all their lives? It was enough for them to buy their houses outright, buy a car, go for a big holiday with all the kids, and they're still all working. So it wasn't enough to mean that we're all quitting. It was enough for them to actually have money that they could put in the bank, buy their houses, buy their cars, buy their holiday. Perfect. But really, why would you say to people, I am on the big bucks? Go on.
No, not ever, and I agree with you. But even if I just won,
You'll get an Amber
even
Heard.
if I just won like a small one, so say a 4 plus 2, and I got, say, 75,000 pounds. I would, that's just me clearing out mortgage, rent, anything in arrears,
Yeah,
anything I'm
that's
trying to catch
basically
up.
you're paying so you're comfortable now. But what I'm saying is, if you won a lot of money and you're wanting to still stay in the same place because you love your house, you don't want to move just because you've got a lot of money, and you don't want people to know, but you want to do a wee bit of work. You've come into a wee bit of inheritance, so you thought you'd spend the money in your house,
Yeah.
or yeah, I mean,
Well,
something like that. You don't just come around and say,
it's
I won the
exactly
lottery.
that's the amount I was actually aiming at, because you suddenly get introduced to a windfall of, say, 75,000 pounds, about 90,000 US
Yeah,
dollars.
you get a phone call.
You, you,
Hello,
you,
my name's Amber Heard. I'm just hearing you've got some money.
yes, and I will put this money toward a charity that I'm not going to put money towards. Well, at least as I understand it, but I'm supposed to not tell this on YouTube. Don't know why, but no, if you got this little extra windfall, wouldn't you just take care of yourself first?
Yeah,
And
the
then you
first thing you
realize,
would do
hey,
is actually settle things so you don't need to worry on the short term.
exactly, and you realize, oh, actually, I got, there's about 500 pounds left. Well, I'm being very like minimalist on this one, but you have 500 pounds left. You paid off everything you needed to do. 500 pounds left, $750. Wouldn't you just go to a charity shop and just go, have a bit of my money?
Stick it in
Maybe.
the bank to pay for a couple of months of
Right,
electricity, actually.
I'm going to ask each one of you. We'll start with Jim and work round. Jim, if you win £184 million today, what's the first thing you would do with it?
First thing I would do is crawl up in my bed and cry.
Right? Okay. Alec, what would be the first thing you do if you win £184 million?
Disappear for a month.
Colin?
Wonder how
What
the
would
hell
you-
I've managed to win it because I don't do the lottery.
No, I didn't say the lottery. I says you win 104.
I wonder where the hell it came
million.
from because I don't win the competitions.
Right. But you could have got it anyway if somebody, an old relative who found you were the only long lost archer and they wanted you to have his money.
Probably put it in
Or
a bank.
basically somebody fired an arrow into the air and where it landed, these
Oh,
landed in your foot. So there you go. But you got 184 million.
No. I have to break it up. Disaster area has to be kicked out because what he would do with 184 million pounds is buying a MiG. No, you cannot have my MiG. It's my MiG. It's attached to me.
You
My
can rent, you can rent out.
Yes.
If you
He's
win
talking about a
184
Chinese
million.
vase, Jim. We all buy a nice Chinese vase.
Yes.
I'm not renting out my MiG,
And
even
if
for
it's a nice
180
Chinese
million.
vase, you can get it flown over. So you can get a Chinese flew over.
No, thank you. I don't want to anything to do with Chinese flu.
Right. So, Colin, if you had 184 million, you won it today. What was the first thing you would do with it?
Put it in an account somewhere till I decide what I want to do with it.
Well, you got always Switzerland.
Right. If I won 184 million pounds, today, I would put £1 to it and pay all my debts off.
Oh,
Here we go again.
I know. You know the first thing I would do, honestly, first thing I'd do, I would book a holiday away where nobody else is. Not going to a different country. I would just literally somewhere there's nobody. Because for that kind of money, you need to actually sit down and go back, and you don't want people around you going, you need to see this and you need to do that. You can't have people around you.
Actually, we have two things going on. We have the not the people back, but Matthew Pounder has the best idea ever. Buy the rights to Doctor Who.
Buy the rights to the Wheel of Time and do it right.
No, Wheel of Times is lost forever. Doctor Who
Alright.
can be saved.
What can he?
Do you remember
Doctor Who is actually took another step. It's basically Doctor Who's no hope. I said that from the start. The one thing I was wrong about was I thought we'd go down with another female. It looks like they've been down with a male. It just makes no difference.
I suspect RTD's gone down with him quite a few times.
Yes, I think that's no. I think somebody, I can't remember who it was. Somebody had said that the people who were getting in for the interviews, if they were white, they knew they weren't getting it, unless they had another box. So it was either.
That sounds so strange to me, because I have been told, and I'm not a massive Doctor Who fan, but I've been told the new Doctor Who that will replace Jodie Whittaker, he blew everybody.
Yeah. They had somebody else up front until he walked in and blew the thing away.
He was the best possible option. I'm just going as like a gay person of color, not from this planet. He grew up on Uranus.
Do you know the thing is, they've actually already they're doing what they did with Missy. My attitude is they're doing what they did with Missy, because
I know what you mean. Yeah.
they have now opened the door for a non-UK actor to play the Doctor, because there's all the people constantly saying is, why can't an American or an Australian or somebody like that play the Doctor? And they're all saying it's a British show, it should be a British actor. And they keep introducing this guy, and they're not introducing him as this is the guy, this Scottish guy or whatever. They're saying the Rwandan born.
Yeah.
So they're basically telling you he was not born in Britain. So they're already introduced it. And that's effectively what they're saying is the next Doctor will be American, because they're wanting the American audience. They don't care about they want the American audience because that's the big audience. So the next actor who will be American.
And I don't think the Americans will take an on British. Jim, I can definitely believe that Shooty Gatwa blew everyone away.
Aye.
In the Harvey Weinstein sense of the word.
Yes.
Having said that, I did see somewhere, I can't remember where it was now, that he wasn't RTD's first choice, and he was forced on
Twitter. Yeah, I saw something like that on Twitter, believe it or not.
It's on a YouTube, so I don't do Twitter. But I'm thinking, I have to admit, I lost a lot of it. I lost a lot of actual faith in anything RTD did when he came out and did that speech about
the BBC.
Yeah, no, I think without the T or whatever the hell it was, because the LGB. Because the people who are actually concerned about their sexual orientation are trying to diverse themselves from everybody else, which has nothing to do with that. But
of course not. But the thing is, the fact is, he basically one of the first things he did was he went out and he basically, after the Doctor this, Doctor that, we're no using politics. He basically says, and we need to get this Tories out because of the BBC
Yeah,
license fee.
I mean,
Basically, I want you to give me money so I can make what I want and stuff you. That's effectively what he said is, I want you to give me your money, even if you don't want this. I want to make it, and
I
you
mean,
get a bit of money.
he's a BBC fan. He's a BBC fan. He's an activist. And all that. To be
Yes,
quite honest,
exactly.
I mean, even his saying vote the Tories out to get the BBC, that doesn't bother me. He's entitled to that. What I'm worried.
No, but he's not entitled to take my money and make shite and actually tell me to vote somebody else out because they're trying to get my money back to me.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm genuinely going to just wait and see. I mean, the casting.
I think it's already. They've already told you exactly how they're doing.
I suspect they have.
At the first interview, they seem to be all about this. Second interview, fabulous. It's going to be fabulous, and this, and the progressive and diverse.
But the thing is, you've got
now got a trans actor, and you need to. And they've told you.
Yeah,
they've effectively told you we are doing the exact same, or nothing's changing. The only difference is we're doing it under a male doctor rather than a female doctor, but we're still ticked all the boxes.
The trans. I mean, I've no bloody idea. I've no idea who any of these
meant
people
to
are.
be apolitical, but they're not even freaking.
Yeah, but I mean, I can accept that. I don't know exactly how much control, but the BBC is still pushing things, some things.
BBC,
I mean, the thing is,
I do not believe that they've passed any control at all.
You
can do what you want, but you need to do this, and this.
Yeah, but the thing is, because if Sony providing the money, Sony want to make money. Now, this is one reason why I'm prepared to sit back and say, okay, this is so much they've got to. They're expected. They're still these idiots that think Twitter is the real world. They're expected to make these things. You know, they're expected to make these statements and to support all this, all the rest of it. I'm getting less and less convinced there's any hope for it, but
yeah,
the proof of the pudding really is, as they say.
I thought it was just dying anyway. It was basically dying. I stopped watching it halfway through Capaldi, but I'd stopped watching it before that, and I just came back because Peter Capaldi came back, but it made no difference. It was just, to me, crap. I didn't rewatch any of the new stuff anyway. So Paul McGann, although he's not, I don't really like the Paul McGann Doctor. He's the last Doctor, and the only reason he's the last Doctor is because you saw Sylvester McCoy coming out of the tablets, get shot, and regenerate into him. That's the only reason it stops at McGann. I saw the Time Prophet. He says McCoy, and I said to him, the only reason I would say McGann is because you saw McCoy regenerate into him. But I can stop there because even though they've gone back and showed the regeneration, I don't care. There wasn't an actual regeneration into Eccleston, so there's a stop for that for me. Yeah. So I don't care enough about the current stuff. I'll never go back to it, no matter 5 years, 10 years down the line. Things that, because it was never for me, because it did not work for me, because I like a good story. I don't want flash and bang. I don't want them to every 5 minutes doing this, just to get people to look up from their phone. Like me, everybody says Matt Smith was great, but every time he did these big speeches, to me he was a wee boy in his dad's suit pretending to be a big man. That's all. He looked like a wee kid pretending to be an adult. That's all. So every time people were saying the gravitas he had, no, he just looked as if he was wearing his dad's suit. I've seen my nephews wearing their dad's suit and pretending to be, I'm your supervisor. Go and do it. That's what the Matt Smith reminded me of. So I'd never liked Matt Smith. I thought he was pants.
I did like Matt Smith, but
I know a lot of people do, but that's what I'm saying. It wasn't made for me.
No, that's fine. Exactly, yeah.
That. So that's why I just don't care enough about it now, and I don't think I'll ever go back to it. I'll stick to my classics.
I mean, I don't dislike most of the new. There's some episodes better than others, obviously, but I agree with you. Well, I wasn't a big fan of movie either, Kelly, but I agree with you. The Big Finish ones that came to its own in Big Finish.
I've stopped listening to Big Finish. I stopped listening to Big Finish a while back. I don't know. There was something about Big Finish stuff. I stopped listening to. I started listening to them, and I've got a load of them, but I just stopped listening to them, and I'd literally they're all just lying there. I don't even bother about them anymore.
I've got a lot to catch up on, but Yeah, I listen to Big Finish a lot for. I've listened these days. I tend to listen to more of the non-Doctor stuff, not actually non-Doctor Who stuff.
Mhm.
But they did start going. I mean, I was out of Paul. I stopped listening to Paul McGann at the point in his Big Finishings where he disappeared from this universe to another universe. I think, and I never picked up on that one. I might pick up. Apparently, it's one or two of the later ones when he's got other companions. A good point to pick up in. But the last few ones. I mean, I've seen some of the reviews, and a lot of them are.
See, I've seen a lot of reviews on them, and I know some of the guys out there that love Big Finish and have talked about them. But to me, the only Big Finish ones that I enjoyed were the ones where it had a classic Doctor with a classic companion. I didn't care if they brought a different companion in. No interest. I just want the companions I see in the TV. So I never bothered about the rest. So that's why I basically drifted away, because they would bring a different character in, and it just didn't bother. And it's the same as like Kelly's saying is he did a good job. That's why I know it wasn't for me, because when I looked at him, I didn't see it, because I think it's just that I saw the storytelling of the classic stuff, and I just felt that he got it because he was quirky rather than anything else. And any time he did these big gravitas speeches, he didn't. For me, he didn't have that gravitas.
Oh, for me, Matt Smith is the only Doctor, I think, for me, who very definitely became the Doctor in his first episode.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. I said, to me, the only reason people, the way I looked at it, I know, and the thing is, I know I'm opinionated, and half the stuff I say is a load of crap because it's just the way I feel. And I'm okay with that, because if somebody tells me,
it's the way you feel, it's the way you feel.
That's fine, that's what you need, because if we all like the same thing, it would be boring, there would be one TV show. But the thing is, with me, the only reason I felt that he was showing he was the Doctor is because they showed all the Doctors and he stepped through, and that was the only reason people actually says he's definitely the Doctor. No, they just showed you all the pictures, and just before it got to him, he stepped through, and so it basically says continuation, and that's, to me,
that's a fair point.
The reality it was
worked for me. It didn't work for you, fair enough.
You actually see him as the Doctor, and I just didn't see it, because to me it was too quirky. I wanted the Doctor to have certain no quirks but eccentricities, whereas I felt he was quirky rather than eccentric. I know it sounds weird.
Well, no, it's fine. I mean, as you said, I mean, there were some things that didn't work for that. I didn't particularly like Clara for most of her run. I did like most of the Amy stories with Amy, especially with Amy and the Rory stories. However, I actually prefer Matt Smith to David Tennant. I like David Tennant, but David Tennant has one thing in his favour that none of the other Doctors have got, and that's
Girls Wet Dream.
No.
Don't say Catherine Tate. Oh my God! Don't say that woman.
Don't say what?
Catherine Tate.
No. Good God, no. He's got one thing and one thing only. Well, actually, he's got two things going with him, and the same thing. But the main thing, and there's a secondary thing. He had Rupert Giles in the best episode of New Who, and the reason it's the best episode of New Who is because it's school reunion.
Liz Taylor was in it, but she was also in the other one. I thought it was a pants one. The one about, is it the Doctor's death, the death of the Doctor, and you had Katie Manning and Liz Slater in it. And basically, I just thought that was a mediocre one.
I like the
School Reunion. That's one of the only discs I still have. The School Reunion, and it's only because two things: K9 and Liz Slater.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, that's what Liz Slater brought back and brought Sarah Jane Smith back, and that's why it's the best episode. It's also got. I think there've been some bits. There have been a few really. wasn't a big fan. I've no idea who Catherine Tate was until she was in.
I cannot abide Catherine Tate. I hated her as a comedian well before she was in Doctor Who. I just cannot abide her, and I know a lot of people love her, and I don't have an issue with that.
It's fine.
To me, even the episode like the two of them, Tennant and her going,
That was
and
hammy as hell.
the things are looking at them as if to say, and I'm sitting there thinking, this is just fucking farce. They're talking to each other through the two glasses of the window. In the middle of the things are the
Yeah,
aliens
yeah,
are meant to
yeah.
be spying on,
And
you're
and
sitting there
then they
thinking,
put it on air.
they basically, yeah, they put that on screen and thinking this was clever. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is the stupidest thing I've ever. But
And
I do know, I know before she was in Doctor Who, I disliked Catherine
and
Tate.
yet this
I
and yet
didn't
this
find her funny, and I just still do not like her. Yeah, there's other people I don't like, but their characters are good.
Yeah.
I hate the guy who plays Howard Wolowitz in The Big Bang Theory, but Howard is a fantastic character. But I dislike the guy who plays him because I've seen him in other things, and I disliked him in them.
Yeah.
But he's good in that. But I don't know what it is. Maybe because I just dislike her as a comedian, and then I saw that one where she's giving it all the
yeah, that
and
was
do that, and that just put me right off. And that's why, so I can understand people liking her. I don't have issues with it.
well,
but
that's
the
why
same
they're the
idea.
ones that are being pushed for the special, aren't they?
Yes.
That's the why they're
Yes.
being pushed on. But man, I still think School Reunion had the best single scene and the best the best lines in the entire however many seasons that will never ever be bettered. And it's that bit where Sarah Jane walks down into the basement and she stops dead as she sees the TARDIS.
Yeah.
And you see David Tennant looking over her Tennant, and Tennant is actually acting, and he's acting because you could see up until then he's been fanboying out because David Tennant's a fan, but he does that, and he goes his thing. He looks at it, he just steps back. I can't believe it's you. Really emotional. Just you've changed. I can't believe it's you. Incredibly serious, really powerful. Mickey screams off screen, and just like that. Okay, now let's go. And she's back.
See, I can rewatch School Reunion.
Yeah,
I thought the story was mediocre, but Sarah Jane was in it, and that was a big thing. I watched the Sarah Jane Adventures. I had no intention because I hated the Slovene. I absolutely detest the Slovene, but Daniel kept at me to watch the Sarah Jane.
Yeah,
and I watched it, and I really enjoyed it.
I did.
And the Slovene was on it. I just gritted my teeth and got past it. But it was Sarah Jane, and it was good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the characters. I just hated the Slovene, anything to do with Slovene.
Yeah, I agree.
And that was Daniel. But Daniel talked me into watching it, and I thought, it's not for me. It's not for me because I hate it. But I watched it, and I went all the way through, and I enjoyed it.
And because of course you get to, I thought you mentioned early on, but you must have been talking about the one where the Daleks nick the Earth, where you said it was crap, which it wasn't that one. But you get where Katie Manning comes back in Death of the Doctor, and you get that,
and we're back, and that
you get those two bits again at the end.
A great lady.
Yeah.
She posed naked with a Dalek. I met Katie Manning and Sophie Aldridge were sitting next to each other, and I turned round after the two of them had signed, and I turned round and said to the both of them, I feel that I'm jealous of a Dalek and glad I'm not a Dalek at the same time. So I wish I was a Dalek, and I'm glad I wasn't, because if I wish I was a Dalek, because Katie Manning posed with a Dalek, and I'm glad I wasn't, because
because you remember to the Daleks.
Yeah, exactly. Because one got beat up, and the other one, and I'm sitting there thinking, I want to be a Dalek, and I'm glad I'm not. And they can stand in between the two of them, and I said that to them, and the two of them laughed.
But I mean, that's probably the second best. I think this is the second best bit of bringing in fan service was that bit at the end, almost at the two bits actually, almost at the end of Death of the Doctor, when they're trapped inside under Shang-Chi to prime their memories for the key, and he just goes, remember. Sorry, my throat's clear. And he just goes, remember, all of it. And you just see flashback after flashback after flashback of real classic Doctor Who.
Yeah.
You just see all, and then that last bit right at the end there, where she's upstairs and she actually name checks half a dozen of the original companions as well, are still going out there.
Yeah.
Some superb flashback fan
See,
service there.
yeah, and I think that's probably. See, I don't like fan service like that because it seems forced.
I think no, I disagree with you. I don't think it. Well, that's coming like that. I don't think he's.
How many of the actual characters would she have known? That's the thing. How many of the characters that she mentioned would she have actually known? Because remember, the Doctor picks up a companion and drops him here, there, all over the place. We can't assume just because they're all from the 60s, they all know each other, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So,
but
how many should she have known? And that's the problem. She's mentioned 6, and she probably should have only known maybe 2 of them. But
yeah,
she
but I mean,
mentioned 6 as if she knows them all.
I
And
get
it's because she's only saying it because it's fan service, not because there's a reason for her to know it. And
Well,
that's
yeah,
the part that I get.
I read it that she looked and she'd been looking around because she'd been, especially since she's now gone back into being Doctor Who active, if you like. That she looked,
Actually,
she'd
I can
looked for
understand that aspect of it, but the problem is that means the writers are expecting us to fill the gaps. They
This
should,
is true, yeah.
and
But
that's
then
why
again, she
that's what
said
I'm
she had
saying. That's
looked around, and
when they start doing the fan service, and you know that person shouldn't know that person, but then you're in your head saying, "Oh, maybe she's met them outside it," and so you're filling in the gaps, and that's the parts I don't like about fan service.
yeah, but
If
I
it was
think
fan service and she mentioned the Brigadier and Mike Yates, no problem because they're 2 characters she would know. But she might not have seen them since she left the last time, and this is her just talking. Oh, there's Mike Yates over there. I've not seen him for so and so many years. Yes,
Yeah.
not a problem. But if she mentions things like, "Oh, there's Ace," how
No,
would
she
know?
no, she
And, no, but you see, what I mean, it's like
yeah,
she would
certainly, yeah.
mention a character, and you're sitting there thinking, "How the hell would they know each other?" And because you're
But she did
having to fill in
say
those
that
gaps
she was looking
that
up, didn't
writers
she? I
leave,
think.
and that's
Yeah.
the parts that I'm saying I don't like about fan service, because sometimes the fan service is thrown in for you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
And
see. Yeah, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't like a fan service where you have to make up why they're all joined together. And that's the part. So I don't have issues where they talk about so and so and they say, "Oh, and that did you see the brigadier? He's no longer a brigadier, he's a colonel, and he's over here and he does this and he's still got Mike." And so they're talking that way, no issue, because that's people. But if they mention things and you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, so maybe she's gone back and she's met them over there," so you're filling in the gaps, and I don't like the
Yeah, I know.
writers
Yeah, I know.
expecting
Yeah,
you
yeah.
to fill in the gaps.
I mean, the fact that unfortunately one of the ones she had to name check was Whiny Aussie was a bit disappointing. Of all the Earthbound companions, she has to go with Whiny Aussie.
Yeah, but you see, I mean,
Yeah.
and why? Where would she have met? Do you see what I mean?
Well,
It's things like that. It's
And
when you have to fill in the gaps. That's the part where fan service to me doesn't work, because they're only doing it. It's like Star Trek. My name is Khan. What's that mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What's that mean? It means nothing. You're saying Khan as if we're meant to know who you are. In this movie, we don't.
Exactly.
You're saying it because for fan service. So it makes zero sense. And
Yeah.
to me, that's what
That
fan
is
service
really bad.
does.
Yeah.
And to me, when they do things like that, even in Doctor Who, it's as clumsy as that to me, because they're only doing it for mentioning the
I mean, I
companions.
can't. I must admit, thinking I can't see why Tegan's fighting for Aboriginal rights. Well, how would you necessarily connect her to the Doctor? The fact that Ian and Barbara haven't aged in 40 years. Yeah, that's something you may well connect to the Doctor. Although every other companion aged, but
Yes,
you know, and you
but
don't. You don't know of the previous companions who the Doctor might have mentioned.
yeah, but it's that's what I'm saying. It's the fact that you're having to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the parts that I don't like.
Yeah.
That's the parts of fan service to me are as bad as Khan.
Yeah.
Don't know who you are. In this movie, nobody knows who you are.
Yeah.
Whereas they've now turned around and says, well, in Star Trek, the original series, it makes no difference. It's crazy now, because how wouldn't they know who Khan was? Because his great granddaughter worked on the Enterprise with Spock. Spock knew her. So
What?
when he says his name is Khan Union Singh, they say, "Oh, your granddaughter used to actually work with me." That's
Which
what they're doing
interesting,
now.
it comes, which actually is really interesting. It's a really interesting combination of names, because if I remember correctly, they're probably reversed, because Khan is probably more of a surname. Singh is a middle name adopted by every male Sikh in Sikh religion because it means male Sikh. The female version being Kaur. And Khan, oh, they're back again. And Khan, I think is a more, I think Khan's a more Pakistani Muslim surname. So Khan Noonien Singh should almost be the other way around.
Yeah, but it's the fact
that's
is
beside the point.
they're actually now saying in this strange new world that his great granddaughter, great 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 granddaughter, serves with Spock. So, which means in the original, when Spock met him, he'd already met his great granddaughter. So he should have known. So in effect, they're saying is, oh, he was stupid in the original series because look, he already should have known. So Leonard Nimoy Spock was stupid. Really?
Well, it's
Do you see what I mean?
Khan's
That's
daughter, or is this Sung's granddaughter?
they're effectively saying that it is his
It's
great
Khan's
granddaughter.
okay, fair enough.
So they're basically saying that it is related to Khan. I don't know if it's granddaughter or great granddaughter or great great granddaughter, but is from that timeline. So everybody's turning around saying is, well, that doesn't make sense because they didn't know who he was when he first came on the Enterprise. And there was Spock. So if Spock knew who there was a relation who served on the ship besides Spock, so how wouldn't you know?
And of course, all of Khan's people were supposed to be on the Botany, escaped on the Botany Bay.
Yes,
so
exactly.
he wasn't supposed to have any family anyway.
Nuts. But that's what I'm saying. So when they actually, that's why I think all new stuff. That's why I dislike prequels. I've always said that, even from Star Trek, Star Wars prequels, Enterprise, things like that. I've always hated prequels because they say, right, here's a prequel, but we have to have all the characters in. Say, but wait a minute, they only bumped into R2D2 and C3PO then, but suddenly
that's the one thing
he built him, and they have the other one, and they wipe their mind. That's why the Cockney Spock is basically going on about the reach around stuff, because the kid he built the robot and had the robot, but it seemed to have forgot who he was.
Yeah, Matthew, he was an Asian. I love this. Khan was an Asian, played by that famous Asian Spaniard Ricardo Montalban.
Yep, Ricardo Montalban was just superb.
But it
was. But that's the thing is Ricardo Montalban was just so iconic, even in the Rafa Khan.
200 years in the future, who knows what names may have moved across.
But the thing is, it still worked because it was such a powerful character.
Yeah,
People didn't turn around and say, well, that's racist because he's actually wearing
we didn't have that shit
he's darkening up his area, and you're sitting there thinking he's an actor, he's acting.
That's the one thing though. I think one thing that why I think most of Enterprise, I liked Enterprise, most of it.
I quite enjoyed the Enterprise. I thought it was a bit silly, but I disliked the bits and pieces where it sort of went against, like for instance, their technology just seemed to be a wee bit better.
They suffered. They suffered from one thing that I don't think you can get away. You almost can't get away from. That any of the new stuff suffers from is that it's being made with modern day techniques and modern day.
But the problem is, we know they can actually make it look at Voyager and Captain Proton.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I was going to say that, or look at the episode of Next Gen when they have the original Enterprise. No. When they have the original, when they find relics, when they find Scotty, and Scotty goes to the holodeck and they find the original, and they do a set for the original Enterprise.
Yeah. But
Or-
you even look at Trouble with Troubles.
Yeah, or
Deep
even
Space Nine.
for way lower budget, season 5 or season 4 of the original series of Star Trek, otherwise known as Star Trek Continues.
Uh-huh.
If you ever call that was made in the 2000s, cheap budget, fan budget, and they managed to get the look. But the one thing I think that you mentioned about characters, that's the one thing that Enterprise had in its favour. It was early enough
that they didn't have characters
they couldn't
there.
have
The only one they
original
had was
characters.
T'Pol. The only one they had was T'Pol, because in the original T'Pol was aged, and she met her
Yes.
with Spock when Spock was going through
They-
the pond
they-
bar, had to go back.
Yeah,
Remember, so you met T'Pol.
yeah,
So
they tried to bring. They tried to have the Vulcan first officer thing with Spock, and I said, well, hold on a second. No, we've already said Spock's first officer, so T'Pol can't actually be in Starfleet, which was a bit cumbersome. But yeah, but what I'm saying is that they did that. So, and season 4 they started doing some of the things, and I thought I liked some of the sources in season 4 when I went on and did some of the ones that were okay. Well, let's actually explain. Everyone whinges and complains about or comments on why is it that the Klingons in Star Trek, or in Next Gen onwards,
basically they have the
what? So
it was a disease. It caused it.
So they have a throwaway line for that in To Trouble with Tribbles. When they don't recognise them, Worf don't talk. But then
and
they come
Worf
up,
says, "No, it's something we don't talk about."
Yeah. But then you get the 3-part. I think it was 3 parts for season 4 of Enterprise. When they do that, and they do the augments, and they bring it all that in together, the eugenic calls, they bring all that in, and they use that as an explanation for the Klingons for starters. The only place that falls down is when you have John Colicos, was it? Guy that played the original Baltar, plays the same character in the original series and in Voyager. And in Voyager, he's in modern kits, and that kind of breaks that story. But
and see, the thing is it also worked as they basically said that it was shaming for the Klingon not to do. Yeah, every Klingon you met on a battleship was that. So what they're saying is it was the shame. It was a very shaming thing without not having the bumps. However, but we'll put you in the front line as proud Klingons. It just made no sense. And that's why I dislike prequels, because
I know.
I would rather, if they were going to do a prequel, go that far back at Disney Effect. Like the Wheel of Time, I said if they had set that as another turning of the wheel and just set it within the world, but they didn't have Moiraine and Ran and all that, and it was a different group of people, and some of the stories they told were about the age which had passed, and they mentioned Moiraine or Lan. They didn't have Land Fear and stuff like that. They might have had other ones from it. So you see what I mean? So they could have had that as for 4,000 years ago. So it was in the time before, and things have changed. Because they cleansed the power and it's come together. Now they've brought it together, and now it's causing problems, a different type of problems with the men and the women. And they could have gone down that way. As long as they put it in a different age, they could have set it in the 5,000 years, and it would have just been based on, and then nobody would have had an issue. Unfortunately.
Then again, as we know, the easiest way to get rid of any of these anomalies, you just, I'll tell you what, we'll swear everyone to see, because no one will ever mention this again, including all the people whose families have disappeared on this ship, all the people who have come across this ship. We'll never mention it ever again.
Yes, that's the
it's
thing.
Jumped 1,000 years in the future, and we'll never jump it over again. My God, how fucking stupid an argument was that?
Thank Christ I never watched any of that.
Yeah. I watched the
The
first
only
two
one I'm looking
episodes.
forward to watching is the Orville,
Yeah,
because I
Oh,
gave
yes,
the
one
Orville initially a wide berth because I wasn't a big fan of Family Guy and stuff like that. So I didn't like Seth MacFarlane stuff.
I wasn't
I
aware. I
was
wasn't
told to give it
aware
a
of it,
go
to be honest.
after this first season, and the first episode I thought was mediocre at best, and then it gradually got better.
It got better, I think, when they stopped trying to make it quite
Stupid.
such an obvious parody.
Like the bit where he's
Yeah.
thinking, "I wish we could have a drink," and then woo, woo, and he's sitting there thinking, "They're having a drunk driver piloting the ship just because he's the captain's pal." Really? And then they stopped playing that stupidness about it, and then it got better. But the very first episode, I thought, "Oh my god, this is such a bad parody."
Yeah, I want
But
to get back into
I
it,
was
in
told
total
stick
parts
with
of
it
it.
because I always try at least 3 episodes if I'm watching something. First episode usually introduces it, second introduces the characters, and third introduces a situation. So, well, first one introduces the characters, second one introduces a situation, and the third is the characters in the situation. So it
Yeah.
usually takes about 3 episodes. I've seen ones that take up to 5 to kick in, so
Hmm.
I gave up, and then somebody says no, stick to episode 5, and then by episode 5 I'd been caught, and that was fine. However, these ones I wouldn't even give 5 minutes, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
But I watched all of Enterprise. I didn't. It wasn't my favourite for the first season or two. But
No.
it was Star Trek, and it wasn't as bad. You could just get away with certain things, and then it got a bit better. And then right up until they finished it, and they says, "Oh, it was a holodeck." And wait a minute, you
That
led
was
up to this. Why the heck did you not tell us this? It was
that
just a
was
holodeck, and bye bye. So in
that was
effect, everything
that was
we
so
used to
atrocious. Even Bannon Barker apologised for it and said it was a bad idea.
Aye, it was a really, really bad one. But Enterprise, fine. Voyager's a guilty pleasure. I think Voyager, all the characters are really bad. I dislike most of the characters. However, I love it. I'll watch it over and over again. Even though I hate 7 of 9, I dislike Chakotay and
Jim's gone.
Jim's bounced it.
Yeah, I
But you
said he
see
was
what I
going to
mean?
have to end in the early on.
Aye. But you see what I mean? It's things like that. I dislike a lot of the characters, but it's a guilty pleasure. I think the original, most of the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, I enjoy a lot of them, all of them. There's 1 and 2 in the Enterprise, the original series. I thought,
Yeah, the third, as Leonard Nimoy said, the third season wasn't their
yeah,
best
but
ever.
even within the third season, there was still good ones.
Yeah.
But it was certain ones you go, same idea with the Next Generation. There's certain ones you go,
Yeah,
cannot abide that one. And same for Voyager, same for Deep Space Nine,
same for the
same for
animated
Enterprise,
series.
same
The
for
animated,
everything. However, even the animated series, yes.
yeah.
However, the new stuff, I wouldn't even actually give it a minute. I wouldn't even piss on it if it was on fire.
Right, Kelly, enjoy the baseball game.
Take care, Kelly.
Well, why anybody would want to watch people knocking a game of rounders, I don't know, but
Night, Kelly. Thank you for keeping with us. It's 12 o'clock. We're in the UK. So we're going to finish up shortly, but I know we're basically, but
how atypical is this that the only lady, the only female
is the one going to play
is the
basketball.
one who goes away to watch the sport.
Oh,
The
I know.
guys aren't interested in the sports.
Yeah. Sports ball. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not. I know.
Hi, Kelly.
Great, Hera. Sometimes you have to take a stand.
For basketball.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna agree. I watched. I caught the first 2 episodes of Voyage of Disgracery. And just wasn't interested. Didn't like the characters. Didn't bother carrying it on with any further. I've no interest in Picard whatsoever.
See, I didn't even actually have any interest, even to torpedo it. I mean, it could sail the high seas for here to eternity. I wouldn't even bother. There's been times when I've thought, somebody's told me about that program, but I don't want to go and actually watch it and this and watch it and that. I don't want to go and see if I can find it. So I've just downloaded it. And I have. And I've thought, nah, no for me. This one I don't even want to. It's just
Yeah.
no.
I mean,
Which-
I must admit, from some of the things I've heard, apart from the
Seen pictures of it, Matt. I've never seen the actual figure, but I've seen pictures of it, and it looks really cool. Was it £549? Somebody said
shoot,
that's how much it cost. I don't know how much it cost, but it was expensive. A wee bit too expensive for me.
yeah,
Because
I might,
£500 odd, that's Laurel and Hardy.
I might, if I can get past one or two of the obviously, well, certainly the reports I've heard thoroughly. Oh dear God, can we keep the politics bit less obvious, please, out of the first episode? I might one of these days give, unless I hear reports it's gone drastically down. I might give Strange New Worlds a look,
Well,
because
the
I have
fact that
heard
they're
a
meant
lot
to
of
have
people have
actually
said it's,
used things from the 6th of January
yeah,
is
exactly.
part of it. You're to me,
I mean,
as soon as somebody says they put that in it, I just went out. Bye-bye.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the things. As I said, with Picard, I wasn't interested in it in the first place. I was never a massive, great fan of Picard over, particularly. I like the Next Gen, but as soon as Patrick Stewart opened his big lefty mouth and said it's going to be about Trump and Brexit, I thought, forget it.
The fact that they had
No.
a Lord of the Rings elf in it.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I know a lot
Was
more
it
about that show than I
Elrond
wanted to.
or
But
Euron or something like that? It was effectively dressed as one of the Lord of the Rings elves, blue
then-
with a sword, and you're sitting there thinking,
It's supposed to be a
sword.
Romulan.
That's like, to me, that's basically in effect Indiana Jones. He comes at me with a sword, bang.
when yeah, and then they've got then you've got the fact. I mean, I didn't like the naming of it because apart from the first, after the Next Generation, every single Star Trek show was named for the location it took place on. Right? Voyager, DS9,
Yeah,
Enterprise, even
yeah.
Disgracery, were all based on the ship, right? So it should be based on the USS Picard. And apparently they killed him off at the end of it anyway. And according
Replaced
to
him with a
some,
robot, which was old as well. An
yes,
aging robot.
hold on a second. We check our
See,
own
to me, if
captain.
they were going to kill him
Download his
off and
name.
replace him with a robot, there was a perfect time to replace the actor.
Exactly. And Patrick Stewart could, with technology these days, Patrick Stewart could probably still have done the voice.
Yep.
And they could have had someone who would have been a younger, I mean, possibly if he's still acting, the guy that played the young Picard in
Yeah.
that episode of one of the 2 episodes of Next Gen when we saw
If they can de-age a character, then they can fake him. They can what was it? Running Man him.
yeah,
Remember Running Man?
Yeah.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger gets
Yeah.
beat up by the what was his name? The comedy the captain or something like that. They deep faked him. Remember to show him getting killed, and then they
Mm.
says right now
Oh, yeah.
he's the deep faked him. They could do that with any actor playing Picard now. Oh, they need to get somebody who has got a similar features and body to
Yeah.
match. It's a robot, so it makes no difference. It could be anybody. And then basically, as you said, they just basically get him to do the voice, and then they just
And
put it in.
there's also the fact that as I understand it, again, not having seen the show, so I'm obviously on one point of view that okay, so the whole thing ends with robot deciding, okay, I'm going to draw the attention of these machine intelligence to this universe that are going to
Yeah.
they will then open a gate and they will come in and kill us, kill all the organic life form.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
hold
I'm
on a
just
second,
hanging up.
Picard's
Well,
Picard's
we're already
oh, hang on.
know you're there now,
Yeah,
so they were the
exactly.
ones that actually
exactly.
left the message. So they remember where they left the message.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, she didn't open a portal for them. she let them know where they were so they could open the portal. So there's nothing to stop them doing that.
Yeah. But that was the thing. That's why, because people have not got the intelligence to write a complex story, and B, they're too immature to think that. Don't worry, they'll not notice that. But it was them that opened the portal. How could she hang up and they not open another one?
Yeah.
Shh, just in case they never noticed that, just ignore it. Really?
Yeah, like sonar in space and a
In
comet
space,
in
no one
interstellar
can hear you
space.
beep. In space, no one can hear you beep.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, this will get this
Do
is
you know why
why
they did sonar in space? Do you know why they did sonar in space?
because they thought they
Somebody
were doing a
watched the
submarine movie.
Enterprise, the one with the Enterprise. Remember the one in the cloud, the plasma cloud,
Yeah.
with Khan. Somebody watched that, and because the two of them were acting like submarines,
Yeah.
that's why they introduced
Yeah.
sonar in space. And it's
I'm
because
I'm
somebody's watched that scene and thought that's really cool.
Mm.
Now, how would they be able to find it? Well, submarines go boom, boom, so we'll do that in space.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, there were so many other things they could have done with that, but this is what happens when you try to write science fiction from writers who aren't science fiction and aren't science fiction fans, because science fiction fans on the whole are, I get to try to avoid saying more intelligent than others, but they have a certain type, the certain type of mind, the certain type of thinking, the certain type of intelligence, which is going to spot these things because they're going to be intrigued by the science aspect, the inventive aspects of it. So they're going to spot things like
but the thing is, anybody can do it with a not necessarily very well, but most people can do it. Right. Let's think, right, we're on a spaceship and we have to get from this dimension to dimension Z. How would we get there? Give us a way to do it. Any way at all. Just throw up something in the air like they would do in a writer's room. How would we get there?
giant space tardigrades and mushroom drives.
Right. That's one. But then the next question was, so how can they do that?
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
They don't
Like
have
me,
anybody
like,
checking
say
the
for instance,
writers.
I said a sling or a catapult. They would say, well, not necessarily a sling, but what about something that throws you through a wormhole, that creates a wormhole and bounces you through it? In effect, a sling, but it creates the rip and throws you through. So it's like a um what's that? No, Heisenberg. It's thingy Heisen ring. It's basically
Einstein-Rosen bridge.
that's a Heisen's bridge. So what it does is it creates a bridge, fires you through because it's only open for a split second. So there you go. There's a sling to get you through. But from a slingshot or a catapult, you've come round and go, well, you can use an Eisen-Rosen bridge and you can actually open for a split second because we can't, the theory is you can open it for a split second. So
Yeah.
we need something to fire you through it. So there's something that people who have got no physics or string theory knowledge can give a basic thing that somebody could say, well, I can understand why that would work. It will work in reality, but at least you can say, well, the theory is that this happens. So if we can actually bounce you through that quick, so you basically in a split second and then you're basically doing that. It's like a wormhole, Stargate, Doctor Who. Right, we want a program that gets us here, there. We want to do different planets. We want to go to different time zones. How do we do it? Well, a time machine. Right, we don't want to do a time tunnel. What would we do? Well, how about we need something that's a prop. It can be where they come out all the time. Well, anything a box. What about? Well, there's police boxes. Why don't we have it? There you go. Perfect. Or um, time Stargate. right, we want to do different planets. How do we get there? Well, remember that program about the thing where they just walk through? Then they can actually work different combinations and just they could be anywhere. There's your gate. So all they do is they have a prop, which is the gate, and they step through the gate, and there you go. There's a new place every single time.
Hmm.
And that's the thing. They need something. Whereas you could do that. Us sitting here making stuff up, and does that sound better than the tardigrade that can just do it because that you can actually you've got the Eisenrosen that I keep getting it freaking wrong. I don't know why I keep getting the name of that bridge wrong, but
Because you're
you
thinking of
can
Heisenberg compensators rather than Einstein-Rosenberg bridges.
yes the Einstein
I'm
Rosen
not going to try to say that again.
the Einstein Rosen
Actually, Einstein-Rosen bridge, yes, not Rosenberg, it's
the
Rosen, yeah.
Einstein Rosen bridge, right? But I've just heard about it and I understand. I don't understand it, but I know the very outside. It's like turning around and saying, "I know a car is made of metal, rubber tires, and it moves if you put petrol in it." Ask me to build one.
I
No.
think that was from Eureka, actually, so I'm not sure if there is actually such... If there is such a thing, I'm pretty certain that was
No,
the
but
device in Eureka.
yes, but the thing is, within that, within other things, they've used that type of thing. They've used it in Stargate as well. So basically, I think there's a theory out there about the bridge, and that's
Oh
why it's
yeah, I
called.
mean it's certainly something to do with wormholes and
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
from that, us hearing it on TV shows, that's given us a wee thing about how they can
There we go.
actually get from A to B quickly. We have got no knowledge of that, but we're intelligent enough to
It's a
know you
wormhole.
can't just say, well, a big bug, it can just travel. Really? How can it just travel? Oh, it just can. A tardigrade, it could just travel because, really? Give us some reasons why they did it. Whereas
Because
we've
they've
got
seen it
some,
in a game that unfortunately
yeah, they've seen it in
they've
a
got far
game
too
from,
they've got far too
yes,
much money for lawyers to actually have to acknowledge that fact.
yeah, there you go, 184 million. I would actually say there's some money for a lawyer. Fucking screw them.
Yes.
But the thing is, that's what I'm saying is sitting here just gabbing. We've already created something that can jump from. Yeah, I mean, we've created a star gate or what did they call it in Babylon 5? A jump gate.
Jump gate.
Yeah, so we've created a jump gate, something that bounces them into a null space where they can jump back out later on, just because of an engine that we've just made up. But you see what I mean? That's the parts that I'm saying. These people don't have the intelligence to do something as simple as suggest something and then somebody saying, well, I've heard something about this and this, and I've heard something about this and this, and put it all together to make it sound, even if it's fiction, science fiction, even if it's
not
science
watched enough
fiction,
science
it's
fiction to pick it up.
yes, they're using the science fiction to make it sound like,
yeah,
and that's the point. They're not. They're saying a big beastie can jump between jump from here to there, so we'll just use the big beastie. Right. So why does all the other ships not use them? Why did they get rid of them afterwards?
Exactly.
Did the Tardigrade Liberation Front come through and actually free one? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh god! Can I raise something for a minute about my book? Because me and Colin, well, Colin figured it out, didn't you? When I came up with the character. There's a character called the Backwards Man, and Colin figured it out. But it was complete genius.
See if this this is Benjamin Button. You still getting a doing.
Yeah, I know, but mine's totally different.
I've never seen Benjamin.
I know who the backward man is. You did mention him.
Oh yeah. And all I can say, the occasions I came with that up when I, when you come up with a concept for it.
Yeah. Let's just put let's put it to rest. The backwards man is not. He's not aging backwards.
Nope.
No, that's just basically so he's not a Benjamin Button. That's
No,
all I wanted to say. Although
Murray.
I mentioned it, I didn't want people to actually go, "Oh, Vic, why he's new mentioned that?" And that's all I'm thinking.
I know, but River Song could sue.
Hmm. Yeah.
But no, but that's what I'm saying. You can just put people who don't know how to write a script, used to writing book and involved in it. Right, I can't even write my name most of the bloody time. But I wouldn't know where to start writing a script. But if somebody asked me for an idea, I could throw an idea out, even if it sounds silly, that somebody else could pick up and say, but you could do it with that. Then somebody else could pick up and say, did it. They sit with a writer's room like 10, 15 people accordingly, and they can't work that out with,
Can I just,
with a group of people who have got zero brains. He's
yeah,
got more brains and he's plastic.
can I just say something? Some fan fiction out there has absolutely got it spot on.
Yes. What I would have done if I was going to create Strange New Worlds or I was going to create STD, I would have gone and got the ones who have done things like, was it Exana?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up.
The fan stuff that, and just say, write us a story because your stuff is good. We will even allow you to profit from that if you put it as part of ours, so you can get the. We'll want a cut because it's our license. However, you get a cut because you've written it. It's
Yeah.
your movie, your thingy. So we'll just take a profit from it. But you can release that as a movie under our thingy. But if you write us other stories for this one, and then we could do crossovers. Win, 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 win.
What's what I mean?
No.
Is you see the number of times you see someone like the Rabbi with Big Finish, or Az, or Gary with some of the shows. They'll look and they'll just go and have a look at the writer's credits, and the number of times that the writer's credits are about 5 or 6 things over the last 5 years. Now, yes, you may occasionally get someone who has the talent and can be brought in almost new and can actually go and make a good job of it. But that's going to be a rare person. But so many of them, they've got subtle experience, or what experience they've got is in the soap opera or the what's it, one of them political playwrights, and that's and they think, okay, no.
The fact is, they put that out. The problem is
experience?
they don't even hide it anymore because they don't care. They just don't hide it. They basically turn around and say, soap opera writer, what are you going to do about it? But you're writing stuff. That is a sci-fi. How's it related? What are you going to do about it? I've got the job.
I must admit, having said that, there was in the 90s there was a science fiction soap opera. It was called Jupiter Moon. Jupiter Moon.
No.
Was that not the one? There was the one with Molly Sugden.
No, that was a comedy.
One. That one.
No, this
was. I remember that one.
I forgot what Jupiter Moon.
I knew you would jump at that one. Jupiter Moon, I thought was actually one of those animated ones. Yes,
it was a what it was called now, but it was basically it was about a bunch of young adult teenage to late teens.
Oh, was that not something like Space Camp or something like that? It's like Jupiter Moon. It was like Jupiter 5 or something like that.
No, the Space Camp was a movie.
No, but it was something. It was something. It was basically they were thrown in by mistake, accidentally. But it was something like Jupiter 5 was the name of the ship, and that's what I'm saying.
No, the
Jupiter Moon.
The Jupiter 2 was Lost in Space.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It was something like that. I think it was it not something to do with the like you've got Lost in Space was on the Jupiter 2, but this one was about the station or the ship they were on. That's where the name came from.
Yeah, and it was a school. I'm just trying to. No, not that one. No, I can't remember what it was called. I can't remember anyone who was in it, but it was about it was basically a soap opera. I think one of the characters was kids in school, and I think I saw a picture, and I used to jokingly call it a sci-fi soap opera.
Karen Allen.
I don't know what she. don't think so, Ron. Oh, no. I can't remember what it's called now. I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Ocean Space. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, because Space Cat was the film. There was
a movie where they were actually they accidentally got launched into space. I remember that one. But I don't think I've seen the one you're talking about. But I there's something that's the name of. I just remember it was to do with the name of the ship or whatever it was they were on, and that's the name of it. So like Jupiter Moon, it would have been a moon base. They did whatever. It was called Jupiter Moon. But that's what I was thinking. But
you know what? I might
the
be
thing
right.
the thing is, right? Say for instance, Doctor Who, an example. Somebody's actually there's Alex sitting there, and one day he's just fiddling about and he'd written some fan fiction and thought,
Good God,
it's actually a good story. I quite like it. I wonder if they would think it. So they post it in and they go, actually, yeah, would you like to do it? Would you like to come on and write some more? And then suddenly there's somebody coming on who's writing stories who's never got no other credit. I can understand that because they've written in the off chance, look, I've written a story, is it any good? Actually, that's no bad. We might come in and try and they film it and it works and people like it, so they think, you want to come on to do some more? I can understand that. That's exactly what you've said. You get the occasional one. But if everyone's like that, something not quite right. So how come you've only I've written in this and this and this, but you're not credited in it? Or I only did wee bits and I wasn't out credited. So in effect, you put the full stops in.
I was
So
right. It was called Jupiter Moon. 150 episodes between 1990 and 1996.
There you go. I thought Jupiter Moon was one of these animated ones.
Alien is an old spacecraft cruising around the Jupiter system and functioning as a university. This is a story with its crew and students.
Yeah, that's the thing. The problem
From
is
1990 to 1996.
See, I've never even seen it, so I wouldn't even. I think I'm barely aware of it. I knew there was something done, but it was not something I even heard of. It was just one of those things that you're aware something's out there, but I didn't know anything about it at all. But the thing is, yes, you might get someone who has written a few stories and they're sitting there. I'm only writing this because I actually want to write sci-fi.
Yeah.
Look at the stories I've written for sci-fi, and maybe pick them up, and you approach them and go, I know I've written some stuff, but I've written it for EastEnders, or soap, or for General Hospital. But look, I've actually got a passion for sci-fi. I've been reading sci-fi all my life, and I wrote this for years. And have a look at it, and they go, that's actually quite good. So yes, you've got a soap opera writer, suddenly a writer for the show. Fine. But if all your writers are like that, there's something not quite right.
Yeah. When they've only done that, they've never done it, and that's all they've done, and they've only got 1 or 2 writing credits as well, you know.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Everybody seems to be like that, and that's when it falls flat. If 1 or 2, no problem.
Something?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens when you ask. Just say it.
What I was going to say is that Russell T Davies wrote a Doctor Who novel.
He wrote quite a few, didn't he?
Yeah, for Virgin.
Yeah, right. Some of Virgin
and then he went on to, write for Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you get the people who do it, but if all your writers were like that, then you would be sitting there thinking, why? Why are they not bringing in people who have got a track history? Why are they bringing in first timers?
The thing is, you got someone like RTD, but by the time we got on to Doctor Who, he did have a track history. It's like they say, bring in Big Finish writers, because the Big Finish writers, they've got the track history for doing it. They've not only done 3 things completely unconnected to sci-fi.
Yeah. The problem is we've got nutcases who think they know better.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem starts. They think they know better. That's why
Well-
basically, I know Gary and all that say it, don't give them your money. Hence the reason why I don't even give them a click just to see how bad it is. I just avoid it.
Well,
I
can
don't
just
even
say,
I don't even really watch reviews about them because I'm not interested. What's the point going to listen to a review saying how shite something is? I'm glad I might
Yeah.
have watched the first review and I'm sitting there thinking, thank fuck I didn't watch that. But I don't need to actually hear any more reviews of every single episode.
Well, I'm going to say something. Chris,
If something it's I like and somebody's saying
Mhm.
I actually hated that, I might go in and listen to every review they've had of every episode to see why they'll dislike each episode. Yeah, I can understand that. But if something's actually just not got my attention, I'm not even going to listen to a negative review. Whereas they assume we're just sitting there, you hate it, so you're listening to all the negative reviews.
Yeah.
No, we're just ignoring it fully.
well, Chris Chibnall is forever going to be haunted by that TV show he done back in the 80s
And he just.
about review. Yeah. It's never going to escape him. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've watched the problem is we've got a generation now of writers who've been corrupted by the education system they went through.
I bet you don't happen with me.
And
See, I've had criticism. I've had criticism
too
because
much time
I've
on it.
said the Scottish education system. I'm a product of the Scottish education system. I was going through it when it was good, and I still struggled because I was dyslexic and I was not diagnosed until I was in my 14s, something like that. So I was in secondary, first and second year. I was in a special reading class.
I had the advantage of not going to a university.
I see. I
And
went to university, but I went myself.
Yeah.
I did it myself. So my mum didn't send, my dad didn't send me. I went to college because I wanted to get into computing. So I went
I
to
mean,
college, and then I started with the national certificate, the higher national certificate, the higher national diploma. Then I went on and did 2 years to finish it and get a degree.
I suspect, fortunately, that you and I both were a generation that we would have got through university before it started getting really infected. But these days, you've got too many people who've been through university, which is where even for the last 10, 20 years, they've been somewhat infected with certain political views. And you've got people who've got too much time on their hands and who've got lives that are so good, they've got nothing to complain about. So they get pissed off if someone uses the wrong pronoun.
First world issues. My steak is underdone. How dare you?
There's
got a steak and somebody's cooking it for you. How dare you?
There's a guy I discovered recently. I watch who does is it Awaken with JP? Who does?
Yes. I've seen. Yeah. I've got him. He's good.
Yeah, I think I think that he's actually stand up. I think he does stand up comedy as well.
He does. I first found him on Twitter. He used to do sketches for Instagram, and he put them on Twitter. He post them on Twitter, and Gary and all that talked about him as well.
I think I first saw him because I saw someone else doing a reaction to one of his videos, which was very good, and the reaction was positive. It wasn't, you know. And yeah, he dropped on earlier on today about what was it? I've downloaded it to watch about.
He did the one about the teacher with all the makeup and all that.
Yeah,
that one.
What woke consultants help your business to go broke? I think he dropped about early on today. But yeah, he's very good.
Yes, he basically, because some people are actually going, they know he's taking the piss, but even what he's saying, they're going, oh.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, the one I identify as a 4-year-old, and they're saying, you can't identify as a 4-year-old. You're just saying that because I identify as black and you're racist.
Yeah.
And you can see the guy who's reviewing it going, did he just say? That's true. And because I watched Ruin Leon, he's good, but he does a lot of political stuff. And there's another guy, he does a lot of reviews of that, and he just cannot believe he gets away because the two of them do political stuff, but one of them does the reviews of him as well as the political stuff, and he says, "This is what we're talking about. This is what these woke people," and he says, "We don't need white people to tell us how they're standing up for us. We
Yeah.
just do it
But I
ourselves."
mean, it's weird. I mean, I've discovered. I mean, I don't know if it says anything or not about my preconceptions, which you may do, which is good because it makes them better than mine. But a lot of them seem to be black American YouTubers reaction to me. I mean, the first one is that's what I mean. I've been watching Sargon for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
But he did a video 3 or 4 years ago. He dropped one about the history of the slave trade.
Yes. And how
And
Britain stopped it.
yeah,
And
and
the people were
I
actually
first
looking at it going, "My God,
Yeah.
I did not realise that."
I first saw that because it came up in my suggestions as a reaction to.
Mhm.
Yeah, because why isn't this taught in school? Why isn't this taught in school?
Yeah. Especially British schools, because even
Yes.
Americans are sitting there thinking, "I did not believe that. How can people call British people racist after that?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you can understand. They could understand America because slavery was a big thing at the time, and the generations it's taken time
Yeah.
for it to do.
I mean,
But even then, Britain wasn't basically a slave was taken over there and he was freed because it was illegal for him to be a slave in Britain. So
I'm not only,
he was freed
and
and they could not forcibly take him out of Britain.
what got me was the case that I think I was vaguely remember watching his Tolkien's video. The case that actually put that in law and
Yeah. And it was
extremely arrogant.
that was the one I was talking about. That was the one about the guy who was brought over and
Extremely
basically,
arrogant phrasing that the air of England is too pure for slavery. In other words, slavery is incompatible with English. That's 4 years before the Americans decide to have a tea party in Boston Harbor.
yeah.
That was 4 years before the American Revolution, 1772. So 4 years before the Americans decided to have a revolution, we've decided that slavery is bad, at least in this country.
Yeah.
And we get it.
But for some reason, things that happen in America, we're meant to feel guilty about.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I may possibly have not been particularly clever, not worded as well as I could. I was saying this on the stream again. I think
Yeah, and it doesn't matter when you were born. You should feel guilty about it, even though.
I think I may have slightly. I don't think annoyed is quite word, but I might have. Kelly might have misunderstood what's exciting, but I'm saying that I might not phrase this well early on in the chat a while ago on the stream, but this is what really pisses me off more than anything else. Stop bringing American problems and an American point of view to Britain.
Yeah, and stop taking British problems and British points of view to America because they're not the fucking related.
No, they're not. America does indeed have a history, but different from ours. Very different from ours.
It's complete different from ours. And that's the problem. People are like, for instance, the new doctor, right? I had a discussion with Ian about if the new doctor could be black. All right. Ian says no. Ian said no because it needs to be someone of an Oxford education, British, because it has to go into the past and stuff like that. It makes it easier and stuff like that. It has to be of that type of British. I says, but Ian, could I be the doctor? And he says, well, yes, if you had gone to Oxford. I says, but I'm only third generation British. Could you go, if you'd gone to Oxford? He says, no, because I'm black. I says, but how are you third, second, first generation? So why should someone who's born in Britain, brought up in Britain, educated in Britain, just so happens to be black, but they're British? not be able to be the Doctor.
I
As
think
long as they're British, that was my goal. My thing was British. It didn't matter because otherwise, then what you're saying is, if you've got any generations of any other nationality in you, you can't be classed as British to be the Doctor.
I think there's two factors in play for which would argue against it being a coloured actor.
The historical thing was going to be an issue.
Yeah, there were two. Well, actually, three. But no, two non-story connected ones. I mean, yes, they did it very well in Timeless when they in an episode of Timeless where they could find that. But there were two. I think there were two non-story related things. One of which is the character has always been a white male, apart from one aberration, and it was an aberration, which was Jodie, and then they chucked in the Council State Doctor for no good reason. But it's always been
Joe Martin as well,
white character. And also, the other thing is, depending upon it's a similar thing to regenerating cross-gender. It doesn't seem to be. It seems wrong. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it depends, I suppose, how you view regeneration. But the idea of regenerating one gender to another, I don't like the idea, and I can trace that partially down to a Robert Heinlein book, short story. But and therefore,
Matt's saying there he agrees with you. I can understand the agreement, and I can understand Ian's point of view, because going back in history is going to be problems. It's going to cause problems because he couldn't go back to America in the 1800s.
Yeah, but think of the reverse also. That I mean, you imagine trying to do a story set in some of that all these idiots that have to race jet for everything never do. Go back and explore something from African history.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Right?
So if you do that, the white doctor goes back,
it could not
go back. The same problem.
It could not go back into America in the 1800s. He could not go to China or Japan even 40 years ago because he would have been seen as an aberration, and blacks are not treated well in China. So, and he couldn't go to Africa because he depends. It's same again.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is a white character in Africa more than say 100 years ago would stand out. So it's a similar thing, but
and it's the same. But it is thingy. But it's the same idea. Is I understand where he was coming from, because if it causes problems, the Doctor will only work as he is just now, as if they never travel back in time in there. They travel back in time anywhere else, zero problems. If he travels back in time in Earth, he's got problems.
Yeah.
So it's suddenly no longer a time travel show. It's a space travel show. He can't go back in time.
I can actually see both sides. I mean, it's a point where I can actually see both sides of the argument. And I think, as I say, I think it's a question where, okay, one point of view, and this is a thing, this is why it's a bad idea, and this is why, okay, but why wouldn't it? I mean, I'll totally take your point of view that we've had. I mean, when you're talking, I mean, I think the thing is, when you're saying that Doctor Who or Blake Seven or EastEnders or James Bond are British
institutions,
you're talking the culture of Britain, but that doesn't mean you have to be a white British. You are a perfect example. Your grandfather,
Yep,
was it
was
your
8-year-old when he came over to the UK.
Yeah,
He
came over.
emigrated
Okay,
here because,
So-
and I'm so that's Italian.
yeah. So your mother or father? We'll say your maternal or your
Father.
paternal. So your father, his son, he got like his son. So you've got two complete generations who've grown up as Brits.
Yep.
You've British culture, so you're British.
Yeah.
I'm happy to accept that. So you get someone who's come over from the Caribbean in the 50s as a kid, but now second or third generation, or from wherever they've come from. Yeah, I can accept that person if they've grown up in this country with those values. Then that's British culture. So the British culture is still going to apply. So I'm not sure that exactly, Matt. Exactly. So
No culture now.
I'm
It's
not
multicultural. Unless you go to do a story in Africa, let them actually race swap a couple of those. The
I'm
chief
still
of
waiting
the Zulu. Let's swap that,
I'm-
or sex change the chief of the Zulu. Let's see how they got on there.
I'm still waiting for them to have to cast a white actor as Martin Luther King or Shaka
Yeah.
Zulu
But that's what I'm
or
saying.
Black Panther, because Black Panther
Yeah,
can, because Black Panther's the
exactly. And
character,
if
not the
they,
person.
let's see them do that, but they can't because that'd be racist.
Yeah.
So that shows that it's all disingenuous.
Oh, of course it
Because
is.
it's the same as I've been saying from day one. Shows Biffy the Vampire Slayer. I want to see Biff the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I don't want to see Biff the Vampire Slayer. I want to fucking see Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But if you're going to do that, then why are you not actually changing any females to males? Why are you not changing any black characters to white? Why are you not changing any Asian? Well, they did do the Asian characters to white. They do. Look at
Why do you never ever see a gay character change to a straight character, but you always see it the other way?
yes, and
It
why
only ever-
don't you
it only
actually
ever
see?
goes
So
one
you
way.
had Doctor Strange. You had the ancient one. They couldn't do that because that would be racist. Having this ancient Chinese man. So they had a white woman.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Yep.
there was a black. That's true. What was her name?
Right.
Kendra from the islands.
Kendra.
From the islands, where that really, what the fuck accent is that supposed to be?
Yes, it was almost a British Caribbean sort of.
The really weird thing.
Basically, the thing is, she still kicked ass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but the weird thing, what got me though is
It
actually
was Spike that killed her. It was in the States. It was Spike that killed her.
Yeah.
Remember on the subway?
Yeah.
And stole her coat.
Oh yes, sorry, yes, it was that one. Yeah, no, that wasn't Kendra. That was another one. You're right. Back in the
That was
70s,
another one.
Yeah.
That was the one.
That was yeah. Because there was her, the gender swapped Shaft, shall we say?
Yes.
She was yeah. But then there was also the one because of course Buffy actually wasn't the Slayer for 80% of her run.
Mm-hmm. Because you had faith as well.
Yeah, but no, the thing is, Buffy is the Slayer until the final episode of the 13 episode first season when she dies.
Yep.
Yes, Xander brings her back 30 seconds later, but she dies, and immediately she dies, that kid Kendra, or whatever her name was, becomes the Slayer. She turns up later on, she gets killed, and that's when Faith becomes the Slayer. So Buffy wasn't the Slayer from the end of season 1 because she died, brought back to life maybe, but that didn't count.
Yeah.
But
it was the first time. That was the only time they had 2 Slayers.
Yeah, but the spell, whatever you called it, was far too literal for that. She died. She came back to life, and she still had the power, so the Slayer, because otherwise, but yeah, you're right. They did that. Yes, exactly. But you say, yeah, make the Biff the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They know it's disingenuous because they will not change a gay character to straight. They'll not change a black character to white. They'll change an Asian character to white because they say that thing. But that's when it's crazy. It just goes to show, and they can't get away with the fact is, oh well, we can't. If we're setting it in Japan, it has to be all Asian characters. Wait a minute. Have you ever seen any of the Jackie Chan movies? where they've got some white characters and some black characters in China. So they had it then, so why can't you? But but it's homogeneous in the culture. Really?
for the
Really?
for
There's
the
homogeneous culture, so no problem.
for
But
the
if it's the other way around, then you can change everybody. Look at they did with She-Hulk, the trailer.
Oi.
Country Club, couple of white
Oh,
females, couple of Asians,
I know
couple
very
of
little about
Africans,
She-Hulk as a
no white
character.
guys, no white guys.
Well,
There you go. That's one hell of a country club. Considering they actually
which
say all
doesn't
country
mean the
clubs
same
are
thing.
racist.
This is the very thing that you can have a film where of every single character you see in the film, including background extras, 3 of them I think are white, all the rest are black, and that counts as diverse.
Yes.
The diversity
The Black Panther was the most diverse movie out there.
exactly.
There was
That's what I'm
only
talking
2
about.
white characters in it. The rest of them
thing
were
is-
black, but it was the most diverse. So how is it diverse if there's only 2 white characters and the rest of the people are black?
Yeah. And
That doesn't count. Stop thinking.
and of those
You've got
characters,
you've got one in Britain, which is majority white and there's maybe 2 black. But that's racist. How?
but
It's the
the thing
same
is,
principle. It's the
and
same as you look at adverts nowadays.
oh god,
How many adverts? There is a few of them, but how many adverts out there have got a white family, male and female?
or have got have got a single race family, single race couple.
And I mean, there is a few adverts out there. It's the white mum, white dad, and a couple of kids.
But I mean,
There is a couple. It's the black mum, black dad, and a couple of kids. There is I would say there's the occasional black and white mum or dad and kids. Yes, but at the moment, 90% of the adverts out there are that. So if they're telling you we can the reason we're doing that is because people have to see themselves. Then so there's nothing for me because there's nothing out there.
They are trying to make history what they think it should have been.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is,
their argument is people have to see themselves in a movie. Sorry, he's not got a beard. He's not bald. He's not white. He's not 57. He's not got a Scottish accent. He's not got diabetes. He's not got a thing in his wrist. He's not got sore feet. He's not got. So where do I see myself?
Exactly.
That's their argument. Their argument is freaking flawed because there's a black man. Do you see yourself? No, because he's 6 foot and I'm only 5'9".
Yeah.
Well, you see, I mean, nobody can see themselves in another person.
Yeah,
and if that's the only reason they've got, they cannot do it.
I mean, that's why you've got. I mean, the really dumb thing is, I mean, the most obnoxious thing I think about Black Panther was that the white characters were all male. One was an idiot American spy.
Of course he was.
Right. One was the South African white villain. And one was an ex-villain who will turn up at the end to be rehabilitated from being a villain.
That's what I was saying. Is Matt says doesn't see himself represented. I don't, because that's why I don't watch anything now. Because if Derek's saying that people can only watch it if they see themselves represented, well, I'm not in that, so I can't see myself represented because I'm physically not in it. So I'll just watch all the stuff where they didn't expect that. I will watch Shaft and fucking enjoy it because there's that, believe it or not, there's a black man. Or I'll watch fucking Blade 1, 2, and 3 and absolutely love it because there's a black man starring in it. I don't see myself in it. I would love to be that fucking badass, but I'm not. I'll watch Red Dwarf and wish I was as cool as the cat or as funny as fucking Craig Charles. I'm more of a rimmer, unfortunately.
But you're not a dead hologram. So
I'm not a dead hologram, but the problem is, that's what I'm saying. I watch the ones where they didn't expect us to do that. So I watch it. I'm not as cool as the cat because I want to be. I'm not as funny as Danny, as Craig Charles. But I'm more like the rimmer because I'm more of the stupid, the geeky, nerdy one where he talks about this, but I could talk about fucking I used to do it when my sister-in-law, my first marriage, basically, and I used to do it to really piss her off. I would talk about Warhammer for ages because she was too polite to tell me to shut up. So I just kept going on and on and on and on. And eventually I could see it and I'd say, "You want me to shut up now?" She'd go, "Aye." But she was too polite to say shut up. So I would do a rimmer on her by doing it Red Dwarf. Sorry, about Warhammer. I would explain about how this one's got a different gun and this one. And she's sitting there, and you could see the glazed look in her eye. But
You
she was too
nasty
polite
person,
to
you.
tell me to go and bug off.
Mm.
So I used to do the rimmer. So I'm more like a rimmer than I'm like any of the other. I'm definitely not as cool and as funny as a lister. I am definitely not as fucking cool and well coordinated like the cat. I
Well,
fucking wish I was, but I
none of us
still
are
enjoy
actually
them.
life
I
forms
still
extended to
enjoy
the
them. That's the
cats.
difference. That's the difference. I still enjoy it, and it's because they're not getting told that you should see yourself in these characters. That's why I watch classic stuff.
Well, I mean,
'Cause I
this
don't
is
expect to see myself.
the really dumb thing, though. The couple of dumb things with Black Panther is why would any white person want to go and
Jim's
watch?
already gone. That joke's gone.
Why would any white person want to go and watch Black Panther?
Yeah, that's right.
Because the only representation you're going to see is an idiot or a bad guy. But more to the point, Black Panther was they got it right. Black Panther was set in Africa. It was set in West Africa.
And the worst part of it is, yes, it's definitely not like Trump's America. It's got a wall. It's homogenous, one people. They didn't want immigration in it, but it's not like America. It's not like Trump's America. They're lauding this as a fantastic movie, and people should be watching it. And they're actually saying they built a wall, thinking they don't want immigrants, and they don't want people who aren't like us.
Oh, and
they're thinking, really? And they're basically turning around saying that's bad because white people say that. Well, there's black people saying it, and you're saying it's good. So how can it be good there and bad there? It doesn't work.
They've had these for thousands of years. So why the hell doesn't Black Africa run the world?
Exactly.
If they've had this material, this technology for thousands of years. The stupid thing, though, is, as I say, that is, I mean, if you can, and you should be able to, Black Panther, when it comes to representation, was right because
of course it was because it was set in Africa.
So why
90%?
Why then did I win when there's no black people in Vikings?
Oh, but that's what I was saying. It's okay because if they've got Wakanda, if they've got Black Panther with maybe one or two or three white people in it, yeah, that's you. But if you're in, I wouldn't even say London. I would say up north in Scotland. Say you're in Thurso, right? And you've got maybe a Pakistani family and a black family. Yes, that's not unusual, but you wouldn't have half of the people starring in the movie there.
No.
To be, and that's the point. It's a case of that's where it always falls through because they cannot answer it. Their answer is racist. Racist.
Well,
racist. That's
yeah,
their answer. Because
exactly.
you should not be asking them hard questions like why.
It's the ad hominem attacks are the last result of the.
That's why.
The ad hominem attack means they've got no argument.
I'll give an example, right? A few years back, I was called a homophobe. Right?
Another meaning is well, actually.
Of course it is. So we were actually all sitting playing Magic, and I turned to my two friends. I says, "You shouldn't be actually playing Magic with me." This is why I says, "I'm a homophobe." Are we still inviting him to our wedding? You know what I mean? I basically tell my friends that don't call me a homophobe. Why? I says because I disagreed with something. I think it was a politics something. So because those politicians also believe this, then I must have been against it.
Oh.
How fucking stupid is that? So I was talking to my friends. I'm going to the wedding thinking I'm so looking forward to the wedding next year. And I've not seen them since they moved up to Aberdeen. Because Leo used to run our D&D games, and that's my D&D. And James was he fucking kept kicking the shit out of us for fucking Magic. He was obviously been playing Magic for a hell of a lot more years than any of us, so he knew his way around the cards. But it was the same again. We all used to play Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, and we got on really well. We had fucking had a great time. But that's what I said to them. So I didn't go up and say I was really offended. I was laughing and I was telling them, and they were laughing
But did
because
you
how
know?
ridiculous it is.
But did you know that Orcs is racist?
Don't get me started on that. Ready Player One. Ready Player One. These people are turning around and saying orcs are racist. In Ready Player One, the character of H, it was a black female lesbian, right? Her avatar in Ready Player One, the book, was a white male because her mum, growing up, says that white men get treated better. So the Oasis was the greatest thing because you could take your avatar to be whoever you wanted to be. So she created it as a white man. They didn't want that in the movie. What did they make her in the movie? An orc.
A what?
These people who are telling you yous are racist because orcs are you think orcs represent black people, and what did they do in a movie? Made the black character an orc.
All right. Oh,
So
God,
that's these people. That's why I find it hilarious. H in the book, the first book, is one of the best characters because her and Parzival are you don't know it's a her, obviously at the beginning of the book, because it's H, it's just the avatar. It's all you all hear everything from Parzival Wade Watts, so you know his character, you know how he grew up and stuff like that. And his friend H, who he'd never met, whose character is the white male, and they used to talk about girls and this and that and losing their well, wanting to lose their virginity because they're antisocial because they all live in the oasis, so they've never met each other, and they just talk about girls and what they like and stuff like that. So when he finally meets H, she's a black female lesbian, and he doesn't feel betrayed. He feels a bit awkward because he told this girl all his sexual fantasies, but he didn't feel betrayed because he liked girls as well. So they were talking about their sexual fantasies with what he would say is the opposite sex, but it was with girls.
I'm sorry. I'm old fashioned enough as far as I'm concerned. Female lesbian is a tautology. A lesbian by definition is female. But I know what you're
I know,
saying.
but you know what I mean. But what I'm saying
I know
is,
what you mean. Yeah.
the fact is, he felt a bit thingy because she was female, and he was talking about, but then he was realizing that, oh yes, she's female, but she's lesbian. So the fact is, they're talking about what they found attractive in women wasn't a betrayal because the H was one of the best characters, even up until you found out, and afterwards, she was still one of the best characters in the book. The book two, they fucking ruined it. But the fact is, what did they do in the fucking movie? They changed H from a white guy avatar because that's racist to an orc.
Well, I'm afraid
made it an orc.
My whole answer to that stupid argument is if you think if your immediate thought on seeing a different species, not just race, a different species, which is green skinned in colour, is designed within the system to have certain general racial species specific traits that make it a bit that make it generally evil, fit, etc. If you see that, if your first one seeing that is that represents black people, maybe
you're the racist. Everybody who turns around and says these things, all I know is you're racist. No,
exactly.
I'm a racist because I don't see that. You're the racist because you're the one that's telling everybody else that's what you are because you're putting it out there saying, I see people as this, I see this colour of people as that. So you're effectively saying you're racist. And because you're racist, you want everybody else to be racist. Well, we're no. Bug off.
Yeah, but they
People,
don't see any
that's
different.
why see when programs the reason a lot of the programs nowadays I just go not watching, not even interested, don't even want to hear about, don't even want, is because they'll say new program started with this woman of color, this gay person,
Yeah,
this
go away. Okay,
woman,
don't care.
and I just go off, because if you're starting telling me the sexual makeup, the race, and where you put your bits,
Things I have absolutely no interest in whatsoever.
exactly, then your program is shite, because you're trying to tell me I should watch it unless I'm racist, sexist, and homophobic. Well, I'm no. Go stick the stuff
No,
up your ass.
I'm none of the above, but I don't. But I also
No, but that's effectively
don't see
that's
myself
to me.
represented
When
by the
they
characters,
start
so I
by
have no interest
saying
in.
that, they're
Yeah.
effectively saying you should watch it or else you're racist, sexist,
Yeah.
and homophobic. Because I've just told you that's what the important parts are, and you're saying you're not watching it, so you must not be watching it because you are.
Exactly.
No,
Well, I mean,
because
that's why
you are. That's why I've decided not to watch it, because I know you're racist, sexist, and homophobic. Because the first thing
why
you said is,
yeah. I mean, almost one of the first things I said. And I love what other people think have said as well. But when those previews of the Lord of the Rings show came out, was okay. So ahead of time, they were really telling us what particular isms and phobias they're going to accuse people of when nobody picks it up. That's going to be the racist. Okay, you're going to be accused of racism because of that character and that character. You're going to be phobic because of that one. And by the way, most phobics these days, whatever phrase, made up phrases, are completely irrelevant, because a phobia is an it's a generally baseless, unconscious, overwhelming fear, not hatred.
yeah, phobia is a fear.
So are
I'm
you?
sorry, I'm not scared of anybody.
So
Well,
are you?
if
So
somebody's
are
actually
you
holding a big
telling me
knife,
that
I'm
someone who
scared
is?
shitless.
So
But
so you're effectively saying that you're putting someone who you think doesn't like a character because they happen to be a sexuality different. That's the same as being afraid of enclosed spaces or being outdoors or spiders.
exactly, it's exactly it. But as soon as people say you're homophobic, sorry, I'm not scared of gay people, believe it or not. It's the same as like Matt says, sees a man dressed as a woman, it's a man. The thing is, if I see a man, and I know a few, basic respect is if they wish to be called a female name and be treated as a female, I'll treat them the same to a point. I would, but I'm not going to actually be rude to them. But if they say I am a woman, no, you are a man who has the feelings you are female, which everybody's entitled to feel how they are. But
I mean,
if you go into that toilet with my daughter, I'll break both your legs. But then again, I know a few who are the same, who are transsexual, and they think the exact same fucking thing. It's only the nutcases who think that it's that's no real. Fuck off.
The thing is, I've got.
We're going to get banned. We're going to get banned.
I have no problem. I mean, intellectually, I'm going to have to be intellectual because I don't feel that with myself. I can intellectually understand and feel and feel sympathy for someone who the easiest way to describe it would probably is a male spirit born into a female body or vice versa. The easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
But as a not using it in a religious way, okay. But if that's what, and if the only way they can, or the best way they can live their best life is for them to go through what back in my day, because we would have called a sex change.
Yes.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I can. I will then hopefully be able to treat that person as the gender they functionally are, even though their genetics is the same and that they're not actually functional.
Yeah.
But okay, if you're living, that's fine. But I mean, what I think it's a very simple reason. There's a very, very simple way to actually solve the problem.
You just cut again.
So there's a very simple way, I think, to solve all the problems with changing rooms and toilets. Don't call them men's and women's. Call
Just
them
have a single
penis
loo
owners
and
and vagina users,
no, or even just
something similar
don't
to that.
have individual toilets for everybody.
Yeah.
Sorted.
Yeah.
So you
No.
go in and it's just there's a one queue, male, females, just all join the same queue, and it's just whatever toilet free. There's not a room where there's 4 urinals. There's not a room where it's only females go in and shut doors. Sorry, each door is separate.
I
So you
think
go into that door and out. I don't know what they call them. They call them gender neutral, whatever. But everybody joins the same queue.
Yeah, but I think the part of the, well, I don't know. I mean, I was going to say the problem that well, you'd have to rebuild. You'd have to do a lot of rebuilding. I think part of the thing is
down that route. If they want to go down that route, well, fuck it. You spend the money and actually fucking make it so everybody.
But
you're the ones that want people to spend the money. Make them spend the money, or else the company turns around and goes fuck off.
But I
and
think
all the companies turn around and go fuck off, they are basically going to allow them to do it. So if they're allowing their staff to dictate that, then you spend your money and rebuild.
I think the problem I would imagine that a lot of the problems, and obviously it only ever seems to be what you and I would call female spaces and bathrooms, toilets, isn't necessarily in the toilet. It's in the wash area, except outside. Yeah. I mean, my simple.
It's in the area where females go in and they know.
Yeah. So you simply, what you simply do is you simply say, okay, actually irrelevant. The problem here is the language one. The problem now has been changed. The problem is, to use their language, is the problem is the gender. The problem is the plumbing. So you say, okay, well, the toilets are appropriate to your plumbing. So if your plumbing is you have a penis, that is you going that toilet. Yeah. I don't care if you call it a female penis or a male penis. If you've got a dick, you use that toilet. And if you've got lady parts, you've got vagina, you use that toilet, because you're then not going to have any problems with someone sticking their female penis dick into a male.
I agree to that to an extent. However, see all these companies that employed all these people who make the rules, make them fucking pay for it. That's why I want all the toilets changed. Make them pay, because as soon as they have to pay, then they'll turn around and say, fuck off, out. That is not how it works, because I'm not paying a fortune just to actually change everything for one person. That's the problem. If every company is made to pay, then every company will turn around and go, fuck off.
Mm.
And that's when it will start happening. As long as people are going, well, then it will never change. If companies are actually going money in, hand into the pocket to actually make a freaking change to their building, and it will cost them thousands upon thousands, then they may actually turn around to the two HR people and go, fuck off out of the job. That's not what you're employed to. Mm-hmm. And if you don't like it, take the other fuck with you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's from a purely practical point of view, right? You simply say, okay, well, this is what we've got. We don't have to change it. We simply say, okay, we don't use male and female anymore. We use your plumbing. A, you don't have to make any changes. And B, it takes the wind completely out of these people's sails.
People, because you're effectively saying male and females don't count. It's dicks and dickless.
Yeah, but I think
you're still renaming people because of these few
by doing that, you're taking the wind completely out of their sails.
Yeah, but you're still because you're no longer male or female. You're dick and dickless.
Yes, but so what you're saying is, I don't care what you identify as gender-wise. You're saying you want to go to the toilet, your gender. Fine, that's no longer relevant. We no longer have our toilets separated by what gender you identify. Your gender is irrelevant. The only relevant thing is your actual physical biological plumbing. Takes the wind completely out of themselves because they've then got no argument. Because you said, okay, fine, we don't do that one. So for the 95% of the population who are normal, fine, we'll still say, okay, it's a male, that's a male, female toilet. They know what they still mean. For those 10% who feel whatever it is, okay, so I'm a female today, but I've still got a dick. I use that toilet. I feel like a male.
I know, but to me, that's still, as soon as you start giving in with anything, they want more. So the fact is, I wouldn't give in to anything. No, I would make people who want the change pay. So if a company brings people in and they say, well, from now on, this can happen and that can't say, no, you have to pay to make everybody have an individual toilet. So you can't have a ladies and a gents. You have to have 6 toilets and each person goes in individually. So there's a toilet and a wash stand. So you have to redo your building to accommodate that. Not us accommodating you. You have to pay. And as soon as they have to pay, then they'll go, wait a minute, you two who actually get that idea, get you up. There's money saved. So the toilets are exactly as they were. So soon, that's the problem. I think
I see what you're saying. Yeah, different. Yeah, I mean I would say I'd say that's a more confrontation.
It's a hardline stand. It is a hardline stand.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I would say that is
because the thing is, 99% of people who have got gender dysphoria, transgenderism, whatever, they actually understand that. It's the one or two fuckwits who think, oh, I can change. No, everybody. That's the thing. We've got people who you can be in our chat or in our Twitter groups. It makes no difference. Male, female, whatever, transgender, gay, straight. Don't give a fuck because, believe it or not, I don't introduce hi as a white straight man. I never introduced myself like that. I've never done it once.
Oh, I know, it's amazing.
So when somebody says, what's your pronouns?
I don't care.
I don't know what you're saying because I don't have pronouns. What do you get called? Oh, DJ.
Yeah.
No, but what do you get called if I'm talking about you? Don't fucking talk about me.
I don't care.
About you, what do I call you? PJ.
I don't care. I'm not there if you're not talking about me.
But that's what I'm saying.
Pronouns
so
if
you're the ones asking me how I want to be referred to,
I don't care.
I don't have pronouns. My name is PJ. If you're talking to me, PJ. If you're talking about me to somebody else, doesn't matter if it's good or bad or it's what or whatever, then PJ. Not him, her, them, it, she, I don't give a fuck because I don't have pronouns. I have me. End of story. If somebody says to me, refer to me as Z and Z, fuck off, I'll just not talk to you.
My pronouns are Your Highness.
Actually, my pronouns are I'm a twat and I'm a fuckwit. So they can turn around and say, I'm a twat. Could you give me that? I'm a fuckwit.
My pronouns are Emperor of the Universe.
But it's the thing is, to me, I don't have them. And if somebody tells me, then all they're telling me is, I don't want to be in your company. Bye bye. That's what they're telling me. As soon as somebody tells me, they come up and say, hi, as a gay man, I'll say, bye. Hi, as a black man. Bye. Hi, as a gay woman. Bye. Hi, as a Caesar. Bye. That's basically what it's telling me. They're telling me, I don't want them in my life. I don't give a fuck.
I was watching something the other day, and I can't think what it was. It was a stream, and I'm sure it was a gaming stream. Someone actually playing a game, and they were doing it at a con or something, and each of them had got the character's name, and then they got pronouns, and I almost didn't. Well, no, I've seen these people before. That it's okay. I can ignore that because I just listened to it. But normally,
Yeah.
exactly, you see that and you go, okay, I don't care. You're not telling me anything important about yourself.
I went to sign up for something about 4 months ago, right? Signing up for it, and as I was filling in the form, it says, "What is your pronouns?" I went, "Close." As soon as it asked me, I went, "Close," and I was asked again to sign up for it, and I said, "No." This is, "But you need to." I says, "No, I don't," because they're asking for information that doesn't make any sense,
Yeah.
and they're making you choose it, so you can't ignore it. So if they're making me choose it, they're asking for stuff that I have not put in a form. So I effectively didn't need to sign up for it. Yet I was insisted that you have to get this. No, I don't. Make me. What about old Janet over there? She's not got a computer at home, but she could use the work computer. But that's not for work all the time. She will need to access that at home. How does she access it if she doesn't own a computer?
Yeah.
Not everybody in the world owns a computer. So
No.
why the fuck should I actually? It's the same idea as somebody was saying they were filling in a form and it was asking for sex. And they're saying,
Yes, please.
what the fuck's my sex got to do with what I'm signing up for?
Well, the thing is,
Being male or female means nothing for a phone.
well, the weird thing is, the odd thing is, I was doing yesterday. I was doing a course on CV writing, and the things you no longer put down are sex, age, and I don't think you actually put down honorifics either. So if you're filling in a CV, that does not belong on it. You know, you're putting in for something for applying for that's going to get a job, and you don't tell people your sex. That's how important it is.
Yeah.
Utterly irrelevant
Of
to
course it is.
anything
But
except
that's what,
work.
there we go. Matt saying he went to the doctor and there was a choice. Gender was unknown. How the fuck can you actually? But see, the thing is, let's say, for instance, I'm signing up for, say, a mobile phone. I want to buy myself a mobile phone. And I fill in the form and it says sex. What the fuck's that got to do with the phone? What the fuck? So I ignore. See, if anything, it's irrelevant to that phone. So if I'm paying for cash and I need to fill in a form, put the date, sign my name. They say, you need to fill that in. No, I don't. I'm buying a phone with cash. Why the fuck do I need to actually fill in a form?
Yeah.
Oh, it's for our records.
Well, I'm exactly. What you
I
need to know.
don't want you to have my information. I'm signing it saying I bought it from you. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about the rest. You know my name. You know the date I bought it, and you know how much I gave. That's all you need.
All of these things go down for prefer not to say because they know it's actually irrelevant. You know,
Yeah,
you don't.
but the thing is, when I'm filling in a form, like if I'm, say for instance, buying a car, my sex is irrelevant when I'm purchasing that car. My age may be relevant, so I can understand that, but me being male or female should make zero difference when I'm purchasing a car.
Exactly.
As long as I can drive, that's all that matters. And I've got my license to prove I can drive. So if I need to actually prove that I can drive before I take the car, then yes, I'll show them my driving. I'll put my driving license number down, my name, but maybe my age maybe matter because whatever. But in effect, if you do not need information about me, why the fuck are you asking for it?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
My stuff is irrelevant to anything.
That's long been my answer is no. You don't need to know that.
Yeah.
You do not need whatever you're after. You do not. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's the same as new fucking.
We want to monitor. Why do you need?
Stuff? It's things like vaccination status. What the fuck's that got to do with buying a phone?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Fuck. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, what? Why do you need to know? What you
That's the thing is, all these forms are designed to actually get as much information out of you to make you compliant for when somebody asks you something, you give the information straight away.
Okay, so you want to know, okay, why is it relevant to you? What percentage of your customer base is A, B, or C? What relevance is it to you?
Yeah.
What relevance is it to you? What I tell you, you don't know. What I tell you, I identify as racially. If I turn around and click on that and I say I identify as Asian,
then you can't say I'm wrong.
And what does it matter?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you're doing it's something. So what's it? Well, I mean, okay. So if I'm filling out a medical certificate, for example, or, you know, a medical, for example, then my genetic, racial, ethnicity
that might
may
be
have some
relevant.
relevance for susceptibility to certain diseases, or and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we're all the same. It's the same as like my sister when she goes to the doctors and they say, "Do you smoke?" She says no, because she knows if she says yes, they'll say, "Oh, that's what's probably causing your problem." So she says no because that way they have to identify what the problem is, not just say, "Oh, you smoke. That's what your issues are."
But yeah, I mean, it's why? Okay, why? What Virgin Media? Why do you need to know how many of your customers are black, how many are white? What's that got to do with anything?
Exactly.
It's irrelevant. It's utterly and completely irrelevant.
See, if the worst part is when you have to fill a form online, and you have to put information in. So I always put if there's a multiple choice, I put the lowest, the whatever's the very bottom. If it's you need to put a number in, I'll always put 1 or 1900 if it's a year. So if it asks for a date, I'll put 0101 1900 or something like that, or 0101 2000. So I basically I always do that. I never put my real date in anything because unless it's something that needs to know my date, like for instance insurance, I can understand my insurance needs to know my age because they're insuring me based on medical conditions, and age is part of your medical condition.
Yeah.
So I put my age there because it's relevant. Like when I was getting married, I put my age there because they need to know what year I was when I got married and how old I was when I got married to make sure I'm legally married. So I was 14. So yeah, I can understand certain things, even though it's like when I walk in and go, 2 pints of beer. If somebody says to me, "Can I see your ID?" Really?
Yeah.
And they say the problem is new policies are we need to see ID. Doesn't matter if you walk in here in a Zimmer frame with a beard the way down to the floor, because they don't want us to identify people who look a wee bit younger and maybe offend them. We ask everybody, no matter how ridiculous.
So how many
happened to me. That's happened to me. I've walked into a pub and asked for 2 pints, and they've asked for ID, and I'm sitting there. It says because some people feel uncomfortable being perceived as being too young, we are not allowed to upset anyone, so we have to ask everybody.
I've seen the signs up saying that if you have, they're going to be.
If you happen to look younger than 25,
exactly, yeah. If you, because 25 is a good age because
yes,
I don't think it's anything that you have to be 21 for. It's 18 normally, so you got 70. Yeah, so if you look you're pitching under 25.
Yeah, so basically that way they say, yes, we know you look 18, but our policy is 25, so you don't look.
Yeah,
you look like an adult, but our policy is 25. But we've had one. I've gone in, and they basically everybody came in ID. Basically, a guy, he literally beard was white way down your ZZ top type thing, wrinkles, and they basically asked him for his ID, but he'd been in before, so he popped it out, so he was aware. But the fact is, really, because but that made me feel uncomfortable because you thought I was stealing a drink because I'm no 18. Fuck off.
Well, you're not particularly mature. You're not acting like you're over 18, are you, sunshine?
And that's my attitude is sorry, you look younger than you are. We need to, by law, make sure you aren't young. If tomorrow when you come in, you say, me again, we'll say, there's a fine, no problem. But we need to check just to make sure. Because A, we've never met you before, we don't know you, and we need to save ourselves, not your feelings, ourselves. Because if we didn't check because you were uncomfortable and you were 17 and the police come in, we get arrested, no you.
Imagine,
We get fined, no you.
imagine asking someone who's lived for 3,000 years. Well,
Depends how
That's what
long
I'm saying. It's just no matter how old you are. If
Can
you
I
get
see you?
to the
I
point
think-
where somebody who looks young, my ex, when we were in our late 20s, I got ID'd for both of us, and she was only having a coke, but because it was in a pub.
But what if I'm actually over 18 but I identify as 17? Then what are you going to do?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Or what happens if I'm 16 and I identify as 42?
Yeah.
I've got
Because
asked to
there's
see
not
ID
cases
cigarettes
identifying as a 10-year-old online.
Yeah.
once.
I mean, that's why I'm,
I've
I mean,
got-
yes,
Yeah,
I've done
carry on,
it. Oh,
No, I was going to say, I've got asked for ID once about buying a pack of cigarettes. And I said, I'm 33. And she goes, yeah, I know you're 33, but I need to see your ID. And I went, well, why are you fucking, you know?
Yeah, it's nuts because they got
I mean,
caught selling underage, so they have to check everybody.
That's
It's
why
absolutely crazy.
That's why I always, whenever possible, unless I can see relevance. I mean, I actually do. I signed up a while ago, for example, for YouGov polls. Most of them are irrelevant, but well, no. I say most of them are pretty minor, but some of them are pretty because you know. I mean, well, actually, what got me to was Lotus Eaters got me with it, but with their meme of 61 or 71%, because apparently 61% of every YouGov poll relating to government policy seems to be in favour of it. So I think that's because they're self-selecting. But I'll always go, that sort of thing, even when I'm doing these surveys, what age, I always prefer not to say for anything like that, because it shouldn't make any difference. Same for application forms, wherever possible, if it says prefer not to say or other, I'll click other,
And
not
that's the
applicable,
thing as
not
well.
applicable. Because but my question is, why do you need to know?
Yeah, I know that's the problem. It's basically the world's going to hell in a handbasket. It's fucking failing all over the place. We'll need to actually start wrapping up, guys. It's 1:30.
Yeah.
I know certain people in the other side of the world, it might be actually mid-afternoon or something like that.
Well, I
But
dread
it's
to
half
think
past what? It's
if
1:30 in the morning here.
If Matt's down under, I dread to think what time it is there. Because Matt's in Oz, isn't he?
Is he Oz or New Zealand? I'm sure he's Oz.
Well, he said toilets here in Australia, so I'm taking he's in Australia.
Yeah,
unless he just identifies as being in Australia.
Australia, aye. It's him. He's in Oz, and it's Cockney Spock. It's New Zealand.
Yeah.
So it is. But so yes, so he'll be afternoon. He's afternoon tomorrow. He's actually traveling in time.
Yeah.
So
Greetings on,
thank you guys for sticking with us so long, and thank you everyone who's joined us. Matt, thanks for sticking late on. John, Kelly, who else? Matthew, the Porno Boys.
Mr. Brown was in
Who
there.
else?
Disaster area.
Fit to be read as well. Mr. Brown's Alliance popped in.
Yep.
And who else?
We mustn't forget to thank Naked HD for their frequent contributions to the stream.
Yes, and it just seems to it just keeps popping up. Absolutely disgusting. Dadman Walking 55, your Muslim uncle, thank you for joining us. A Polymes Minion. And John Coogan, thank you for joining us. Thank you, one and all, for sticking with us through to the wee small hours of the morning.
Aye.
All right. So, ladies and gents, thank you. We are going to finish up there, but remember, no stuff on Wednesday. We'll be back next Saturday for more talking crap. So, remember, ladies and gents, I ain't old, I'm classic. From myself, Mr. AWK, and Archer Colin,